Welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground for the Rothesay County Championship game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Worcestershire and to the umpires Tom Lumley and Chris Watts for this match. And in the scorebox, Stu Drinkwater and James Johnson. The toss has been won by Worcestershire, who will bowl first, and the teams are as follows. Derbyshire, Caleb Jewell, Harry Kane captain, Matthew Montgomery, Brooke Guest wicketkeeper, Martin Anderson, Lewis Rees, Anuj Dal, Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, Mohammed Abbas, Shoaib Bashir. Worcestershire, Jake Libby, Dan Latigan, Kashif Ali, Adam Hose, Brett Oliveira captain, Gareth Roderick wicketkeeper, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Adam Finch, Oliver Hannon Dolby. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the members' lounge, including hot food served at lunch. At lunch, supporters are welcome to come onto the outfield, however you must remain from the square. Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field.
Hello, hello. This is an audio test from the Central Co-op County Ground. No, 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 you don't have to talk to me. Marvellous. No, you can if you want, but I won't listen to you. I'll turn you off. I can turn you off from this end, you see. I can turn... I can speak to him. I haven't got anything to say, but I can... Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby, where we are about to see the first balls bowled in the County Championship for 2026. It's Derbyshire against Worcestershire, who have won the toss and elected to bowl first. On a pitch that looks green, but we all know that what that means, it will have no effect. What I will say straight away is that the lights, those that are still working, are on at the moment. So lights on, gloomy, spots of rain, I'm told. I haven't been out since the toss, but spots of rain knocking about. So there might be a shower or two, but we'll try to keep you as entertained.
But it's dry and yeah, just great to have county cricket back, isn't it? I think most people who are listening and watching will probably be of the same opinion. And we're about to get underway. Derbyshire will be batting, and Worcestershire, having won the toss and chosen to have a bowl this morning. And yeah,
Give us the Worcestershire team news.
I'll give you the Worcestershire team news.
team,
Well,
yeah.
Worcestershire's team would, as probably most people know, have included today the South African all-rounder Bayers Swanepoel, who was due to play in this game and indeed be available all season. But although he's
as Taylor bowls from the City end.
Hose first slip, Brooks second, Latigan third, and Libby fourth.
I shall be relying heavily on you
Yeah.
for identification as Taylor bowls. Very, very good forward defensive from Kane. Matthew Montgomery making his debut will bat at 3 with Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, at 4. Then Martin Anderson, Lewis Rees and Anuj Dal, the all-rounders, although Zach Chappell has, I noticed in 1 or 2 websites, been promoted to all-rounder. I'm not sure that he is. With Ben Aitchison, then 2 more new signings, Mohammed Abbas and Shoaib Bashir, so a Pakistan test player and an England test player. When was the last?
say, but that one maybe just stopped a little bit.
Bit of production going to take place on the radio in a moment as Taylor comes in and bowls to Came, who pushes this into the onside. And there's no... You don't have an 11 o'clock news update, is that correct? Well, you carry on commentating, Frank, and I'll disappear.
Yeah, okay. So Taylor it is. Encouraging start for him with that third ball, taking the leading edge, but not going to hand. As Dave was saying, 4 slips in place, as Worcestershire hope to take advantage of the coin coming down in their favour this morning. Here's Taylor again in, and Came lets that one go outside the stump. That one came through with a little bit more carry through to Gareth Roderick, standing back, the Worcestershire keeper, who may well not open the batting, I think, this season. Particularly, the people were mentioning how difficult it is to open and keep. To the left-handed duel bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Caleb. Also a tidy-ish first over from Tom Taylor, almost picked up a wicket with that third ball that took a leading edge, did bowl a no ball, and indeed we are going to see, as I expect, Taylor's new ball partner is going to be Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
To bowl for the racecourse end, Oliver Hannon-Dalby,
who is, as I said earlier, on loan for the first 2 games. To his lack of the necessary paperwork from the South African Cricket Board, the non-objection certificate, or whatever it's called, has not been signed, owing to his leaving a cup final early during the game. Here's Hannon-Dalby moving away from us, bowls short and wide outside the off stump, a real loosener that one, and it took everybody by surprise. It did not go where he wanted. He slipped. He's scratching away at the foot marks. It was short outside the off stump, and Harry Came got in position to pull it, and then found that he too couldn't quite locate it, and it ended up just sort of being clothed up to mid-on. Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, has gone in to help with some groundwork, getting some sawdust and rubbing it into the footholds. Sorry?
Just do 2 minutes work today and then...
Yeah, I wondered whether you were coming back. Here's Hannon-Dalby again, number 20 on his back. He moves in, tall figure. This one is short and wide outside the off stump. This time, Harry Came does not miss out, and having had a bit of a sighter on the first one, he goes on the back foot and helps himself to a very, very comfortable 4 runs. Just slapped away through the covers off the back foot. So Oliver Hannon-Dalby just struggling at the moment to get things right. Did bowl quite a few deliveries this morning from both ends out in practice while we were setting up here in the media centre. Moves away from us again and bowls. This is much better, fuller and much straighter, and left alone by Came. Might have just nipped away as well as Roderick moved away to his right to take it. I was sitting behind the arm this morning watching Hannon Dalby, and he was getting quite a lot of movement away from the right-handers in practice. That's what he'll be aiming for. Those 4 slips, as I say, in place. Adam Hose at first slip. A welcome return for him after what was a really unpleasant injury that he suffered last season. And Hannon Dalby again is in, and Kame is hurried slightly by this one, just dropped it down on the offside, and Brett Oliveira comes into field. So Harry Kame skippering Derbyshire today. Wayne Madsen, their long-term captain, is out with that injury that he suffered in the T20 World Cup, but should be back fairly soon, I understand. And the rest of the Derbyshire side, Jewell, the opening partner, and then Matthew Montgomery, Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson, Lewis Rees, Anuj Dahl, Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, Mohammed Abbas and Shoaib Bashir. As this time Hannon Dalby over pitches slightly and Kame drives, but there's a good diving stop off his own bowling by Hannon Dalby. Yeah, I had a little chat with the 2 Worcestershire openers out there this morning, Fletcher, and I think it was about 10:15, and I said, bit chilly, isn't it? And they said, yeah. And I said, do you want to bat or bowl? And they said, I think we'd like to bowl.
Yeah,
and I said, yeah, I don't blame you, because Mohammed Abbas, I mean, from a Worcestershire point of view, Fletch, what a signing he is. That is for Derbyshire.
Yes, I mean, we're quite excited.
A superb bowler, county champion last year, of course, and looking at Derbyshire from an outside point of view, as a follower of Worcestershire who have been relegated, Hannon Dalby bowls, and Kame is forward again, playing defensively out on the onside. End of the second over, 7 without lost Derbyshire put into bat. Yeah, looking from outside, only just missed out last year, really, finishing 3rd, just a few points away from getting promoted. Some good young players coming through. The impetus is very much a positive one for the club. And what do you need? It's like bringing in a top goal scorer into a football team, isn't it? To just push you into that next level. You must be beginning this season with more hope probably than you have for quite a while, I would have thought, if you're a Derbyshire supporter.
I got caught out a couple of seasons ago. Here's Taylor around the wicket to the left-handed. Jewell, who's beaten. Fantastic delivery from Tom Taylor, who's no stranger to the county ground, of course. Having started his career here, he was in and out of the side when I first started in 2016-17, around then, and has forged himself a very, very decent career, Tom Taylor. And that was a terrific delivery to Caleb Jewell. And when there are 4 slips in play, you don't really want to be having to play those deliveries, but he had to. As Taylor's in again, and this one's off the edge, into the ground, down towards the now familiar vacant 3rd man area for 4 runs. So Jewell is off the mark for the season as well, perhaps not in the manner he would have entirely wanted. And Derbyshire move on to 11 without loss in the 3rd over. I've just had a message off Aunt Parry. There are ways to get in touch with us, and a lot of you know the ways that I'm not allowed to tell you what they are, because we're not allowed to tell you anymore, but you can email Derbyshire Cricket, all one word, at bbc.co.uk if you wish. There is no compunction, of course. If you just want to listen and hopefully enjoy, that's equally fine. As Taylor's in again, and that one is guided into the ground, too far short of the man at 4th slip. Is that Libby?
Yeah.
On fire. On fire. It was
well done.
It was his height that gave it away. But yeah, so Libby stops the ball just after it bounced in front of him. But it is cold out there. There's a possibility of the odd shower every now and again. But tomorrow, Sunday and Monday look really good. In fact, Monday, and you'd hope it goes to Monday, 15 degrees. As Taylor bowls to Jewell, who plays at that one. He'll tell you he pulled the bat inside the line. I'm not sure that he did. But that's what he's trying to convey to Taylor. It was always going to be as they say, a tricky first half hour or so with a pitch that if Mohammed Abbas had bowled on it, Worcestershire would be 4 down by now. They wouldn't, clearly. But you never know. Really looking forward to seeing Abbas
Yeah.
bowl. I saw him in the nets last Sunday. My word. He was bowling at batters, which is unusual, as Taylor bowls at the leading edge. He tries to turn that one into the leg side duel, and it dribbles out to D'Oliveira at it's a sort of straight cover, really.
Yeah, you want
Mid-off.
the most important thing, I think, from a Derbyshire point of view, and again, I say that as if I have some right to say that. I don't at all, but you've got to
right,
keep him fit, haven't you? You know,
That hasn't been an issue over his career,
No,
which is
no.
remarkable, yes, for a quick bowler. But you look at his physique. I mean, he's a professional athlete. He is not carrying an ounce. And he made the batters as a duel. Again, he's squared up by Taylor. It's a no ball, another one from Tom Taylor, called by
Chris Watson.
Chris Watts at the far end. Yes, I was looking at it's Tom Lungley at our end.
Yes, I saw Tom. He pulled up in the car park just as I arrived. Tom
In his
Long.
Jag.
He got out of his car, and I said, "No, he wasn't in his Jag. He must have had the wife's car." He got out of the car, and I just said, "Home game," and he said, "It's taken me 4 minutes to get here." He said, "Yeah."
Yeah, we saw Tom quite a bit last season. Still in the record books as the man with the best figures in T20 cricket for Derbyshire.
Yeah.
That goes back a bit. Abbas will only play red ball cricket, of course. He doesn't play white ball cricket, as a rule. 14 without loss. Taylor to Kame this time. Strikes him on the pad. Probably going down leg side. We're not at the perfect angle here. We do have superb pictures, which are in real time as well next to us, but that looked like it was going. The whole shot and everything else suggested it was going down leg, and the third over is complete. Derbyshire 15 without loss, 5 each to Kame and Jewel, and extras, which there they are. We've got 5 as well. Very neat. Decent-ish crowd, and considering how cold it is. I know it's a bank holiday generally, isn't it? Good Friday. Some people do work Good Friday, but we're working, Frank, and you know,
Indeed, yeah.
it shouldn't be forgotten that we're working on Good Friday, and possibly on Easter Monday as well, just for the normal rate. 15 without loss. I've started.
Alan Dolby in for his second over. Bowls outside the off stump. Kame shapes to cut, then doesn't bring his arms down, lets the ball go through. It climbed outside the off stump through to Gareth Roderick. Yeah, every team needs its. I mean, Surrey may be a bit different when they've got about 10 top-class pace bowlers to call on, but for most counties, particularly counties like these two, you've probably got 1 or 2 that you really do want to stay fit. Worcestershire need Tom Taylor, for example, to stay fit. Came on the back foot, punches this through the covers, nicely timed. Not going to go all the way. D'Oliveira will pull it up inside the ropes at extra cover. They come through for 3. Hannah Dolby has yet to settle. Just doesn't seem to have found any rhythm yet. Came capitalising with a nice shot. And Hannah Dolby will bowl to the left-hander for the first time.
We're very fortunate, Frank, to have a Hannon Dolby expert joining us on commentary today. And Clive Eakin, who will be on shortly as a...
He's seen, probably commentated on more Hannah Dolby wickets
Yes, than anybody in the world.
Yeah.
So it'll probably just go off when Clive comes on. That's how these things work.
Yeah.
He'll be with us about 10-15 minutes time or so. Good to see the old boy. And it also means we have now a majority of Tranmere Rovers fans in the commentary box today, who will both be exceptionally nervous between 3 and 4:45.
Hannah Dolby in again then. Very straight approach, bowl. Good delivery, this one outside the off stump to the left-handed Jewel, who allowed it to go past outside the off stump, but there was a hint of movement back into him after it passed the stumps. But yeah, going back to my point about fitness, Worcestershire need Tom Taylor to stay fit. He plays all formats as well, and they have to be really careful not to overbowl him. And I think, Derbyshire, having made the signing of Mohamed Abbas, really capitalise on it. Another good delivery from Hannon Dalby, left alone outside the off stump by Caleb Jewell.
I think the fixtures have fallen quite nice in that they play the first 2 and then they have a week off.
Yeah.
Or the following weekend there is no game.
Yeah.
They come back and then they play 5 in a row, which will be the test. And because he doesn't play T20 and he doesn't play 50-over cricket, he'll get plenty of time, downtime really, Mohamed Abbas, throughout the course of the season.
It'll be managing it, won't
Yeah.
it? Even in that 5 in a row, just making sure that they don't overdo it. Hannon Dalby in, bowls, edged down to third man. It's going to go. Is it going to go 4? No, it's going to pull up just inside the rope. They get 2.
It is a little soft out there.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that it was the quickest outfield in the world.
Walk down as you did before and thought exactly the same, but nonetheless, it's dry and it's reasonably quick. First one at this end that was edged did go all the way for 4. 2 more anyway. Came has 8, Jewell has 7. Derbyshire 20 without loss in the 4th over, having been put into bat. No massive scares. Leading edge in the first over from Harry Kame went back over the bowler's head. Other than that, they've negotiated things quite well, these two, and that continues as Jewell blocks the last one out on the offside from Hannon Dalby. So 4 overs gone, 20 without loss Derbyshire. Decent start, having lost the toss, and the expectations of this crowd, the high expectations of the Derbyshire members this year are probably intact, shall we say, after the first 20 minutes.
The optimistic ice cream van has arrived over in the car park on the far side, and many thanks to all the people who've already got in touch with us. I'll try and get through them in this over. From Tom Taylor. Ant Parry says it's great to have the commentary back for another season. Expectation and hope of Derbyshire as Taylor is in 2, came with 4 slips in place, and he drives a little edgily out towards the cover boundary. He's going to come back for 2, and he won't need to run anymore because it hits the rope now. And it's a boundary for Harry Kame, who moves on to 12. It's 24 without loss. We'll be in Ant's van as he travels around for work, which is great. Thank you for the nice comments. And a couple on the Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk email address. I'll come to yours second, David. Mick's been on, just saying, as we've been talking about promotion, the 2 results against Glamorgan cost Derbyshire last year, no question. It rained a lot in the second one as Kame pushes this next delivery from Taylor into the leg side. He'll be at the ground tomorrow, so fingers crossed for this season, he says, and hopefully go one better. Yeah, absolutely, Mick. Good to hear from you. David McCardle says, morning, Fletch, I'm working too. Yeah, I bet you're working harder than we are. Always an exciting time of the year. It's good to have us back. Yes, thank you. The commentary, yes. The commentary fell out. That's unfortunate. I think we were just having 1 or 2 technicals, but when we were discussing the Swanepoel situation. But I'd like to know more.
Okay.
So I'll leave that with Frank for the next over. Oh, that's left alone by Harry Kame outside the off stump. He says, I don't know what the no objection requirements are. I assume they were solely to do with managing player workloads rather than being a way of punishing somebody without a hearing if they do something, well, he says stupid, perhaps silly would be a better word, which this guy appears to have done. Thank you, David. Up in Stirling. It's a very strange kind of carry-on, in all honesty. And doesn't really benefit anybody as far as I can see. And Toffee Banana on Blue Sky. I don't get many messages on Blue Sky, but it's nice to have one. As Taylor bowls, it's driven nicely by Harry Kame out to the cover boundary for 4 more. That was the best shot of the morning so far from the Derbyshire stand-in skipper. He moves on to 16 off just 19 deliveries, and Derbyshire on to 28 without loss, having been asked about first by Worcestershire. Who do you think misses out when Madsen's available? As I quite like all of our top 6 this season. Well, Martin Anderson would drop down to 7. I think it's the lower end of the side that is most endangered. Do they need Anderson, Rees, and Dahl? Do they need all 3 of them? All fine players, no question. But so I think Brooke Guest drops down 1. Martin Anderson drops down 1 to accommodate Wayne Madsen, because I think the top 3 is pretty much set as Taylor bowls. That one is driven down the ground. It's a nice stop by D'Oliveira at mid-off, diving away to his right-hand side. The Worcestershire skipper. D'Oliveira and Libby are the two easiest ones to spot. That's Kashi Valley at backward point, I think.
Yeah.
Ethan Brooks is at mid-wicket. Am I right?
No,
Excellent.
Latigan, I think.
Well,
hang on. No, Brooks is at second slip.
Oh, is he? Well, who's that at mid-wicket then?
So that is
It's Taylor.
Finch.
Raps came on the pads with one that looked like it jagged back towards him from Taylor. Over comes to an end. We've had 5. Derbyshire at 28 without loss. Came has 16. Jewel has 7. As we welcome listeners to Sports Extra. I don't know which number. Could be 1, 2 or 3, but thank you to Kevin Hells for the early visit. Must be chucking it down at Leicester.
Let's just talk about this bias Ronapol situation then, for the benefit of whoever that was that got in touch. I'll say what I know about it. He was playing in a one-day cup final in South Africa and left early. Bowled his 10-over spell, so that suggests, and they say, oh, well, he usually bowls at the death. But he bowled his 10 overs. Maybe somebody must have known that he was thinking of going early. But he left an hour or whatever it was before the end of the game with his team in the field to catch his flight to England. Don't know why he couldn't have caught one the next day. As Hannah Dolby is in and bowls, and Jewel is defending this down into the gully off the back foot. And his team was denied a substitute because of the circumstances under which he left, and eventually lost the game very narrowly.
It was narrow. It was about three
runs, 3 wickets.
Three wickets. Yeah.
Not surprisingly, his teammates and I think supporters, etc., were unimpressed. Don't know why he had to catch that flight. As Hannah Dolby bowls, this one's left alone outside the off stump by Jewel through to Roderick. And he has arrived. He has been in Worcester. He's not allowed to play, to practice even, I don't think. And so he isn't playing in this game. And it is, I think, genuinely, through circumstances beyond the control of Worcestershire, for certain. They're trying to resolve it, trying to find out whether he can get the necessary paperwork. Hannah Dolby doesn't deliver this one. He just slipped as he reaches the crease. And so Worcestershire are, I think Ashley Giles was quoted as saying, there's no point screaming and shouting. You've got to try and negotiate and see if you can get this sorted out. I agree with whoever it was that contacted you, Fletch, who said, I thought these certificates were to protect bowlers, so that boards could say he's not going to play because we don't want him playing too much, rather than to punish them for a misdemeanour. And Dolby bowls, and Jewel picks up a quick single, pushing this one into the covers. And I dare say at some point people will start mentioning things like restraint of trade and that kind of thing, because he is being denied the opportunity to earn a living. But rules are rules, and I think Worcestershire's approach to the whole situation is just to be patient and see what transpires. In the meantime, they have brought in this man, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, on loan from Warwickshire, and he is in his 3rd over. As yet, he has not really found any great rhythm, and this time he bowls outside the off stump, and it's steered down to Kashif Ali in the gully by Harry Kame, who is skippering Derbyshire for the first time. Stand-in skipper in the absence of Wayne Madsen. He lost his first toss. Brett D'Oliveira called correctly and opted to field. But other than a leading edge off the 3rd ball of the first over this morning, which looped back over the bowler's head, Tom Taylor was the bowler, there have been few scares for this Derbyshire opening pair. And Dolby in again, bowls, and turns Harry Kame around this time as he just looked to turn it on the leg side. Perhaps that's one thing we could say we've seen 2 or 3 times. Batsmen just perhaps being turned round. I think this pitch is just a little bit on the slow side. My first impressions. A little bit of grass on it. It's not a real green one though that you often see at this time of year.
No, but that makes no difference here. It hasn't done for the last 10 years. The colour of the pitch is immaterial, it seems to me.
How would you characterise it? As this one is tickled away down to long leg where Matthew Waite is the fielder and they pick up a single.
I think your description of slow is really good. That's how they've been here, and I think they have been up and down the country largely. You see Lancashire supporters complaining that you can't bowl a side out twice at Old Trafford anymore. The pitches, and therefore the whole of the square really, and it's not really the case here at Derby, but I think because of the drainage, most pitches are the same now. And that's a real shame. It's a real shame. Derbyshire would never have left Somerset, you wouldn't have thought, if they were allowed to carry on with the pitches that they used to have down at Taunton, which turned, and they'd invariably play two spinners. But fortunately for Derbyshire, they don't. As Taylor begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Harry Kane, who leaves that one alone. Good to have you along as well, Mark. Another one on Blue Sky. Marvellous. That will please Kevin Howells as well, who's a big advocate of the butterfly. If that's what it is, who knows? I think it's a butterfly. 6 overs and 1 ball gone. Derbyshire will be pleased with this start, going along at 5 runs and over. There's a feature of Durham 2 years ago that they batted first a lot and scored runs heavily and quickly. As Taylor bowls to Kane, who turns this one into the onside, and there's no run. Most of that top 6, in fact I would say all of that top 6 have scored runs in pre-season. It is only pre-season, I know. In the game against Leicestershire at Grace Road and against Leeds Bradford, UCCE here. Saw bits of both games, but it was so unpleasant watching, and it can't have been pleasant playing either. In fact, in the game against Leeds Bradford, Zach Chappell had the hand warmers on his ears. It was that cold. As Taylor bowls to Kane, it just hurries him a little bit, but he manages to turn it back at a square on the leg side out towards Hannah Dolby. For a single, he moves on to 18. Jewel has 8, 31 without loss. But we shouldn't be playing this early in April. I'm not going to start that debate, but we shouldn't. That's just a fact. I'm talking to Shoaib Bashir yesterday, because obviously he needs to make an impression. He's desperate to make an impression. Saying April isn't necessarily the best time of the year for him and his type of bowler, which it isn't, but with his 6'8" frame, he might at least get a bit of bounce. Did take a wicket with his second ball in Derbyshire colours up at Grace Road, down at Grace Road. Taylor bowls to Jewel, clips that one into the leg side.
Played a couple of games for Worcestershire on loan 2 years ago. It's an odd career profile, isn't it, for somebody who gets into the Test arena so early.
It's been like 38 first-class matches plus 19 tests.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Ridiculous, really.
It couldn't have happened in a previous age.
Well, social media. It's got a lot to answer for him. It's got a lot to answer for. As Taylor bowls to Jewel, who looked like he was trying to leave that one alone and actually got the bottom end of the bat on it. It's raced away towards the players' pavilion for 4. I have no idea. Genuine. I'm going to have to look at the replay. I thought, sure, he was leaving. Yeah, well. Yeah.
It was a very late decision, obviously, to take the bat, because he got so much bat on it, didn't he?
Too late, as it turned out, to leave the ball, because he'd already hit it.
But to hit it that hard when you're trying to...
Yeah. They're good bats, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. They certainly are.
Yeah. Not like the ones we used to pluck out of a bag on a Tuesday night, which had been used by about 1,000 people in the village. Mind you, the boxes were more terrifying, but we won't go there either. 35 without loss. Both of the openers now into double figures. Jewel has 12. Taylor around the wicket, bowls to the Australian, the Tasmanian, who's used to this kind of weather. And he lets it go through. We're going to hear from our Oliver Hannon Dolby expert now before his spell finishes. So I'll make way for Clive Eakin, if you just carry on, Frank. And
Yep.
I'll be back. Well, I've got a 12 o'clock update that I can do independently, and then I'll take over from you a bit later on.
So, yeah, good start for Derbyshire. I think Worcestershire will be disappointed, probably on 2 counts. One, that they haven't induced much in the way of uncertainty or difficulty for the batsmen, and 2, on the basis that the runs have come pretty quickly and fairly comfortably for this left-hand, right-hand combination. It's the right-hander, Harry Kame, on strike as Ollie Hannon-Dolby moves in and bowls to him. That's a better delivery in terms of line and length, just outside off stump. Little bit of movement back into the right-hander this time, but left alone. Through it goes to Gareth Roderick. Good morning to
Yes,
Clive
good morning,
Eakin.
Frank.
Clive, we were saying that Oliver Hannon-Dolby, you've
Yeah.
probably commentated
Well, I
on
was-
more of his wickets than anybody else.
Funnily enough, when I was walking to the box, I was thinking, I wonder how many overs I've described Ollie Hannon-Dolby bowling over the years.
Yeah. Not many for Worcestershire, that's for sure. In he comes now anyway and bowls, and Kane is forward and pushing out on the onside. He just hasn't got a bit of any rhythm, I don't think, this morning. He slipped a couple of times. His first couple were almost, well, long hops, looseners. He just doesn't seem to have been able to find any rhythm yet. 1 or 2 good deliveries. Taylor a little bit more threatening, but neither really capitalising on the conditions. And I think, as I say, Worcestershire will be a little bit disappointed by the way things have gone so far. Early days, and it'll be in again. Bowls, and that one does perhaps trouble Kane more than any delivery that he's bowled so far. Went through outside the off stump, I think flicked the top of the pad, came back quite sharply. Gareth Roderick took it moving to his left, and there was a kind of strangled appeal from both behind and in front of the wicket, but umpire Tom Lungley, unimpressed.
He had a unusually sort of sparse season last season, after I think at least 2, not 3 seasons in a row where he got 50 wickets in the season. He struggled for wickets somewhat last season, Hannon-Dolby.
Comes in again now and bowls, and Kane is once again just turned round a little bit. This is his best over so far, Hannon-Dolby.
He
Looks to me as though he's just started to try and get the ball to come back into the right-hander now rather than going away.
He bowled on a lot of fairly slow, flat pitches last season. Of course, he will have joined in the "we've got rid of the Kookaburra ball" party, no doubt, when that was announced for this season.
Yeah. Comes in once more. And bowls and beats Kane. This is, as I say, this is his best over so far. One more dot for a maiden. He hasn't managed that yet. It's his 4th over. None for 11.
That's what he's usually relied. Even when he's
Yeah,
not taking wickets, he
nagging.
doesn't go for
Yeah,
runs, and
yeah.
11 runs and
Yeah.
3.5 overs. But I don't actually have, I'm not tentative enough to know how many overs I've described Ollie Hannon-Dolby bowling over the years, but it must be a fair number.
Not at the moment in the at the top of the pecking order, as it were, at Edgbaston. Hence his availability for this game. Doesn't get a maiden because Kane pushes this one away into the covers and picks up a single, which means he'll keep the strike. So Harry Kane goes to 19 and Caleb Jewell has 12. There have been 5 extras, and the total is 36 without loss.
No, they've somewhat strengthened their bowling attack. The Bears for this season with the sign of Nathan Gilchrist. Also got Jordan Thompson, Bo Webster back as well. So they have more bowling options this season. So, yeah, it's a good move for Hannon-Dolby. First couple of games, while the strange case of Swanepoel is sorted out. But it's going to be still Tom Taylor, last season's top wicket taker to bowl. 4 slips in place. It's still going for this wicket. Comes in the ball to Harry Kane, who very nearly gave a Corton ball in the very first over. That time he leaves it outside off stump. There's no run. I don't know if you and I was next door, whether you and Dave discussed the Rory Burns incident this morning. Do you mention that?
No.
First wicket of the season was Rory Burns being run out at Edgbaston. I haven't seen it, but apparently the run call was so bad that a terrible throw was still enough to run him out. So, not quite the start of the season that he was hoping for.
Big wicket.
Indeed. That one is pushed out to mid-off. There's no run. I suppose it's a bit of a Midas touch from Ed Barnard as new Warwickshire captain.
Yeah, so nobody at Worcester is surprised to see Ed Barnard made captain of Warwickshire. It was only a matter of time, I felt. Plays all formats, intelligent cricketer, the right age, the right sort of experience, and no doubt he and the committee and the members are hoping that it's the start of a big period for Warwickshire. They've had so many promising times, haven't they?
Taylor bowls. It's turned round to square leg by Kane, who's on to 20.
You know, they've invested a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of effort. There've been quite a few restructures, haven't there, on and off the field. And I think Ed Barnard represents the future in some ways, doesn't he? And they'll be hoping that they can get some silverware. They've been so near so many times, haven't they?
Yeah, well, and the big thing is the T20 Blast, where they've now lost 4 or maybe 5 quarterfinals in a row.
Yeah.
Taylor then going to Caleb Jewell round the wickets, and Jewell just drops a bat on that. They think about a quick single. There isn't one to be had. Derbyshire remain on 37 without loss. One more ball, the 9th over to go, put into bat this morning. It's grey, overcast, but at the moment okay. So there's delays in a couple of matches elsewhere, but no such problem here. Sweaters on, at least one per player. I should imagine 1 or 2 are on 2 or 3 sweater days. A photographer did pop up into the press room on his way to making a cup of tea, and someone asked him what's it like out there, and he said it was cold with an expletive in front of the cold. So it is a bit chilly out there by all accounts. This next one, Jewell again just drops his bat on it, tries to squeeze it past Gully but can't, and it's a dot ball. So Worcestershire slowed the run scoring down the last couple of overs. Derbyshire will be happy with the solid start they received. You're getting a sense of deja vu, by the way. This was actually the opening fixture in the second division in the 2023 season. Worcestershire came here, first game of the season. They won it on that occasion. There's Taylor bowls, and that's just a little over pitch and driven through long off. There's no one there. So Jewell scampers a few steps forward, but then realises he doesn't have to run. That's going to go through for 4. Nice shot from Caleb Jewell. He moves on to 16, and Derbyshire 41 without loss after 9 overs.
Yeah, proper full half volley from Tom Taylor to finish that over. And Jewell all he had to do was get a bat on it, wasn't it? He just punched it, didn't he? It was just a case of there's no fielder there. Just as long as he got a bat on it, he was going to get a boundary. Adam Finch is going to come into the attack now. And commentary, no, he's not. I think we're going to see one more from Hannah Dolby. Finch was loosening up quite vigorously, so maybe he's going to come on at the other end. Hannah Dolby going to carry on, having bowled, as I said, the best over that he's bowled so far. And he is going to continue. But, as I said 5 minutes ago, from a Worcestershire point of view, 4 slips in place. Nothing has really, well, one's been edged along the ground, but nothing more has been edged. It's been a slightly disappointing opening, having won the toss. And Dolby bowls, and this one's turned by Kame on the leg side, just behind square 4. Another single. The runs have come fairly comfortably, it must be said. 42 without loss. Kame has 21, Jewell has 16. And it's not been a difficult first 40 minutes for the batters, which they might have anticipated. And it probably should have been a little bit more difficult. But it is early season, and however much pre-season you've played, when the real thing comes along, it takes a while for the bowlers usually to discover their rhythm. Another single comfortably taken by the left-handed Jewel here, just pushed into the covers off the back foot.
Yeah, Derbyshire, a lot of expectation here after last season when they finished third, missed out on promotion by just 5 points. They've kept the band together with some significant additions.
Yeah, they have.
Shari Bashir, Mohammed Abbas, and of course they've got Caleb Jewel-Batty now back.
Yeah, we were talking about that while you were off air, Clive. They've probably come into this season with more expectation than they've had for a long, long time, I would think. And the sun is just beginning to make its presence felt as Ollie Hannon-Dolby beats the bat outside the off stump. Caleb, I beg your pardon, Harry came just feeling for that one a little bit. And through it went to Roderick.
I was reading up about Harry Kane this morning, and his great-grandfather captained England, Walter Robbins. Pleased to say that I don't remember him, because I have reached a stage now where there are players whose granddads I can just about remember. Brett D'Oliveira being the case in point, obviously, but not quite great-granddads yet.
And Dolby bowls again, and Kane pushes up to mid-on. Well, I won't go into it. I've said it many times, but there's a player out there whose granddad I played with, Clive, so that's quite worrying. Yeah, Ethan Brooks' granddad was played at the club where I started. So when I was a sort of 14, 15, 16-year-old, and he was still in the side, and I just got into the first team, I played with his granddad and with his dad and his uncle. So yeah, it only gets worse. Let's put it that way. Here's Hannon-Dolby again, bowls, and the great grandson of Walter Robbins, Harry Kane, pushes this one off the front foot through mid-wicket for a single. The grandson of Basil D'Oliveira does the fielding.
I did have to chuckle when I read about Walter Robbins on Wikipedia. He went on to be a chairman of the test selectors, and it says in Wikipedia, he was a strong advocate of brighter cricket to an extent that sometimes failed to recognise the realities of international cricket in the post-war era. Well, he'd go all right now, wouldn't he?
I was going to say it, and there you go. Plus ça change. Plus ça change, yeah. Absolutely. Well, interestingly, this break off as Hannon-Dolby bowls again, and this one is played nicely off the back foot by the left-handed Jewel. Back to the bowler, no run, end of the over. Interestingly, when I've talked to Ethan Brooks about playing with his granddad, and I said he played that kind of cricket too, back in the 60s and 70s. David Brooks, if there's anybody listening who remembers playing against him for Alton Cricket Club, he was a champagne cricketer, shall we say, before champagne cricket had even been invented. And it is going to be Adam Finch, the first bowling change of the day. 44 without loss, Derbyshire. Kane 22 and Jewel 17. And Taylor comes out of the attack with figures of 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28.
Elsewhere, the First Division, now 21 for 2 at Edgeworths against Warwickshire. No play at Southampton or Cardiff so far. Leicester, Sussex going well, 74 for 1. Got a few points to make up the season, of course. Somerset, 14 for 2 against the defending champions Notts at Taunton. Second Division, Middlesex, 12 without loss in the 11th over against Gloucestershire at Lords. That sounds a thriller. Lancashire, 35 without loss against Northampton. Durham, 41 for 1 against Kent. So it is Adam Finch then to come in to bowl. He's bowling to Harry Kane, who lets that one go outside off stumps. Uzanars, but it was a comfortable enough leave. And Adam Finch, 25 years of age now, born in Stourbridge. This is his 37th first-class match. Made his first-class debut 7 seasons ago now, at the age of 19. Well, his last first-class match was actually in July against Hampshire at New Road. There's number 61 on his back. Probably a reason for that, but I don't know what it is. 3 slips in place, right arm over as he comes into bowl to Kane, who lets that one go as well. Bit of bounce. Roderick takes it behind the stumps. There's no run. Both these teams showing a bit of stability in that 6 of the Worcestershire team played in their last championship match of last season. Derbyshire have got 7 of their team played in the last championship match of the season last season. Good to see Adam Hose back in the Worcestershire side after his horrendous injury in August of last season. Tall figure Finch comes into bowl, and that's driven not out of the meat of the bat from Kame, and rolls somewhat apologetically to the bowler as Kame rehearses the shot. There's no run. Does a bit of prodding.
Yeah, good to see Adam Hose back, because it was a horrible injury, and he's become quite an important member of this Worcestershire team. Adam Hose brings a level of experience to the batting, which is important.
In comes Finch, that's left, there's no run. But that also made me realise how time flies. When I saw he was 33, it seems like only yesterday he was a young up-and-coming star. Bit of bounce there again from Finch, not always making the batter play at the moment, but he's getting a little bit of bounce. Few in the ground today. This ground has changed so much over the years. I did count last time how many commentary positions I've been in this ground. It must be...
Well, square was the other way around.
That's right, yeah. I think I must have done about 5 different commentary positions now. He comes a right arm over, and it just drops a bat on that. Kane wonders if there's a quick run. There isn't. It's a dot ball. Remains 44 without loss. Yes, used to be there was a press box which should be completely knocked down. I can't remember exactly where it was now. It was probably on the opposite side to where it might have been actually over there to the left where the pavilion is now. But anyway, and there was at least one media area which was condemned because it was getting quite dangerous. This next one is driven towards mid-off, but stopped with the boots of Finch, who starts with a maiden.
First maiden of the day.
44 without loss, Derbyshire. We've had 11 overs, so decent start from the home side.
First maiden of the day. Worcestershire, if you're just joining us, team news. Worcestershire, obviously without Byers Swanepoel for whatever reason. Well, because he hasn't got the paperwork required to allow him to play. The reasons for that are, well, under discussion. Oliver Hannon-Dolby coming in to replace him. Well, I say you can't really replace somebody who's never played, but coming in to take that spot in the side that probably would have gone to Swanepoel. Other than that, Libby, Latigan, Kashif Ali, Hose, D'Oliveira, Roderick, Brooks, Waite, Taylor and Finch make up the side. Derbyshire without the injured Wayne Madsen, being skippered by Harry Kane, who's out there at the moment on 22, but not on strike, as Hannon-Dolby comes in and bowls, and Jewell placed down into the gully, and there's no run. So their side is Jewell and Kane, these two openers, Matthew Montgomery, Brooke Guest, the keeper, Martin Anderson, Lewis Rees, Anuj Dahl, Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, Mohammed Abbas, and Shoaib Bashir. There is a lot of capability in that side, a lot of all-rounders. Rees, Dahl, Chappell, Aitchison, the brilliant signing Mohammed Abbas, and Shoaib Bashir as well. So a balanced attack for them. This one again played defensively out on the onside by the left-handed Jewell.
I heard you and Dave discussing Shoaib Bashir. I mean, his career path is exactly the sort of thing that, in theory, is supposed to stop happening now, and that actually the selectors will take county cricket into account. Whether that actually happens in practice, we shall have to wait to see.
Yeah. It is a modern phenomenon, isn't it, really? As Hannon Dolby again bowls, and the left-handed duel pushes up to mid-off. Just a suggestion, dare I say it, that Oliver Hannon Dolby is settling down a little bit now. He's in his 6th over, just tidied up a bit. He's gone for 15. That's not to suggest that he's been terribly loose, because he hasn't, but he just appeared to me to have lacked a little bit of rhythm early on. But now the tall, angular figure is settling, I think, slightly. Comes in again and bowls, and that one is outside the off stump and left alone by Caleb Jewell.
When he started at Warwickshire, having signed from Yorkshire, he was very much a white ball specialist for quite a few years. He'd play the occasional red ball game when there were injuries around. But then, maybe 5 or 6 seasons back, he suddenly started having quite an impact with the red ball and became a regular in that format, more so actually than he is in the white ball now. Couldn't get into the Bears T20 side for the last few seasons, but a regular in the Championship.
And that's another good delivery from him. Good leave as well by the left-handed Jewell outside the off stump, but having left it, he saw it move back towards the leg side, back in as it passed the off stump, and Gareth Roderick, moving away to his right, made the take. Yeah, it's an interesting ground, this, and as you say, it used to be a race course. It used to have a straight mile, so it was a vast open space when I first came here in the 80s, and the wind used to really whistle across it. It still does a bit. It's still quite an open ground, but it has changed considerably. And of course they turned the square round, and that long low building that we could see now down at Fine Leg as Hannon Dolby moves in used to be the Players Pavilion. It's Hannon Dolby bowls, and that is a full half volley driven beautifully through the covers by Jewell. The last ball of the over, I'll have a look in a minute how many times it's happened, but at least 3 times so far has gone to the boundary, almost as though the bowler just loses concentration, and Hannon Dolby, for the 2nd over in succession, having bowled 5 dots, concedes runs off the last ball of the over. Lovely shot for all that by Jewell. 21 now to him, came 22, and Derbyshire making pretty untroubled progress in this first hour here, are, having lost the toss, a very comfortable 48 without loss.
Yeah, very nice start from them. Finch will come into bowl to Kane. Kane was involved in the county record opening stand back in 2023. As that's played a short point, there's no run. He's got a fair way to go to match that. But on 360 with Lewis Rees in 2023 to save a game here against Glamorgan. The temporary burden of captaincy doesn't seem to be worrying him too much at the moment in terms of his batting form. He takes over from Wayne Madsen, who's such a key batter for Derbyshire, so important that others fill the void in this game. Finch, the busy road behind him, comes into bowl. Right arm over, and that's defended solidly by Kane. Back to the bowler. He's yet to concede a run. Adam Finch might be getting close to no balling, because a couple of times now he's just brushed the front line where his foot is landing, and whether the umpire said to him, you're getting a bit close. 2 no balls called this morning at that end of Tom Taylor. But isn't it marvellous the cricket season's underway? It's great, but we're playing, so who cares?
Yeah, it's good.
We're playing.
It's been a long winter, hasn't it?
Yes. In comes Finch. Let's just go down the next side. They're appealing for a catch down the leg side. He's absolutely convinced, Finch, but the umpire isn't. And I'm not sure that Gareth Roderick or the slip cordon were really that convinced either. Adam Finch was. You could hear a click, but I suspect it was off the thigh pad.
Yeah, when you've bowled for nearly an hour without a breakthrough, liable to get a little bit excited by something like that, but I didn't think there was much in it. Batter didn't look too concerned. Never know. But straw clutching, do you think?
Yes, I suspect they wouldn't have reviewed that had there been reviews. Still no reviews in the Championship. One key change, again, I don't really discuss this earlier, but in comes Finch, and that's driven to mid-off. There'll be no run. But they're allowing player replacements now for any injury, not just concussions. But if a player breaks an arm or does some damage to their leg and can't carry on, they can be replaced. It's interesting, the write-up, the way it was introduced, it was almost the ECB was saying to the counties, look, chaps, we haven't got the resources to monitor this very closely, so we're relying on you not to take the mickey and take advantage of the rule unfairly. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. It's on a one-year experiment. That's played into the covers as no run. There's bound to be rows at some point when a player's replaced. It reminds me of when the substitutions were allowed, when Warwickshire replaced Boyd Rankin, who was called up by England, replaced him with Keith Barker, who went on to score a century, something that Boyd Rankin certainly would not have done.
Well, you couldn't have really predicted that Keith Barker was going to do it either, was it?
No, although he did
more of a batter than Boyd Rankin.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Back at Warwickshire season, Keith
There's
Barker.
another big innovation this morning, actually out there in front of our eyes, Clive, at the moment.
This next one is left, there's no run. Go on.
Well, I've never seen green sawdust before.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
There we are, green sawdust. Another maiden from Finch. London buses, 2 overs, 2 maidens for Adam Finch. Nobody else managed a maiden. And also had that shout for a catch behind down the leg side. Optimistic. Yeah, green sawdust we've got out here.
The only other big change, or biggish change, we've already alluded to it, but the fact that they've finally done away with the Kookaburra ball experiment.
Yeah, well, it was a
relief to most.
It was a nonsense, I think, in my opinion, from start to finish, in the sense that they said it was because we wanted to replicate conditions in Australia so that people could get used to it before the Ashes, and none of them were playing in any of the games anyway. And the conditions were nothing like they were in Australia. And the other thing was, they thought it might create an impact in terms of encouraging spinners, but it didn't really do that either, did it? Matthew Waite is into the attack for his first over. Lively medium pace. Waite hits the deck quite hard, broad shoulders, swings the ball back into the left-hander as a rule, away from the right-hander.
Well, I heard Alex Stewart last season on BBC 5 Live Sport Extra, almost pleading for the end of the experiment. When he's doing that, then you know, come on.
I don't think many people were in favour of it. Here's Waite again, about 10 pace run-up, bowls, just short of a length, played down into the gully by the left-handed jaw. Just a busy cricketer, Matthew Waite, and he hits the ball hard, hits the seam, hits the deck. Approach from about probably 15, 20 yards, takes a couple of big strides, almost laterally. A very characteristic start of his run-up. And then gets the old arms going. There we go. And just pumps them through. He comes in and bowls again, and this one is turned on the leg side by Jewell. Good start from Waite, good start from Finch, having taken over from the opening pair, Taylor and Hannon Dolby. No breakthrough for Worcestershire. The nearest they've come to a wicket was in the very first over, wasn't it, when that ball stopped and Harry Kane got a leading edge, and it looped back, and it looked for all the world as though Taylor would take a return catch, but he couldn't locate the ball. It had dropped 3 or 4 yards behind him. His Waite again. In and bowls and beats Jewell. That's probably the most comprehensive beating of the bat, I think, that we've seen today. He really felt for that one, did Caleb Jewell, and it nipped off the seam and through to Roderick at about knee height. Good start from Waite then. But Worcestershire really haven't threatened a great deal and need a breakthrough. Otherwise they'll feel that having won the toss, it hasn't offered them as much advantage as they would have hoped. Waite is in again and bowls. Jewell is very solidly forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. But runs have definitely dried up a little bit, Clive, and the batsmen have been made to just be a little bit more circumspect in the last 4 or 5 overs.
Well, that's what you need to do. Obviously, if you're not getting wickets, you need to at least make it difficult to score runs.
Yeah, just a little bit too easy early on. Wait again. 3 sips still in place. He bowls, and that one does shape back into the left-hander, but not till after it had passed the stumps, left alone by Caleb Jewell. A maiden for Matthew Waite to start. 48 without loss. Derbyshire. Kame has 22. Jewell has 21. And after a little bit more chat from Clive Eakin, he will be joined by Dave Fletcher.
Thank you, Frank. Watson. As we're going to see Finch continue.
Sorry,
you're back.
I'm back, yeah. I'm back.
Left slightly prematurely.
Well, Dave was here, but I didn't realise he was just about to do a news update, so I beg your pardon.
Well, this one is down by the toes of the batter. There's no run. He's got this contraption. He does report so much. I've not seen outside Derby before, so I'll have to ask him about it later. So he'll be doing an update for Radio Derby in a moment. If you want to follow all that's going on in all the county cricket matches, by the way, don't forget to scroll down to the... You might already be on the County Championship live page. If not, you'll find it on the BBC Cricket website. Alex Hogg, Gideon Brooks, Harry Everett and Paul Grundle are on duty today. This next one is played... Oh, it's a nice drive, straight down the ground from Jewell. Nice and straight, so beats a wideish mid-off, and it's 4 runs, and it's a 50 partnership for these two. As Kame hits his 4th boundary, and that 50 partnership has come in, I think it's something like 88 balls, taking into account the 2 no balls. Just check my mathematics on that one. Yes, 88 balls, 50. As I say, that does include 2 no balls. As also ruins his record of 2 maidens in a row. So he bowls 13 dot balls in a row, Finch, until that 4. So a very nice start to the season for Derbyshire. Very, very early to say, but this fixture does have a look of one between 2 of the potential contenders. Frankie's off now. He'll be back before too long. Worcestershire obviously have been relegated last season after 2 seasons in the First Division, so they want to bounce back quickly. And Derbyshire, as we've been mentioning, so narrowly denied promotion last season. That's a good ball. That bounces a bit and goes past the outside edge as Kane reaches for it, playing forward to it, and goes through to Roderick. And there is no run.
Clive Eakin, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good. Nice to see you. Very nice to see you.
Missing Burton Albion this afternoon, where are they?
Yes, they're at home to Barnsley. Keeping an eye on it. Just 4 points above the relegation zone, like other teams. All the best teams in the country are 4 points above that.
yeah.
That kind of area.
Finch comes in with 3 slips in place, and that's a run. Well, I always sort of follow Gary Bowyer because the first manager really I worked with, certainly when I was first time I worked for the BBC, the first manager I worked with was Ian Bowyer at Hereford. Gary's father.
Yeah.
Great bloke to work. Really enjoyed working with him quite a few years ago now.
Gary's excellent to work with. Quite expressive.
Cricketer now.
Yes, he was with us at Old Trafford, Gary, for a brief time.
3 slips in place. Kane comes into bowl, and that's left. There's no run. End of the over. Derbyshire still looking solid. 52 without loss after 15 overs.
Yeah, they'll be pleased, I think, Clive. Well, they'll be very pleased. There was that, as Frank said just a few moments ago, that one scare when the leading edge from Harry Kane looped over Tom Taylor's right arm. Taylor's a tall bowler, so I don't think anybody could have got. Perhaps Hannon Dolby, and perhaps Shoaib Bashir, who knows, who is also 7'3". He had to bend down to come in through. We did the preview in here yesterday, and he had to bend down to come through the door, which is always good. Although he didn't have to turn sideways like some of us do. Matthew Wade to continue from the race course, and yet to concede a run. Balls to the left-handed Jewel, who leaves alone outside the off stump. One going across him. Still grey, very grey. The lights, as I said earlier, the lights, those that are still working, are on at the moment.
There are 1 or 2 bulbs that you
Got
can
one or
change,
two,
isn't there?
yes. They had hoped to get some new floodlights installed by the start of the season, but I think they're having 1 or 2 planning difficulties.
How do you change those bulbs anyway? I wouldn't like to go up and
Well,
change
no, I
one of
wouldn't
those.
change them. I think you can see that they don't change them. Because they'd be big old things, wouldn't they? That one is pushed into the offside by Jewel.
Well, there was a period at Edgbaston where there was one bulb that wouldn't go out. It permanently on. They kept trying to switch them off and on and off and on. And they just wouldn't go out.
Every first-class match was played under floodlights.
Under a floodlight, yeah, for a while, yeah.
Now they've got 2 new scoreboards in, which is good. One away to the right, that's brand new, and a little repeater to the left. So I don't think there's anywhere in the ground you can't see a scoreboard now. Matthew Wade with that idiosyncratic start to his run up as he gets his feet sorted out, almost seemingly. That was bizarre. Jewel pushes it to square leg, and there's no run. I think that's Kushi Valley. Square leg mid-wicket.
It's quite a nice scoreboard to read, that one, isn't it?
It's not too much information. There's enough.
And it's quite clear lettering and...
Yeah. Brand new, though. Only just out of the wrapper. All the way from the Far East, I understand. He comes away again. 3 slips still. That one's left alone. It sort of comes back after it goes past the stumps, and it's taken to his right by Roderick.
Pleased to say there's been play now at every ground apart from Cardiff. Is the only one there's been no play. They've got underway now after a delayed start at Southampton.
Essex lost an early one.
They did,
in the first
9
division.
for 1, yeah. It's the one at Lords. I bet we wish we were there. It's improved slightly. 27 without loss in the 18th over now.
Yeah,
6 against Gloucestershire.
Nobody needs that. Welcome back. As Jewel, he's beaten by 1 there from Waite. A little straighter, and he was tempted to turn it into the leg side. He sort of jagged backwards out of the way in the end, and it allowed it to go through to the keeper. I see Leicestershire were getting carted, weren't they?
Yes.
Still are indeed. 109 after 16 overs and 5 balls. They've had a difficult start to life in Division 1, losing Peter Hanscom quite late on in pre-season. As Waite bowls, that one's on leg stump and just pushed down the backward square leg by Jewel, who moves on to 22, 53 without loss. They wanted Maharaj, didn't they? They'd signed him, and then he was withdrawn by South Africa as well. So to go in without your 2 first choice overseas is tricky, isn't it?
Not ideal.
Tricky.
Sussex look as if they're trying to make up that points deduction in one go. They've lost 12 points already because of financial difficulties.
Isn't it? I don't think that in a single, certainly in my time, you've been doing it a bit longer than I have, I think, but this is my 11th season. I don't remember a summer when so many counties have reported so many issues, either with players coming and not coming, or financial issues, or normally it's pretty quiet in the lead up to the county championship, but this year there seem to have been stories almost every day about somebody not coming, or a club being put into special measures, or people revolting against the boards.
Well, Callum Jewell is here for Derbyshire, having returned, and he's going to get a run there as he runs that down to short third. It's Adam Finch continuing to bowl. 4 bowlers used by Worcestershire so far, including Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's been signed on a short-term measure because of their problems with their overseas player. Bayes Swanepoel, for which they appear to be fairly powerless. They're just waiting on South African authorities to sort that one out.
It was fairly spectacular, wasn't it, to leave a game
Yeah.
and not tell anybody.
He bowled all his overs, so by last I'm off for a flight now to England. Anyway, in comes Finch, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. Something's gone wrong.
I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it so much that I screenshot it, and they mentioned that Ollie Hannon-Dolby was joining them for the first 2 rounds. The signing follows circumstances currently affecting Bayes Swanepoel, say Worcestershire. And what would they be then?
Well, he's here, ready to go, but anyway. There's a few people on the balconies, I see, over at the left-hand corner. Get a little free view of the cricket. There's this next one, that's wide, very wide, not quite wide enough to be called a wide. Has Gareth Roderick tumbling to his right to make the stop. There's no run, 54 without loss.
The chairman's box looks packed to the right of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground. Plenty of members there as well as the Derbyshire film crew up there.
It doesn't look like a bad turnout all around today.
I think it's okay. Helped by Derby not playing till 8 o'clock tonight, I think.
Oh, they play 8 o'clock early, okay. You never know with football these days when they're going to kick off.
No.
Finch just pushes his hair over his eyes, comes in the ball, right arm over, and that's driven nicely by Kane. There'll be a chase on. I think the ball's going to win that, and that's going to be 4 more runs. Kane moves on to 30, 58 without loss. And this is becoming a point of concern for Worcestershire now, if it wasn't already.
Full toss, I think.
Yeah.
Driven away, given the treatment. Call it what you will. Good work by the students following that ball all the way to the boundary. Well done, boys and girls. Phoebe working hard
these are people
in the stream
operating
room.
the cameras.
Yeah,
Okay.
they do a fine job.
Where are they students? Where were they?
University of Derby. Yeah, I think.
This next one, that's left. There's no run. I was a media student just for a year. Would have loved an opportunity like that.
Oh, absolutely. They do a fine job. A bit chilly today, I think.
Best I got was a bit of work experience at Radio Cleveland. Not that that wasn't useful. It wasn't quite the same as operating a camera at a cricket ground.
No.
58 without loss.
I remember going to Radio Lancashire when I was an A-level student to watch the breakfast show. That was interesting. I realised what time of the day you had to get up.
Finch just comes into bowl. That's pushed a bit on. There's no run. I was very lucky, really. I was a student at Darlington. The manager at the time was the late great Cyril Knowles.
Oh,
and he was so good. I didn't realise until later, really, just how much I asked of him, because I kept doing interviews with him before games, after games, and he knew it was only for a student radio, but he was absolutely good as gold. So I was very fortunate in that respect. 58 without loss, Derbyshire. We've had 17 overs of the new season. Hello, cricket's back. Hooray! We've got cricket. Isn't it wonderful?
I think cricketers are still, and cricket coaches are still like that, aren't they? You can pretty much bother them any time you like. They don't seem to mind. I heard something on Radio Derby this week which absolutely staggered me. as weight goes into Jewel, who's edged and dropped at second slip. Had a very, very big drive at that one. And the ball goes to ground. And poor old Matthew Waite, who's bowled nicely. It's the start of his third over. Doesn't get the reward of the wicket of Caleb Jewell on 23. I'm relying on others to tell me who is at
Yeah,
second
I'm
slip,
trying to work
because
out.
there's no-
Unfortunately, they're weighing the sweaters
Yeah.
without numbers on. Frank will know.
Frank will tell us when he comes back. It was going hard. It was about shoulder height as Waite bowls again, and this one is sort of squirted into the offside. And there's no run. I think that's Jake Libby who's fielded that one. I'm going on height. It's awful when you've got to rely on who's the tallest and who's the shortest in a team to actually work out who they are. But
Whoever it was, it dropped. Has got sore hands now.
yeah,
Brooks, Ethan
Thank you
Brooks.
very much.
Thank you.
there he is. Just when we thought he was dozing off at the back, Frank comes up trumps. But a let-off nonetheless for Caleb Jewell, who's waiting now as Waite is in, and he leaves that one alone, kept low. That's it. That's promising. I like that. One shoots and when it's driven flies through to the slips, and the other one keeps low.
Well, there've been one or two where Kane has struggled. And we mentioned that he nearly got caught in the first over. And there's been a couple that he's struggled with timing a little bit, suggesting there might be a little bit of variation in pace.
Don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. Early in the season, good to see. Here comes Waite again. That one's turned into the leg side by Caleb Jewell, but off a pad, I fancy, for a leg by signal now by Tom Lungley to the scorers to our right. Derbyshire moved to 59 without loss. They played a flashback game to a game between Derby and Coventry they're playing tonight. And it was a game in which, right at the end of it, Peter Shilton clashed with somebody and he was taken off and he went to hospital. And the next thing on this montage was the phone call that somebody from the radio station had made to Peter Shilton to see how he was. I mean, that doesn't happen
No,
anymore, does it? That
happen
doesn't happen
anymore.
anymore.
I'd forgotten it was Coventry at Derby tonight. The return of Frank Lampard, of course, to Derby.
No, the other way around. It's
at Coventry,
it's at
sorry.
Coventry, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's already been. Yeah, they've won 5-3 here, I think,
Yeah.
early season. Waits in again, and that one's clipped nicely into the leg side by Kane. Quite square, so the man down at deep backward square leg has to come round. They're coming back for a second. They'll get back comfortably enough. And Kane moves on to 32 now, 61 without loss, Derbyshire, and we're in the 18th over.
He's done a phenomenal job at Coventry so far, as Frank Lampard.
Hasn't he just? Got that little wobble
Yeah.
when,
yes.
when his whole personality changes. But now they're back on track. He's back to smiling.
I had a season working with him, enjoyed it very much.
Smiling Frank again. Nice, good man. Final ball of the Waite over, and that's a full one that's clipped again into the leg side by Kane, this time straight to the fielder, so he'll only pick up a single. He'll also pinch the strike. He has 33. Jewell has 23. And Derbyshire, after 18 overs, a 62 without loss, having lost the toss. Harry Kane, in his first toss as a first-class skipper, threw it up, and it was called correctly by Brett D'Oliveira. So that's why Derbyshire are batting on a very cold, miserable day out there, and we're behind glass, and it's glorious.
Yes, indeed. It's pure coincidence, of course, that Coventry are about to go back into the Premier League this season after I stopped covering them, having taken over their coverage the season after they dropped out of the Premier League. So I got all the bits in between. There we go.
You got the exciting bit.
Yeah. So it's going to be Finch to continue as Worcestershire toil for this breakthrough. Should have had one on the last over. A catch dropped. Never easy, of course, in cold conditions. That's a really good shot from Kane. He's just turned that round through mid-wicket, helped the ball on its way, and 4 runs to the acting Derbyshire captain. And he moves on to 37, 66 without loss. Yeah, I'll be frustrated. It's not easy, of course, taking catches when it's cold. Hands are in pockets. No doubt they've got hand warmers in there. But it is pretty breezy. You can see the trousers billowing in the breeze. So not easy fielding conditions. Nonetheless, it's one that at this level they'll know should have been taken. As Finch comes into bowl, and there's an appeal for LBW. Finch, it's an elegant appeal, both arms in the air, spread wide. Gets a 5.9 for the appeal, but the verdict is not out.
Height?
Could have been.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay, Phoebe, if you're listening. Preferably from behind the bowler's arm. All right then. Don't bother. There is a rule about whether you can show certain things, I think.
Yeah.
Especially on the big screen, which sometimes they have the action on.
Finch in to bowl. And that's driven nicely by Kame again. It's going to be the second boundary of the over, one either side. That's through the offside. And he's really getting to his stride now, Harry Kame.
Batted nicely in pre-season as well. When I saw him batting, Harry captained the side in both of the pre-season matches as well. So he was, even though they didn't announce until just before the start of play, when he came out in his blazer for the toss, he sort of had an inkling that he would lead the side.
I was surprised when it's his 6th season at Derby. It's been a while now.
Yeah.
Ever present in the championship last season, 843 runs.
Yeah, good season.
He's off to a good start this season as well. Finch comes into ball. That's short, and that's a gift. He's pulled that through mid-wicket. That's 3 boundaries in the over now from Harry Kane. Now this is a bit of head-scratching time for Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain. For a while they were containing Derbyshire reasonably well, but that's ended now, and the runs are flowing. 74 without loss.
Yeah, no, it's the perfect start for these two openers, isn't it? And Caleb Jewell had a tricky-ish time in Australia, but when you look at the overall averages in the Sheffield Shield, they're all down this year because there's been a lot more green pitch. There's been an awful lot of rain around Australia. I think he was 16th in the averages in the Sheffield Shield for Tasmania.
That one's left. There's no run.
But
Yeah,
the season before, last season, he played for Doncaster Town and scored virtually no runs at all in the Yorkshire, South Yorkshire Premier League, or whatever it was. And you're looking at his numbers thinking, hang on a minute. And he got half centuries, I think, in 5 of his first 6 innings. And I went on, in the end, he didn't play the whole season because, of course, the Australians go back slightly earlier than is good, really. But he got to 1,000 runs last season in the Championship.
Finch into Kame, who just pushes that back to the bowler, stops it with his foot. It's a very expensive over. 3 4s coming off it, taking Harry Kame to 45 and Derbyshire to 74 without loss after 19 overs. Can they get through the session wicketless?
That will be something. The stream is closing in on some of the supporters. There's a lot of hats.
It's a bit chilly.
A lot of hats out there, and understandably so.
Derbyshire are the only team, apart from the match that hasn't started, they're the only team from the 8 matches that are underway who've not lost a wicket. The team's batting first.
Justifying our pre-season optimism.
Yes.
Nick Buxton's been on, first one of the season. Good to hear from you, Nick, as a new over from Matthew Waite begins with a ball that is just pushed down towards fine leg for a single by Caleb Jewell. Isn't it great to have domestic cricket back? Absolutely. First day of the county season, more exciting than Christmas Day. Although he does caveat that. He says as a man with 2 children under 10 years old, it's certainly less chaotic. Expectations for the red ball this season, bar the usual, I don't understand that bit. Top 3 is on again, given the strengthening over the winter. Absolutely, and you are normally pessimistic, Nick. I'll agree with that.
Needs to be top 2 there, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I said if they finish above one of Lancashire or Durham, they won't be far off.
No.
I think. As Waite is into Kane, gets a foolish delivery, pushes it out quite late towards D'Oliveira at mid-wicket, no run. I think those 2. Lancashire won't be as poor as they were at the start of last season, I don't think. If they are, something's gone horribly wrong, but they're 62 for 1 against Northamptonshire, so going okay early stages. And who knows what Durham will be like. If they have all their players, they're a very good side. Wait, in again. That one's turned into the leg side again by Harry Kane. And Derbyshire has to move to his right to do the fielding. Single taken. He moves on to 46, 76 without loss. Of course, what they could have done was start a week later and not have that week off in 2 weeks' time, but that would help everybody, wouldn't it? It might be warmer next week, who knows?
Well, because it was a lovely day a couple of days ago. Looking in the garden, thinking perfect day for
It's nice
bit
here.
of county cricket.
Nice here yesterday. Both squads went through their paces at various points. Dual weights. And leaves this next delivery from weight to go through to Roderick.
Looked a decent leave.
Why can't I find... Durham must be playing. Why can't I find... Oh, there they are. Look, 85 for 2 against Kent. That's interesting. I'm not sure Kent are all that. Certainly weren't on the last day of the season. No, the last round of matches last season. Soundly beaten by Derbyshire. All to no avail. 76 without loss here. Wait in again. And Jewel sort of gets square on, front on to that delivery and pushes it back towards the bowler. So this is a huge day of football on BBC Radio Derby today. Starting off on all frequencies with Burton against Barnsley. Andrew Strachan in the chair for that one.
Big local derby at BBC Hereford and Worcester. Kidderminster against Hereford. Crucial to both teams for different reasons.
Yes, they've struggled recently, Hereford, haven't they?
Yeah.
This one is left alone outside the off stump by Jewel to go through to the keeper. Yeah, they lost at Alfreton the other week, which nobody does.
I was there.
Oh, were you?
I was covering it, yes.
Yeah, nobody loses. Nobody has been losing to Alfred, but they've just given themselves a sniff down the bottom end of the table. Buxton, on the other hand, are absolutely flying. They're taking on Macclesfield at Silverlands today.
Yeah, Hereford lost to Macclesfield last weekend, but I'm off to Marine on Wednesday to cover Hereford.
Oh, nice, sitting behind the goal.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I
Yeah.
did Kidderminster there earlier this season. That is a strange one, isn't it? But, looking
weird.
forward to that. So, a bowling change. Tom Taylor, who nearly got a wicket in the first over of the day. And I'll be thinking, if only he had. Because nothing really much since then apart from that one drop catch. But he returns to the attack. Bowled 5 overs for 28 earlier. Replaces Finch, who started off with 2 maidens, ends up with none for 21 off his 5. Still just the 4 bowlers used by Worcestershire. Taylor with his 58 wickets from last season, having to work hard for his first this season. Comes into bowler Harry Kane, who drives that straight down the ground past the boot of Taylor for 4 runs, and that is a 50 for Harry Kane off 74 balls. A splendid innings. And as I mentioned earlier, the burden of captaincy doesn't seem to be affecting his batting adversely. Might even be helping it. 9 fours in that 50.
They just started, they weren't going to run to start with, then the ball went through the green sawdust at the far end, and all of a sudden Caleb Jewell took off like a rabbit in the headlights, but it made it.
So in comes Taylor's going down the leg side, taken by Roderick. Lobs the ball up in the air. See Ethan Brooks, who dropped the catch. He's now got his sweater almost covering his hands. It's obviously feeling the chill out there.
It's a sort of payoff for bowling first, isn't it? You get first use of a pitch that looked like it might offer some assistance, but you have to sit out or stand out in the freezing cold wind.
Yeah. Sun shining briefly. As, this next one, goes past the outside edge. I think he did play at that. He tucked his bat under his arm eventually, but he's going down the pitch to do a bit of gardening. He prodded at that one, missed it, and there is no run. Derbyshire 80 without loss. What a start for the season for them.
Ed Dawes will be busy later on at Coventry's listening in. He said the bulb at Edgbaston was widely known as the Morrissey bulb, so I had to ask him why. There is a lyric, clearly. There's a light and it never goes out.
Oh, I see. I missed that particular gem at the time. I do remember the ball. That's left, there's a no ball. That's the third no ball Tom Taylor's been called for this morning. Not helping Worcestershire's cause. 2 more runs added to the total. And 82 that was.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there are 9 bulbs out in the 3 sets of floodlights that I can see. Which seems quite a lot, really. T20s will start at 6:30 this year, so that'll give them an extra half hour, but I don't think that's the reason.
Next one is driven back to Taylor. There's no run. So it was taking a while, to make way for Frank Watson, but he'll jump in at the end of this over. He's been covering Wolves this season, so that's been quite hard work, I would think.
Yeah, none of us having a particularly good time of it, are we, really?
Not really, no. This one is... Oh, as he caught behind, he is! It was a bit of a loose stride from Harry Kane. He's got an edge, and Tom Taylor finally makes the breakthrough. Good innings from Kane. We'd be disappointed, I think, at how he got out, though. A little bit of a loose-looking drive. But he goes, and Derbyshire 82 for 1 in the 21st over, which will give him an opportunity to make way for Frank Watson.
Thank you very much, Clive. Yes, it was a loose shot. As simple as that, really. He's had a very expansive-looking drive at one that was some distance outside the off stump. Probably didn't need to play at it. He'd be hugely disappointed. It will bring Matthew Montgomery out to bat for the first time in first-class cricket for Derbyshire, having joined permanently from Notts in the winter. 50 for Harry Kane coming off. Oh, the computer's gone off, of course it has.
He faced 79 balls altogether.
82 for 1. I suppose if they only lose 1 wicket before lunch, that would still be perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I always think 80 for 3 is my par.
Okay.
I always say 80 for 3 is bat par. So I think if 100 for 1, 100 for 2 is batting side's morning. Worcestershire, though, I think in 1 brings 2, of course. And isn't it? It's weird, isn't it? That, you know, Harry Kane had played really well, hardly put a foot wrong, reaches 50,
Puts a foot
and
wrong.
then maybe just that, you know, little lapse in concentration. It's really strange, isn't it?
Perhaps there's a particularly good lunch on today. Taylor from the City End, bowling to Montgomery, who gets off the mark. First ball with a boundary out towards backward point, all the way along the floor.
That was a gift, wasn't it?
I'm not sure that the delivery that Kane got out to wasn't... Well, it was wide. They didn't really need to play at it, which will be even more galling for Kane. That's the end of the over. 86 for 1. I've got an update at 12:45, which is a very strange time. I think I'm talking to Sparky, who's doing the mid-morning programme. So, I'm sure Frank is more than capable of talking over that. Because I can leave Frank on commentary and go off to speak to Sparky on a... It's very complicated. There's lots of wires in front of us. I know where they all go, but I think I could probably put that together in the dark.
Could you?
I think so. Like they practice in the army with the rifles. That's who weight bowls. And he's standing up now, Roderick, and it goes past the edge of Caleb Jewell's bat. Nice piece of keeping.
And the sun's out properly.
I think there's going to be more sun tomorrow, and then by Monday be too hot, so make the most of it.
Funny old forecast, isn't it? Storm Dave, is it, or something?
Storm Dave, but as somebody said, it's probably really, its real name is Rodney. As Weight is in, that one's turned into the leg side by Jewel, fielded at mid-wicket. Yeah, Storm Dave. I think we're only getting the tail end of it, aren't we? Really,
it looks quite nasty further north.
Yeah, Martin will be battening down the hatches in Durham. If you want to know what the weather's like in the northeast, do follow our colleague Martin Emerson, who does bleat on about it. 86 for 1. We'll be back at Durham this season, rather surprisingly, as White comes in and loses his run. So he'll turn around and try again. Durham 90 for 3 in the 22nd over against Kent at Chester Street. Lancashire 79 for 1 after 22 against Northamptonshire. Middlesex score as Waite bowls. That's driven but slightly edgishly out into the offside square. And he picks up another single, does Caleb Jewell, moves on to 25, 87 for 1 at Middlesex. They've had 23 overs. Bear in mind we've had 21 and a half here. And Middlesex are currently 45 for 1 against Gloucestershire. They're taking the County Championship back 50 years at Lord's. Good grief. Exactly, well, not quite exactly, but not far off. 2 runs and over. It's like Mohammed Abbas is bowling at both ends. As Waite is in, and that was bat onto pad. Not quite sure what Montgomery was trying to flick it into the leg side.
Probably the pick of the bowler's Waite, I think.
Yes.
Found the edge.
Yeah.
Nearly got a breakthrough, conceded only 7 runs in 4.5 overs, beaten the bat, asked a few questions, proper nagging bowling, which is what's lacked really, isn't it, this morning for Worcestershire?
Yes.
If you're not getting in a lot of movement, then, don't bowl anything loose.
It's bowl at the top of off.
Yeah,
that one is defended by Montgomery.
Yes,
exactly. When I went to watch Abbas in the nets last Sunday, it was the first time we'd had sight of him after he arrived. A left-hander and a right-hander in there, and they had to play every single delivery, and it's not rocket science, is it?
It's not. It's not. And I think that probably is what, in the absence of any sort of extravagant movement this morning, Worcestershire have probably not stacked up enough good deliveries.
Wade trying again, and that one is bowling bang on the stumps, and Montgomery can't do anything other than play that up to mid-on. And that's exactly what Worcestershire need, really. Because if you're not, you're right. If you're not taking wickets, you do whatever Gloucestershire are doing, and you stop the opposition from scoring runs. Because when you do start taking wickets, you'd be in a very advantageous position. But so far, I think Derbyshire will be the happier of the two sides. There's still 20 minutes to go until lunch, of course, and plenty of time for that to change.
Yeah, a couple more.
2 more wickets, and they'll
wickets.
They're right in it, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Taylor hoping he can provide. Moving in now from the city end, round the wicket to the left-handed Jewell. The balls, and Jewell is just steering this one down to third man. Libby is in pursuit, they'll get 2. And they've come back for 3. Good running from Montgomery. Looked like it would be 2, but ran the second one quickly, and he's back for a third. Jewell's been impressive, I think, this morning, in a kind of unflamboyant way, isn't he? He reminds me a bit of Alan Border, the way he occupies the crease, left-handed as well, but no extravagant footwork, doesn't really chase anything wide, plays with his back quite close to his body, plays under his eyes, plays late, just occupies the crease and accumulates. Taylor to Montgomery. This one is steered down into the gully where Libby does the fielding. So 53 deliveries for Jewell's 28, quite watchful. Harry Kane made 50. He's out to the 79th delivery he faced, but he was more extravagant, shall we say, this morning. Not extravagant, but a little bit freer than Jewel, who's played like a proper opener. Taylor in, balls to Montgomery, left alone outside the off stump, taken by Gareth Roderick.
Just in case the Cayman family are listening, you know what we mean.
Yeah, I hope so. Complimentary. Don't mean it in any way as disrespectful. He played really well. Good. What a great way to mark your first day as captain.
Yes. No, it's good.
Get out,
good for
get
him,
out and get a 50.
Really
Ethan Brooks is loosening up. Might see a little bit of trundle just before lunch from him, or maybe he's just keeping warm. That second slip. Taylor in to bowl. Montgomery. Ooh, that's a good one. Beats him. Flicks his right hip as it went through, kind of past the inside edge, and he's rubbing that right thigh now. There was a noise. Roderick threw the ball up. Taylor thought it was worth half a shout, but everybody knew that he hadn't got a bat on it. But it was a good delivery.
I'm going to leave you to it here, Frank, for a moment.
No,
I'm after
no
Leanne
problem.
Rhymes, apparently. That means nothing to me,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I'm sure it's very good.
Sparky will fill you in, I'm sure. Here comes Taylor again to Montgomery, who is forward to this one, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. Bowling figures then for Worcestershire. Oliver Hannon Dolby on debut. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. Adam Finch, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 21. Matthew Waite, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. And Tom Taylor in his 7th over. Slightly expensive so far, 41 runs conceded, but he has got the 1 wicket that has fallen. He's in again now and he bowls, and Montgomery is forward and pushing this one into the covers. D'Oliveira fields, the end of the over. So Taylor now 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. Harry Kane, the 1 man out for 50. Caleb Jewell unbeaten on 28. Matthew Montgomery unbeaten on 4. Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson, Lewis Rees, Anuj Dar, Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, Mohammed Abbas and Shoaib Bashir. The batters yet to come. Matthew Waite to continue. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7 is excellent. Economical figures so far. Keeper standing up. 3 slips. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, the field. As Waite, number 6 on his back, moves in and bowls to Jewell, who is hit amidships, as they used to say. And the ball rolls out on the offside. He's in some discomfort, just checking all his protective gear is where it should be. But Waite continuing to prove difficult to score off on this blustery morning. He's in again and bowls, and that's left alone this time by Jewell outside the off stump, who still looks to be in a little bit of discomfort after that first ball of the over. A sparse crowd, but I suppose, to be fair, when you look around the ground, quite a good few here. Good few at both ends behind the arm, in the old players' pavilion on the balcony. But most of the spectators here, not surprisingly, well wrapped up against the chill. And most of the players wearing sweaters, at least one. This Waite is in and bowls, and Jewell is falling across this one and taken on the pad. The ball runs out square on the leg side. Half an appeal, but umpire Lungley unimpressed. I think it was one of those where the players appealed almost to discourage the batters from thinking about a leg bye, rather than because they thought it was a real opportunity that the umpire might find in their favour. Waite again. Approaches probably 20-25 yards, but he walks the first few yards and then breaks into his stride and bowls, and That one is angled across the left-handed Jewel, who leaves it. And Roderick, standing up to the stumps, makes the take. Worcestershire winning the toss, nearly getting a wicket. Third ball of the first over when the ball lobbed back over the bowler's head, but Tom Taylor was unable to hold on to it. And there, after the only chance they've had when Jewel was dropped at second slip by Ethan Brooks when he was on 22, he's added only 6 since then. It was off this bowler, Matthew Waite, who bowls, and that's left alone. Good leave outside the off stump by Jewel, went very close to the off stump, hands on head from the bowler, but Jewel, as I say, ever watchful out there at the moment. Just checking with the square leg umpire that there's one ball left in the over. Very welcome bright sunshine now, despite the floodlights still being on. Stiff breeze blowing as Waite moves in and bowls to Jewel, and again he leaves alone outside the off stump. That is a very good maiden over from Matthew Waite. 6 overs now, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7. As I say, found the edge of Jewel's bat and the ball flew sharply to Ethan Brooks at second slip. Brooks was unable to hold on to it. Brooks's bowling warm-up even more extensive in the last minute or two, suggesting that he is going to have a little trundle before lunch. Worth a try. Often the case that you see a spinner just have a bowl before lunch, which haven't really got a spinner unless you count Brett D'Oliveira. Taylor starts a new over from the city end, bowling to Montgomery, who pushes this one out on the offside. And there's no run. Gareth Roderick just getting his sunglasses from the umpire at the square leg, Tom Lungley. Although as he does that, the sun disappears slightly, but it is quite bright out there still, as Taylor is in again, bowls, and Montgomery is turning this one nicely on the leg side. He's going to get a couple as Alan Dolby comes round from long leg to do the fielding, neatly tucked away. By Matthew Montgomery, who's turned his loan here at Derby into a permanent move from down the road at Trent Bridge. He moves on to 6. He's faced just 11 deliveries. Taylor in again to him now. Bowls, and Montgomery's on the walk slightly into this one and pushes up to mid-on. But another no ball called by umpire Chris Watts, which is annoying from Tom Taylor's point of view. It's the 4th time, I think, that he's overstepped. And Worcestershire, well, I don't think they'll be happy to have conceded 10 extras this morning, 2 leg byes and 4 transgressions by Taylor, because it just eases the pressure on the batters. Taylor bowls. That's a good reply, however, as he beats Montgomery outside the off stump as he pushed at that one, the right-hander. But I think when you win the toss and choose to bowl, you've only picked up 1 wicket in the first hour and 3/4, and you've also conceded 10 extras. From a coach's point of view, you probably sit there and feel that you haven't really made the most of the coin coming down on the right side for use. Taylor bowls. That's a good shout this time as Montgomery is taken on the pad. The ball runs to slip. It looked a pretty good shout from up here. I haven't seen the replay.
Did he just
Umpire
get a little
Watts,
inside edge on it,
might have
possibly?
done. The throw from Latigan hit the stumps as Jewel, I beg your pardon, as Montgomery set off for a run.
No,
But
no replay policy
no,
today.
Well,
by the look of it.
yeah, it looked a decent shot, but as you
Yeah.
say, he might have got a nick on it, and you never quite know. Might have been outside the line, but it was a confident shot. He was beaten. It was one of those where you felt that he genuinely had been done by that delivery. but umpire Watts said no. Sunshine again as Taylor comes in and bowls, and that's a real good one. The first one, I think, probably that we've seen today. Whether it's a little bit more of an effort ball from Taylor, having had that LBW turned down or not, I don't know. But that one seemed to just climb from not very far short of a length, and it's prompted Caleb Jewell to go down and actually have a look at where that pitched, because that probably is as near to a snorter as we've had all day.
Yes, we haven't seen one take off like that.
No.
The pitch is just benefiting from the sunshine.
Taylor again is in and bowls, and well, he pulled his bat away from that one, I think, to be fair to Montgomery, but it was a decent over from Taylor, 94 for 1 at the end of it. Montgomery has 6, Jewell has 28, and we've got just 10 minutes to go before lunch for Worcestershire to get another breakthrough, and we are going to see Ethan Brooks with his little trundlers. Matthew Waite having bowled a really, really impressive spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7.
And had Caleb Jewell dropped as well on 23 at second slip by the man who has the ball in his hand, Ethan Brooks. He's only added a further 5 since then. Caleb Jewell, he's on 28. Montgomery on 6. After that opening partnership of 82 before Harry Kane went for 50. Brooks is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Australian, who leaves the first one alone, allows it to go through to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. He's got 2 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as well, and one down at deep backward square leg, just in front of the Derbyshire Falcons flag. As that's a full delivery that's driven by Jewell out towards extra cover, no mercy, for 4 runs, over pitched and right there to be driven. And Jewell did the rest. And moves on to 32, Derbyshire to 98 for 1. I don't think Ethan Brooks will be bowling there again anytime soon, and if he is, he's going to get himself to blame. Terrific head of hair, though. Ethan Brooks, now that he's removed his cap, I'm very much in admiration of any cricketer or sportsman with a good head of hair. As he bowls, this one's on target and turned into the leg side by Jewell. And there's no run. Amrit Basra, who we'll see definitely in the T20, I would have thought, having seen him in the One Day Cup last season and in a first-class match down at Kent. He might have appeared in 2 actually. Was in the side to face Glamorgan as well. He's got a magnificent mane. As Brooks is in, and that one's chopped backward point. Fields it as it arrives at his feet. And again, there's no run. 3 people in the new mini stand next to the groundsman's lodgings, away to our right-hand side. Next delivery, oof, gets up, and Jewell, even on his toes, couldn't get any bat on that one. Actually, there's 4, there's one hiding behind the blotter. Monarch stand, the covered stand on the far side as well, is reasonably populated, as is the grandstand away to our left. As Brooks is in again, and that one's left alone. Trying to mention all the stanzas in one go. Taken by Roderick behind the stumps. The over comes to an end, just the 4 runs from it. He didn't bowl in that wide and full area for a second time, wisely. Ethan Brooks and Derbyshire are now 98 for 1 after 26 overs this morning, so we'll be a little bit behind schedule there. Fancy that. No balls don't help, but they can't say that the fall of wickets have necessarily slowed them down. We should have 32 runs a session. I think I'd be surprised if we got 28, more than 28 in this one.
Tom Taylor to bowl the 27th. Starts with one that's wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Montgomery. Left his bat well clear of that. Yeah, you're right. There's no excuse really, is there? And you'd imagine on a day like today, actually, that they'd be quicker between the overs than they would be on a hot day. But no balls, as you say, don't help. And
The ball's only been to the boundary 15 times.
No.
It's not like it's been.
No.
They've had to retrieve it a lot.
There's Taylor again, is in. Bowls. Driven by Montgomery up to mid-off. No, I suppose we've had Taylor, Hannon, Dolby, Finch, all fairly lengthy run-ups.
Yeah.
But there's not been enough energy about Worcestershire generally, I don't think, in my opinion. I think this first session, they've wait all winter, practice, come together, win the toss, get out there. Maybe if they got a wicket in the first over, that would have made all the difference. But they've just lacked a little bit of bounce and verve out there, I think, as a side. It's Taylor bowls, that's a beauty. Beats Montgomery outside the off stump. But they haven't been taken apart by the batters. I mean, Kane played positively. Jewell, as I said, in the last over has been very watchful. It's just, I don't know, it's just neither side has really imposed themselves. Derbyshire much happier to just take advantage of what's been on offer. I just think Worcestershire have lacked a little bit of energy. Taylor bowls, good delivery outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. Taylor in his 9th over, 1 for 45, quite expensive by his standards, but just occasionally has produced something really threatening. Hannon, Dolby and Finch, neither particularly challenging for the batters today. Waite's probably been the best of the bowlers. There's Taylor again. Bowls slightly over-pitched on middle and leg and clipped nicely by Montgomery through mid-wicket. Taylor holds his head in his hands. I think it's because Montgomery played it so late that he was slightly encouraged. Thought he was through, but the 100 is up, hence that ripple of applause that you may have heard on our effects mic. 100 for 1 then, an excellent morning for the home side as they bid to improve on last year's 3rd place finish in Division 2. Not such a good morning for Worcestershire. Taylor is in bowls and Montgomery plays forward to a slightly slower delivery and just steers it into the gully where Libby fields. And there's no run. We'll have one more over, I reckon, before lunch. Taylor just in discussion with umpire Watts about his feet and where they're landing. He's the one who has been no-balled 4 times this morning. Something the umpire's not happy about. But anyway, let's resolve now. Taylor puts his sweater on and Brooks will bowl the last over before the break.
So we will have had 28 overs. When it's 23 at Middlesex at Lords, as Brooks comes in and bowls to Jewell, who defends the first ball back towards the bowler. It must have rained there because they remain on 45 for 1 after 23 overs, and they have now gone to lunch at the home of cricket. Lancashire 99 for 1 after 27. As Brooks is in again, and that beats Jewell, who almost topples over. Ball goes through to Roderick. 99 for 1 after 27 overs, still going there at Wantage Road. Good old Wantage Road. Durham 125 for 3 after 27 against Kent, so going along nicely there.
Do you like Wantage Road, Finch?
No. In comes Brooks. Yeah, it's all right. Ball pushed out into the offside. The box that we work in is snug, but apparently it's been increased in size for this season, so that might make it slightly more.
I quite like the ground. On a T20 night, I think it's got quite a decent atmosphere with the lights on and you know, the old red brick streets. And it used to be a football ground, of course, and it has that feel to it, I think.
I do like, as Brooks bowls again to Jewell, who just one alone outside the off stump. I do like the way that they put the white seats at the far end. It all works, doesn't it?
And the
works
size
nicely.
of it, I think, is, I don't know, I quite like the, fairly compact sort of arena.
I do prefer second division grounds largely to test venues, I have to say, as Brooks bowls, and he's been caught behind, has he, Jewel? No, they were convinced. Cries of stop begging, the first cries of stop begging of the season. Would have been an inside edge, I fancy, but it wasn't. Umpire Lungley unmoved. We have got a replay of this one. And
Doesn't tell us much.
not now. But thank you, Phoebes, anyway. Very good over you. Here comes Brooks again. Final ball of the session is pushed into the offside by Caleb Jewell, and that will be lunch on day one of Derbyshire's game against Worcestershire here at the Central Co-op County Ground. Worcestershire winning the toss and bowling first. Harry Kane, the only man to depart as far as Derbyshire are concerned, for exactly 50 with the score on 82 for 1, and at lunch Caleb Jewell has 32 and Matthew Montgomery has 8. And there is going to be a presentation for those of you in the ground to Caleb Jewell at lunch. I don't know if he knows what it is yet. We do. I don't know if we're allowed to say it, but he's going to be capped. That's lunch. We'll be back in round about 35 minutes' time.
These will be both the officials and players for the next session.
Well, welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby for the afternoon session on day one of the County Championship, match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. With Derbyshire having been put into bat when Worcestershire won the toss, resuming at 100 for 1. They lost Harry Kane this morning for exactly 50 of 79 deliveries. He lasted just 5 balls after reaching the milestone before he was eventually caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Tom Taylor. Not out batters, Matthew Montgomery, who's on 8, and Caleb Jewell, who this morning was an uncapped opening bat, and this afternoon he's a capped opening bat because he received his Derbyshire County cap just before lunch, when he also received last season's Player of the Year award because he'd gone home by the time the awards were handed out. So very nice for Caleb. It doesn't mean any more money these days, so it's almost pointless, but it isn't pointless. Finch is going to open the bowling from the city end to start this session, and Montgomery just plays it straight into the ground. We will hear from Frank Watson over the course of the rest of the afternoon and tomorrow and the day after, and I'm afraid the day after as well. But for now, Clive Eakin is alongside. And good to see Clive, as ever.
Yeah, well, it's been a great day of full morning's cricket, and definitely Derbyshire's morning. Can they build on that this afternoon?
So Adam Finch wearing 61, although he's running towards us. I only know that because it says it on the team sheet. Bowling to the right-handed Montgomery, who leaves that one alone to go through to the keeper. The wind has not abated in any way. In fact, if anything, it looks like it's got a bit stronger, looking at the leaves on the trees around the ground and the flag on the horrible, horrible flag on the left-hand side of the members' pavilion. I don't know what's happened to the Derbyshire flag, but that's a Falcons flag.
You don't like it then?
Well, they're not the Falcons, are they?
Not in the Championship, no, true.
Just a little moan. I've decided I'm not going to moan this season, but it's not working out well at the moment. 3 slips in place. As this next delivery again, he's turned into the leg side. Jewell sets off quite a long way from the non-striker's end for the single that wasn't really there. I'm not sure what that noise is. I don't think.
I think it's probably wind going through a gap somewhere.
Yeah.
Is that windy out there?
Said earlier, lots of woolly hats on show this afternoon, or this morning at least. I'm sure they're still there this afternoon.
It was the photographer who's won the Photograph of the Year award. You'll remind me of his name. He was him that was saying how cold it was this morning.
Griff, yeah. He's wearing long trousers, everybody. As Finch is in again, that one's pushed into the offside by Montgomery, just backward of square. There's no room. Yes, I haven't seen him in shorts yet this season, including pre-season. Understandably so. I mean, he'd be foolish to wear shorts at the moment. It's not shorts weather. Caleb Jewell was wandering around the boundary on Monday, the last day of the game against the Leeds Bradford, and he wasn't wearing shorts. And we said to him, "Why have you not got your shorts on?" He says, "I don't own any." That's Tasmania for you. Tasmania and Derby. He knows how to pick places. As Finch bowls, and strikes Montgomery amidships. First one of the season, and it's actually dropped into the top of his pad, which of course is a dead ball these days, so no need to hurry towards it. The lights are still on around the ground. I'm not sure why, really, but I suppose when the sun disappears, it does go a little gloomier. I know Paul's not listening, so I'll have to send him a message via the telephone, but just to thank him for the pork pie. Full value. Very nice too. I haven't eaten it all. Here comes Finch. Ball strikes the pad, inside edge onto pad. Possibly Finch likes it, but nobody else does particularly. Now walks back towards the umpire with his hands on his head after receiving nothing from the umpire.
Yeah, I got the impression it might have been inside edge onto pad, but He's fielded a few times Finch, to no avail. Since his figure's none for 21 off 6, I think 12 came off 1 over. So apart from that 1 over, he's been pretty tidy. But only came with him for 3 boundaries. Again, the cameras are showing the locals enjoying the cricket. But, well, some of them are enjoying the cricket. Some of them are looking at their phones. They're the young ones in particular. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, the distinctive, tall, shaven head figure we're so used to at Edgbaston. He is going to ball from the racecourse end. Is still looking for his first Worcestershire wicket. Down to play the first 2 matches at the moment. We'll see what happens beyond that. He comes into bowl to Caleb Jewell, who drops a bat on that place at the backward point. There's no run.
Frank was talking about Hannon-Dolby and saying that he hasn't really found his rhythm. He never looks like a bowler who's ever found his rhythm. Well, he's battling against everything to get to the crease, isn't he? And he moves around, and his head moves, and his shoulders sway, and he's always done that. And he's been very, very effective throughout his career, but he always looks like he's struggling to get up to, alongside the umpire, to me. It's very strange.
Yeah. Leans forward. Bowls shortish, and it's just pushed onto the onside. There's no run. I thought after the first couple of overs, I thought he got into some sort of rhythm. He was reasonably accurate, as he tends to be, but he had a difficult season last season in terms of wickets, which is he's not used to. He's used to getting loads of wickets, but he didn't really come from last season, so might be a little bit of anxiety in there. Number 20 on his back, comes in to bowl, and that's left. There's no run. Left by Jewell. Sun is poking out.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Too bright, if anything.
The clouds will blow over very quickly because it is a very windy day.
40-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow, apparently.
Sort of day you don't want to be covering a football match at Stoke.
Yes.
That gets very windy, that ground.
Blackpool was a little bit windy last week. We were there. That was cold as well. And it rained. Oh, it was just a miserable afternoon. And they lost in injury time. Yeah. Apart from that, it's a really nice trip to the seaside.
Oh, he runs in Hannon-Dolby, then stops. I think the batter actually pulled away on that occasion, so he'll have to come back and try again. Only 28 overs bowled this morning. Didn't help that there were 4 no balls in there. So could have a fairly long day if the weather holds.
I'd be surprised, wouldn't it? -3 at the moment, the over rate.
Yeah. Hannon-Dolby in again, and that's played back to him. There's no run. That's actually quite a lot to drop to -3 at this stage. A bit of work to do to make that up.
Well, like we said, there was 16 boundaries, 15 boundaries, and 1 wicket. And I know they all get an allowance for that kind of thing, don't they? So you couldn't really say that they were held up unnecessarily in any way.
Been all seam so far. And Dolby turns. Bowls. And that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. It does look a bit as if Worcestershire found him a shirt that just about fits him. Doesn't quite reach all the way down to his trousers when he's running in.
No, but the trousers go down to his boots, which is a good thing, isn't it? How many players do we see in these franchise leagues and the trousers are halfway down their shins? Tall bowler. He must have a devil's own job finding clothes that fit properly.
He's in now to bowl, and that's played back to him. There's no run. Boyd Rankin, I mentioned him earlier in the programme, but he visited a couple of years ago when they were celebrating an anniversary of winning the T20 trophy, and I actually interviewed them both. I managed to stand them side by side. It was only because Hannon-Dolby had a shaven head that Boyd Rankin came out as slightly taller than him.
Yeah, big boy Boyd.
Wow. That was lovely to see him again. He's doing nicely in his native Northern Ireland.
He's a bit wider than Hannon Dolby as well, though, isn't he? So he looks like a really big bloke. Boyd Rankin. Joined Derbyshire as an overseas player after in the T20 under Dominic Cork. I'm not sure whether Dominic wanted him or not, but here's Finch from the City end bowling to Montgomery, who just pushes this one up to mid-on. Just a couple more messages since lunch, which I've now lost. Here they are. One from David McCardle says, and another thing, because he sent us a message this morning. He says, do you have a view on Mickey's assertion that Shoaib Bashir is a national treasure in the manner of Judi Dench? Question mark. Well, I think we've been discussing this morning. I think what he really should have said was he's a player who should be treasured by England.
Yes.
Rather than describing as something akin to Stephen Fry. Finch bowls that inside edge into the onside as Montgomery picks up his 9th run, 101 for 1.
It'd be interesting to see how Shoaib gets on this season, because there are cases in history of England kind of ruining players who've had been messed around a bit by England. Sometimes it's quite difficult to recover from that. I hope he manages it. He's obviously got good guidance of Mickey Arthur here, but it will be a test of his temperament a little bit, I think, as to how he seeks to rebuild.
He's done a lot of smiling this week, which is good to see. Around the wicket now, Finch. Caleb Jewell crashes that away down towards wide third man for 4 runs to move on to 36, 105 for 1.
Continues to look good for Derbyshire. Not for Surrey, by the way. Surrey are now 69 for 6 against Warwickshire. So 3 for Ethan Mabber, 2 for Chris Wokes, because that's going to be a big plus for Warwickshire.
He captained them, isn't he? Is he captain?
No, Ed Barnard's
Ed
captaining them.
Barnard's
But he hopefully will be able to play for them for most of the season. That'll be a big boost for them.
Finch's response to being hit for 4 was a decent enough ball, slightly short of a length, but pushed out into the offside by Caleb Jewell. And there's no run. Gary Hall, who was from Matlock but now lives in Homburg near Frankfurt in Germany, has sent an exceptionally long email. I'll read it first, Gary, if you don't mind. I'll read it, and he's also suggested that he mentions historians and things like that, so it might take a bit of working out. He does mention Bill Beswick, so it's always worth checking. Here comes Finch again, and that one's left alone by Jewell outside the off stump. And in answer to the question you ask at the end about emails, it's just BBC policy now, and it's Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the one that I can tell you about. Anybody who's been getting in touch with me over the last 10 years in any other way, apart from on X where I'm still suspended, can do so in the normal way. 7 emails I've got off them now saying that my account has been unsuspended, but it hasn't. And you can't speak to human beings because apparently they don't exist in California. Finch, final ball of his 7th over, bowls to Jewell, who just jumps in the air and turns that one up to mid-on. And there's no run. We've now had 31 overs, so almost as many as we should have had in the morning session. It's 105 for 1 Derbyshire with Jewell on 36. Montgomery on 9.
Riff's actually emailed me.
Excellent.
Just tuned into your dulcet tones on the BBC web app. It's great to be able to listen to some real sensible cricket. He then hashtags COYB, come on you bears. I have a slight identity crisis in this game, but yeah. Thank you, Riff. Appreciate that. It's great to be on.
You're all welcome to get in touch. You just have to find a way to do it.
It looks like we are finally going to get play in the one match. We haven't had any play so far. They're apparently... Oh, no, it's an inspection. That's a bit worrying. Inspection at 2:45 at Cardiff. It's the one ground we haven't had play. Alan Dolby comes into bowl. And he's bowling to Montgomery. That's quite wide. It's left. Perhaps you heard me say Alan Dolby coming into bowl and thought he must be listening to Warwickshire.
He's tuned into the wrong stream. What's happening?
105 for 1. Derbyshire still going well, just out of 5 so far since lunch. Little lodge hotel overlooking the ground. In the right-hand corner. Reminds me when the press box was at that sort of corner on that
Yes, on the
hazardous
top of the bar.
yeah. That's played down towards third. He opened the face of the bat. Montgomery has run that down to third, and it won't quite go all the way. So he'll just get the 2 runs. 107 for 1. I remember staying there for 1 match. You could actually see it was raining, so I didn't have to come out. I could see my colleague who was doing it with me that day sort of trying to keep dry inside the press box. I just stayed in my room. Thought, well, I can see it from here.
Yes, I stayed in there once and had a room overlooking the ground. There was no cricket on at the time, but handy.
Yeah. Still 3 slips in place. Worcestershire still trying to get these wickets. Hannah Dolby was that's in the air, and that is caught in the gully. And Hannah Dolby does have his first wicket for Worcestershire. I was about to say Jake Libby, or I got it right. Thank you, Frank. I thought it was Jake Libby that took the catch. But second wicket to fall, 107 for 2. Montgomery goes for 11.
Again, another flash at the ball, really, wasn't it, from Montgomery, who lasts 33 balls on his Derbyshire first-class debut. Played in the One Day Cup last season. He'll be disappointed. Out comes the unmistakable figure of Brooke Guest, who will now bend his knees and bend down on the boundary's edge before running onto the field of play. He's a popular figure, is Brooke Guest, the wicket-keeper. Had a really good season 2 or 3 years ago when batting at 3. But I think it's 2.5 years since he got a century. Something I'm sure he'll be keen to put right.
That'd be a good time to put that right.
No worries.
It has been a while. It has been a while.
25 added for the second wicket after the opening stand of 82. I think I do have to, if they remember about Brooks Guest. It's a T20 match I covered here when the Bears were playing. Do you remember this? Davey got a bit confused by the rules because he had a free hit. I'm trying to remember what happened. It was 2022. Okay. I'm just putting here confused by free hit here for the Bears. And I think he'd forgotten it was a free hit. So he was caught in the deep and stopped. When if he'd carried on running, they might have won the game. Anyway. A few years ago now. The Manchester-born batter is poised as the Yorkshireman Hannah Dolby bowls to him. A good accurate delivery, well defended by Guest. And the score remains 107 for 2. Looks like on the scoreboard you've just brought in a ringer as a guest to the team.
He's made his home in Derbyshire. It's more of a trickle than a stream, but of ex-Lancashire players who make their way to Derbyshire.
And the Dolby was all that's in the end, just beyond the reach of third slip. It flies over the outstretched hand of third slip and runs down to third for a boundary. Guess is off the mark, but in rather unconvincing fashion. 111 for 2.
All of a sudden, that morning session, the good morning session for Derbyshire, could not quite disappear, but got to be careful here not to lose wickets in quick succession. That would be disappointing.
And in Dolby bowls, and that's come off the inside of the bat to a square leg, and Guest gets a single. Comes off the strike, but a good over from Ollie Hannah Dolby. He gets the wicket. 1 for 26 for him in his 8 overs. And Derbyshire are 111 for... Oh, dear, the camera's showing me, and I'm really slouching badly. I'll sit up. 112 for 2.
They said the camera doesn't lie, but Frank looked like he knew what he was doing there for a moment at the back of the box. He can't hear us because he's got his headphones on. In a moment, we're going to have something that rarely happens. We're going to have 3 people talking to 3 different outlets pretty much at the same time within about 4 foot of each other, which isn't necessarily ideal, but it's just the way it has to be, I'm afraid, so bear with us. And if you're coming tomorrow and you're here at this time tomorrow, make sure you bring your radio, because from 2 till 6, we are live.
It's a Dave Fletcher show.
From the county ground. So if it rains, you can listen to some music that I play, and otherwise you can listen to the cricket. Here's Finch. City End bowling to Guest, who just drops onto his knees as the ball goes.
You won't get to choose the music yourself.
No.
The days where you used to be able to bring your own record box in and play your own discs have long since gone.
No, that doesn't happen. The good news is that they've cut off my cue.
Warwickshire. We had a fruitless first spell this morning, but picked up a wicket straight after lunch. The second to go down.
112 for 2 then, yeah, Frank in the back. Playing against the BBC Hereford and Worcester. They've got a big bank holiday sports special today. Kidderminster Harriers playing Hereford. Grudge match, National League North.
As Finch is on his way in again. It's his 8th over, and he bowls to Guest, who turns that into the leg side and picks up another single. He moves on to 6. Jewel has 36, they're 113 for 2. I can hear the news now. Good news. 113 for 2. Lost the wicket of Matt Montgomery since lunch. Which you'll know because you've been listening, of course. Called by Jake Libby off the bowling of Oliver Hannon Dolby, his first wicket for Worcestershire in this short term, as it stands alone. As this next delivery is left alone by Jewel to go through to the keeper. Just kept a little bit low. Gattuso has now resigned, having been given a lengthy contract after Italy failed to get to the World Cup finals, I should say. Spiky character, as I remember, on the football pitch. I enjoyed watching him play. He played up at Rangers, I think, didn't he?
I did like seeing Graham Potter celebrating, getting Sweden through.
Yeah.
I like Graham Potter, so I was pleased for him.
2 slips in place for Finch. Jewel waits and goes onto the back foot, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Kashif Ali, who's in at cover. Optimistic sunglasses perched on top of his head. The ice cream van is still there, but doesn't look like it's doing a roaring trade. And there's a gentleman in between the scoreboard and the floodlight away to our right who's been under an umbrella since lunch, and he needs to take that down yes. before anybody gets any kind of idea. I'll just do this one ball. I think I've got time. As Finch is in and bowls to Jewel. That's good leave. Goes through to Roderick. There's no run. 113 for... No, I'll turn myself off too early. 113 for 2.
Okay, so Dave will be back in a moment. I'll carry on, and then we'll bring Frank back in shortly. It's 113 for 2. Just 2 slips in place now. As Finch comes in round the wicket to Caleb Jewell, who's well set. Tries to turn that round the leg side, gets a bit of a leading edge along the ground onto the offside. No run. End of the over, 113 for 2. And Jewell on 36, Guest on 6. Well, it still represents a decent position for Derbyshire, but as we say, 2 quick wickets could change that. Worcestershire got 1 after lunch, nearly got another. Olihan Dolby, ever more threatening, having got the wicket, comes into bowl. And that's left by Guest. The batting side with the best start today appear to be Sussex, who amassed 163 for 2 against Leicestershire after 36 overs. Can't help feeling Could be a long season for Leicestershire. Also scoring runs pretty quickly are Durham against Kent in the second division, 154 for 3 in the 34th over. Lancashire 116 for 1 against Northants. They're going well in the 34th over. That one is just a little over pitch by Alan Dolby, and it's worked away onto the leg side by Guest. He'll get certainly 2. They think about a third, but decide against it. Settle for 2. 115 for 2. Derbyshire put in by Worcestershire this morning. A day which has remained cloudy, some quite grey clouds overhead now. There's a breeze blowing. The floodlights have been on constantly. There's been no issue with the lights so far, but it may well become a factor as the day goes on. So far, happily, uninterrupted, apart from by lunch. And a Dolby bowls, and that's defended by Guest. And there's no run. Tail of the tape so far then. Derbyshire got to 82 before they lost the first wicket in the 21st over. There'd been one drop catch before eventually Harry Kane was caught behind, playing a loose drive off Tom Taylor to go for 50. Then after lunch, Matt Montgomery caught low down by Jake Libby in the gully off Ollie Hallen Dolby for 11. Caleb Jules batted throughout, 36, got his county cap during the interval, and that one he's played to bid on as no run. He was also presented with his Player of the Season prize. And the good folk of listening to Radio Derby now know what's going on, Dave, and the bad folk listening as well.
Yes, the bad ones are the ones we're aiming for. I'm just delighted that Tyrese Shade is playing this afternoon for Burton Albion.
Oh, is he?
He is
Yeah.
crucial.
Our other team have picked 11 defenders, it would seem. I think we've got to reach that stage now. In comes Alan Dolby to bowl to Guest, who pushes that one into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, they're not our other team, unfortunately, Clive. They are actually our team. Yeah. And it's Burton are my other team. I'll make way, shall I?
No, well, I don't know.
I'm happy to make way. Okay. I've got to do one at 2:30-ish,
Okay.
so I'll come back and do it on the gizmo, and then we'll work out what's happening after that.
Thank you, Dave. 115 for 2. And Ollie Allen Dolby. Worcestershire's Ollie Allen Dolby. Can't get used to that. Only temporary, of course. At least it isn't. Well, that's driven down the ground by Guest. It's a lot of a pitch that from Allen Dolby. He's going to be punished for it. Guest and Allen Dolby collide. Guest doesn't look too happy. Allen Dolby apologises. It's all immaterial because the ball's gone to the boundary. So it really doesn't matter if he felt impeded or not, because he's got his 4 runs. Takes the score to 119 for 2. So just negotiating because they've all got reports to do for the various sports programmes this afternoon. Of course, a place to follow your local sport on BBC Local Radio. Intrepid reporters going up and down the country to bring you news of your team, wherever that might be. They'll be doing that throughout this afternoon. Rugby as well. I'm off to Richmond tomorrow with Bradders to cover Worcester Warriors. I see what Dave Fletcher means about that chap with the umbrella. It's a bit of a hobby horse of mine. I never understand it. In comes Finch. That's driven. Oh, it's a good shot. Driven by Jewel through the offside. The run's beginning to flow again. Jewel onto 40. But why, when you're at a cricket match and there's an odd spit of rain, why should you encourage the umpires to think it's raining by sticking your umbrella up?
I don't think the umpires, I think they'd tell you they don't take any notice anyway, wouldn't they?
I know, but
honestly, I think we've had a few umpires talking to us at Worcestershire Cricket Society this winter, and they make it quite clear that they're not influenced with light or rain or anything by spectators.
And that's pushed out to the offside by Jewel, and he's going to get more runs. He won't get 4 this time, but the run's really flowing. Finished this actually in the morning session, bowled tight most of it. It was just a 1 over when he went for a whole load of runs. We started here with 6 off the first 2 balls of this over. And it's 123 for 2. 125 for 2, I beg your pardon. Well, you'd hope not. I mean, and you always hear referees are accused of being influenced by fans and players, but you like to think at the professional level they wouldn't be.
Yeah, I think it probably is a bit more difficult with football, isn't it? When you've got 50,000 people chanting, you don't know what you're doing or something. But I think one bloke with an umbrella probably less
Get on with it.
influential.
That's the other thing you get in cricket, don't you? The get on with it shout. Does that influence umpires much? Just going down the leg side. Jewel has a little look at it, but doesn't really. Pushes back towards it. It's taken by Gareth Roderick. There's no run. It's a thankless job officiating in sport. There's so much scrutiny these days.
Yeah, they're struggling to get people to become referees, I think, in football.
Well, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, the treatment they get these days.
Yeah, dreadful, isn't it?
Anyway, I won't get on that particular soapbox. Just you'll never get me off it if I do. That one is played down in towards backward point. It's cut off by Jake Libby. There's no run. 125 for 2. Jules on 42. Guests on 12. Still that wind blowing quite strongly, but not easy conditions for the bowlers from that point of view. Round the wicket, Finch, left-handed Jewel, who nudges it onto the onside for no run. Caleb Jewell, reminds me a bit of a Jewel in the Derbyshire crown. They were delighted to get him back again for this season, feeling that they're a strong looking outfit, helped by the return of Jewell. He's going quite nicely, 42 off 90 balls, so it's not been reckless stuff by any means. And again comes Finch and Jewell. Oh, having said that, he has a bit of a swing at that one, almost falls over as he misses it, shakes his head. There's no run. 125 for 2. We've had 35 overs.
Yeah, Adam Finch continuing to frustrate in a way, in that he bowls good deliveries, puts together 3 or 4, like you say, and then the 4 ball comes along, and it's a problem that's probably characterised his bowling for 2 or 3 seasons now. He's got pace, capable of bowling really good wicket-taking deliveries. That's a good one from Hannah Dolby. Nips back quite sharply after it's past the stumps, but a good leave by Brooke Guest. And yeah, I think, you watch Adam Finch and produces a good spell or two, and you think there's a really good bowler there, and then he eases the pressure with 1 or 2 loose deliveries, as he did. Well, he has done a couple of times today. It's just that extra little bit of consistency that he's searching for all the time, which has always been a characteristic of this man, hasn't it? Hannon Dolby, who is in again bowling outside the off stump to Brooke Guest, who lets that go through to his counterpart Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. 2 men out then, either side of lunch. Harry came after a partnership of 82 for the first wicket, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 50, and since lunch, Matthew Montgomery, who made 11, caught smartly in the gully by Jake Libby off this man, Ollie Hannon Dolby, who moves away from us again now and bowls, and again outside the off stump, Guest leaves alone. This is Hannon Dolby all over, isn't it? Nag away outside the off stump. Occasionally, the batsman might not have to play, but he's in that corridor, and Guest who nicked one, edged one, I should say, rather than nicked, because it flew over third slip, first ball off Hannon Dolby. Having to show good judgment at the moment. Bit of sunshine breaking through as Hannon Dolby moves in again. and bowls, and Guest is forward, gets a bat on this one, pushes into the covers. Kashif Ali does the fielding. 3 slips in place. There have been 3. There were 4 this morning. And interestingly, talking to former Derbyshire opener Tony Borrington at lunch, and he said that I think he's sitting with 1 or 2 other ex-players, and they thought it was a slow pitch like we did, and maybe that 4 slips was a bit optimistic this morning, but then they know the pitch here at Derby a bit better than we do in recent years, perhaps. Guess that's a good shot. Really, really good shot, because it's only slightly shorter of length than Hannon Dolby's good length deliveries, but it gave Guest time to get in behind it and hit it sweetly away, square on the offside off the back foot.
One or two little spots of rain hitting the window, but the thing is it'll blow over very quickly with this breeze, so
yeah,
not too worried yet.
Stiff breeze, looking at that flag, it's a stiff breeze blowing. Good shot by Guest, that. Punched square of the wicket on the offside for 4. Minimum of effort, maximum of efficiency. Very good shot. Takes him on to 16. Forward to this next one, which is much fuller. Pushed out on the offside. Fielded at mid-off by Latigan. No run. End of the over, 129 for 2. And, yeah, going along pretty nicely. 36 overs completed.
Yeah, I'll still be happy, Derbyshire. Worcestershire still trying to find a way through. And that'll be Finch last over a little on the expensive side, so how can he fare with this one? Bowling to Jewel with 2 slips in place. Jewel drives that, doesn't quite get hold of it, and it's cut off at mid-off. There's no run. $129 for 2. Derbyshire 3rd in the 2nd division last season. It's been a while since they've been in the 1st division. Of course, we did have a couple of seasons where we didn't have 1st and 2nd divisions due to COVID. That's a swing and a miss. It's a wild shot by Jewel. There's no run. But, well, that's in the 1st division in 2013 after they won the 2nd division title in 2012. They did come 2nd in the North Group of the Bob Willis Trophy, which was that short competition we had during the first COVID year in 2020. But haven't been in the top flight since 2013. 3rd last season, having finished bottom the season before. The thing that they lacked a little bit last season was this one is pitched up and is guided down towards 3rd. And there's 1 run there. They only managed 3 wins, but they only lost 2 as well. So maybe that's what they will want to try and do this season. Maybe just get some more wins. That might just get them over the line. I was looking at championship stats for last season. In terms of how many games were finished in positive results, it's about half. It was exactly half. Not quite exactly. Yes, exactly half in the 1st division. 35 out of 70 matches finished in positive results, and it was just slightly over half in the 2nd division. That's a bouncer. It's left by Guess. There's no run. 29 out of 56 2nd division matches ended in results. Positive results, that's to say. We had no match abandoned without a ball last season, which is nice. Occasionally happens, but not last season. Every game had some play in it at least. So, Finch blows into his right hand as he comes into bowl over the wickets, and Guest doesn't get the full face of the bat on that as he pushes out to the offside. There's no run. Usual coach and backroom staff taking their walks around the ground. It's all right. Alan Richardson still head coach at Worcestershire, of course. Mikey Arthur in charge at Derbyshire. In comes Guest. And that's got an inside edge. Now to fine leg for a single from Guest. That's 1-2 questions out over Adam Finch, 130 for 2, Derbyshire.
Yeah, hands on head from Finch at the end of the over. Just wondering what he's got to do to get a wicket. 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 35 now. Guest dominating the strike in the last few minutes. Single off the last ball of the previous over, single off the last ball of that one. Keeps the strike as Hannon Dalby prepares to bowl his 11th over. Bright sunshine now. That rain has gone away. And Guest on strike. Still those 3 slips in as Hannon Dalby moves away from us and bowls. Takes him on the pads. He looks to turn it on the leg side. Makes no contact. Yeah, pretty chilly out there, I think, for the fielders and the spectators. Of most of them that we can see, they're pretty well wrapped up, and you would need to be. You'd want a good coat on or a blanket over your lap or something if you're watching. But I'd imagine it's fairly pleasant at the far end now in the sunshine. But that's cricket watching in April, isn't it? At least we're playing. And as you said, playing all the games, I think, around the country. Of
one exception.
Oh, one exception. No,
Cardiff.
No play at Cardiff, I beg your pardon.
So far.
Furthest west, no problem.
Yeah.
That's another thing. That's the 3rd or 4th time that Hannon Dalby's pulled up when he's got to the crease. We were talking about slow over rate. That's almost an extra over, isn't it?
Yeah.
He doesn't really quite know why. Just as he got there, even the very first ball he bowled this morning, he wasn't happy with his footing. He turns again now. And moves in. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Guest. Hannon Dalby's an interesting one, isn't he? Because you look at, I think, athletes generally these days, but certainly cricketers compared to, say, 20 years ago. And they do so much work in the gym now, don't they? So many weights and so on. That they all, you get broad-shouldered, muscular fast bowlers, but Hannon Dalby looks as though he's never been in a gym in his life, doesn't he? I mean, I'm sure he does go to the gym, and he's very fit and lean, but he hasn't got big sort of bulging upper body or anything. He's sort of bowler that keeps fit by bowling, I suppose. This one's slightly overpitched and misfielded at mid-wicket, and a single is taken.
And he's pretty hardy. I mean, he bowls long spells, and by the standards of fast bowlers, he's relatively injury-free.
Yeah, I'm not for a minute suggesting that he's lacking in any way. It's just that he's a bit of a throwback, is what I mean, really, in that sense, isn't he? And I'm sure, like all others, he's monitored in all the work that he does in the gym and out of the gym as well. But in he comes, not an ounce of fat on him, that's for sure, as he's in and bowls to the left-handed Caleb Jewell, who we haven't seen on strike for several minutes, and he's forward to that one and pushes out on the offside. 43 Jewell off 95 deliveries. Been a measured, watchful innings from the left-hander, and it's good stuff from Caleb Jewell. I mentioned Alan Border, reminds me of him, a bit like sort of Dean Elgar as well, that sort of limpet-like left-handed batter. Waits now as Hannon Dalby bowls across him, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. There are left-handers, aren't there, like Gower and Bethel, we could say these days, the sort of graceful, languid left-handers, and then there are nuggety, chunky left-handers like Border and Dean Elgar, as I say, and I would certainly put Caleb Jewell into that category. Tough to shift.
Yeah, he's judged things pretty well, hasn't he? He's left pretty well today.
He's been good. He's really got stuck in. Tom Latham, Henry Nichols, that's the sort of player he reminds me of as he steers this one down into the gully. Libby Fields, end of the over from Hannon Dorby, just a 1 run from it. 132 for 2 off 38 overs.
Do you recall a match with Hannon Dorby? It was I think it was the famous relegation saving match against Hampshire when Liam Norwell got 9 wickets. Hannon Dorby will point out that he got the crucial first wicket of that second innings before Norwell struck, but he had a table and an umbrella, a sun umbrella, set up for him down at third, so wherever he went there, he could have a little rest and get into the shade and have a few drinks. So they looked after him. It was one of the more remarkable days of county cricket
it was
I've witnessed.
Fantastic climax, wasn't it? And the last time he played for Warwickshire, Norwell, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think he might have had one more game, did he? Did he have one more game and broke down? But certainly pretty much the last. Yeah, shame he's had to retire because of injury. That's driven by Guest, and he's going to get 2 runs for that. It's Finch the bowler. It's out to the offside. 2 more runs, 134 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant. And I must say, we're all prone to exaggerate and so on, but I thought that I was listening to that on the sports app, and Richard Wilford, I think, was doing the commentary. It was absolutely brilliant, gripping coverage, really superb stuff.
Yeah, Kevin James would have been with him. I don't think he was enjoying it so much, Kevin, but he would have described it well. Because it did affect Hampshire, because they needed to win that to get second place and lots of money. That's in the air, but through the vacant area between third and backward point, and it's gone down for 4. I guess a little bit of a streaky shot, but not a chance, nowhere near a fielder, but it's 4 runs. $138 for 2. What has this season got in store for us, I wonder? We have a dramatic final day, as we've had a few times. Less so, I think, last season. It wasn't particularly...
Well, Durham blew up a bit at the end.
I did,
That surprised everybody, didn't it?
This next one, that's pitched up, it's played to mid-on, there's no run. Of course, Worcestershire almost pulled off a miraculous victory, didn't they, the last round of games when Sussex were chasing 61 and were 7 wickets down on 57.
But I think Worcestershire's fate was sealed, wasn't it? And it, it was who was going to join them really going down, and then Durham obviously were still in the mix, and then they just imploded really, didn't they? Towards the end.
This next one is played out to point for no run by Guest, 138 for 2. Derbyshire's a wind if anything picks up. There's lots of falcons, sort of flags and fence covers and things around the ground in preparation for this year's T20 blast.
Earlier than usual.
Yeah.
Better get used to it, haven't we?
Yeah. In comes Finch. Well, that's short and it's left by Guess. It just crouches down and leans back out of the way of it as it goes to Roderick. Worcestershire, of course, will be defending the One Day Cup this season. You were there, that final. That was a dramatic end.
I was. Yeah, it was a
Have you got an
very
update
good
coming
day.
up, Frank?
I have,
Okay.
yeah. Nip and do it now.
You come and replace
And then
me
I'll
when you're
come
done
in
there.
there,
Yeah. Nothing like a bit of production on air. As, Finch comes into bowl to Guest. And that's off the inside edge onto his pads. Gets a bit of a stare from the bowler, does Guest, but he survives. 138 for 2. 39 overs bowled. And these two settling things down. They've added 28. No, 31. That was the most shocking bit of arithmetic of the season already from me there. They've added 31 so far for the third wicket, so just done that in 8 overs. Just getting things settled. Now, change of bowling, also change of ends for Tom Taylor, who bowled from the the other end. Remind me.
City end.
City end, thank you. Is now going to bowl for the racecourse end. He replaces Ollie Helen-Dorby, who's got the 1 wicket since lunch. Taylor got the 1 wicket this morning. Top wicket taker, of course, last season with 58. Pretty good effort when you're playing for a team that's finished bottom of the table. You get 58 wickets.
Lewis Rees, the leading wicket taker in Division 2 with 50 last season. See him at some point. Taylor aborts his... he had his run-up all sorted out from the City end, didn't he? All sorted out. Not so much from the racecourse end, sadly. I should be able to tell you, but I can't, which end he bowled from when he played here, but it's that long ago now. I've seen some awful dross. In the meantime, but waiting to see which end Mohammed Abbas takes. That will be interesting, as Taylor is in and bowls to Jewel, who defends it up to mid-off. Tony Palladino used to bowl from this end, the racecourse end from memory. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mohammed Abbas didn't follow suit. The last overseas we had bowled from either end, really. Tickner. That's Taylor. Is into Jewel, a full delivery. It's driven and it's stopped, probably by the torso of Tom Taylor as he dived to the ground and tumbled and stood up and threatened to throw the stumps down, which probably would have taken out umpire Longley had he let go. He didn't.
No, I think umpire Lumley might have made that point to him, though, as he walked past.
Yes. Yes. Now I have an update soon, but I have no cue at the moment, so it can't be imminent, as Taylor is in again, and that one is pushed nicely. A push drive, really, out to the cover boundary. I think it's going to have the legs to get all the way. Yes, it does. It was chased and chased and chased by Brett Oliveira, I believe. But he couldn't get the new rope this year. It's brand new rope. It's gleaming in the...
It looks
yes,
it,
isn't
yes.
it beautiful? Unless they've just, put
Give it a wash, put it in the machine.
I think it's a new rope.
We're just waiting until it's gone around the outfield a few times on wet days. That'll change the colour of it.
It's a splendid sight. They're not cheap ropes, are they? I believe. I'm not a rope expert, but I don't think they're cheap. As Taylor comes in and bowls to Jewel, who lifts this one towards mid-on, who an unnecessary dive. He's on 47, Caleb Jewel, now 100 deliveries, 142 for 2.
There's something quite satisfying these days of modern technology that we still use a good old-fashioned rope for the boundary. Just as long as there aren't any sponsors around.
We don't want sponges in the county championship, thank you very much. They're about 1.5 feet tall as well nowadays. Taylor's in, bowls to Jewel, who plays this one to point. There's no run. Sun trying to break through from the direction the weather's coming from looks a little gloomy. Right to the west, to our right. But there is a little patch of blue sky. I don't think it makes it any more pleasant for the fielders if the sun's shining or if it isn't now.
No.
It's just a look at the trousers of the 3 slip fielders. You can see how strong the wind's blowing as Taylor bowls to Jewel, who just dabs it down to into the gully region, really. Doesn't get a run now. Libby moves around to his right to do the filling. It's the end of the over. 40 gone now, only 56 to go. It'll soon flash by. 142 for 2. Guest has 24 off just 29 deliveries. He's played 1 or 2 risky shots, but 1 or 2 unconventional ones, the inside edge.
I wish you could, Trev.
And
because,
Caleb Jewell has 47. I'd love to know what Trev wanted to do.
New County Championship season, no real change to the format, although we were very close to having a change at the end of last season, which would have saved Worcestershire from relegation, funnily enough, the proposal of a 12-team First Division, but it was rejected. So we are, as we were, everyone plays each other twice in the Second Division, 8 teams in it. Points are the same. We've mentioned before, the only 2 notable changes really are, firstly, we won't be using the Kookaburra ball at any point this season.
Excellent.
Indeed. As that one is played to mid-off. There's no one. It's Matthew Waite coming in now from the City end to bowl for Worcestershire. And the only other change, this fact that you can now have substitutes, not just substitute fielders, but substitute players in the event of injuries or players being called away for major domestic issues or whatever.
Well, that's the Blair Tickner one was mentioned in most of the reports, where he was told.
This next one. Oh, it's edge. There's only 2 slips. I don't think it would have carried to a 3rd slip anyway. Soft hands, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, he discovered on the morning of a match in which had already started, that his wife had leukemia and was forced to play. Wasn't forced to play, but had to play the entirety of the game. Sounds like I'm going to do an update, Clive, so I'll leave you with
Okay, and then when you're done, I'll get Frank in as 146 for 2. Yeah, the other one that was widely mentioned, of course, was Chris Wokes. Obviously, that was a test match, but playing for England, having to bat with an arm in a sling. Well, that's what happened in the County Championship, in theory, this season. It's introduced as an experiment for 1 season. It's played back to the bowler, there's no run. I think the authorities are going to watch very closely how the teams use that rule, and they are trusting that teams will be fair and sensible with it, because obviously it has the potential for exploitation. But hopefully that won't happen. Wait to bowl to Guest, who defends that solidly. And there is no run. 146 for 2. Great to be back. All the matches live online from your local BBC radio stations and the online live cricketing page, updating you with all that's going on elsewhere. And I think they recorded the first century of the season. It's been scored by Emilio Gay of Durham against Kent. 191 for 4 Durham. That one is the inside of the bat out to mid-wicket. He played a defensive shot there, Guest. It's a dot ball.
Well, they picked up 1 wicket in the morning, Harry Kane for 50, and I've picked up just 1 more since lunch. Montgomery out for 11.
We have
is there on 28.
1 more ball left for the 41st over to be bowled. 2 slips in place.
He's on 47. He's been out there for 103 balls. 39 runs the partnership for the 3rd wicket so far. Derbyshire
And
going really nicely. We're just coming to the end of
in
the
comes
41st over of the day. Just 55 more to go.
Wait. And that's an edge. This time it's played, I think, with a deliberate open face for the bat. It's run down to 3rd again for 4. Worcestershire might have to close that area. Matthew Waite kicks the air in frustration. So another 4 runs are added. And that takes... And then the 150 comes up.
150 for 2.
And that has come. Let's see if I can work out. So where are we? 41. So it's come off 250 balls. The 150, which means that the 3rd 50, which cost 1 wicket, took just 85 balls which the second 50 took 77, the first 88. It's been a pretty similar pace throughout, and there's 4 more runs there. Lovely cover drive from Caleb Jewell, and that brings up his half century. So Derbyshire's second half century of the innings. Harry Kane having got one earlier. Now Jewell has moved on to 51 off 104 balls. And he has done it while hitting his, he says, looking it up, I'll tell you how many fours he's hit in a moment. He has hit 9 fours. So he's now on 51, 154 for 2. And that one is played, defended, the onside, there's no run. So Dave is back, and I will make way for Frank Watson.
Thank you very much, Clive. Yes, Clive Eakin will be back. And who knows, he might even have a smile on his face if a certain team has scored at the New Meadow, or whatever it's called these days. 154 for 2. Caleb Jewell, 51, 50 off 105 balls. Really good effort from Caleb Jewell as Taylor comes in and bowls to him, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. There's a person going to come in alongside me now who this morning said, is it cold in here because that window's open or because the air conditioning's on? And now he's taken his jacket off. He's that warm. Frank Watson's back, everybody.
Good afternoon.
You're too warm now.
No, I'm not too warm.
Too hot? What's going on?
I was maybe I don't really want to wear a coat indoors, but it was cold in here this morning.
It was cold in here this morning, but the window was open and the door was open as well. That made a bit of a draft. Here's Taylor, halfway through his 11th over, defended there by Jewell up towards mid-off. There's no run.
You feel, don't you, that the Worcestershire, I mean, I don't know what they've said at lunchtime, and I don't know what the mindset is, but it's changed, doesn't it? You win the toss, April, bit of green on the pitch, new ball, lots of enthusiasm, get a few wickets before lunch. You only get one. Pick one up just after lunch. Oh, yeah, maybe we can get to... But these two have batted well. The pitch is not offering a great deal of help.
Ball from Taylor is clipped into the leg side by Jewell to go through for a quick single. There is a shy at the stumps, but against is sharp.
And the mindset changes, you think, don't you? Now they're probably now thinking, well, look, you know, we've bowled 40 overs, we've only got 2 wickets, it's going to be a long one, this. So instead of, whereas they might have been thinking bowl them out for 250 or something, they're now thinking this could be a long one, it could be 400, couldn't it?
Yes, they don't want to be staring down 400, 450 really, do they? Which is where Derbyshire will be aiming now. You would have thought with plenty of batting to come Anderson, Rees,
absolutely,
Chappell.
yeah, loads.
Brooke Guest batting at 4. Edges that one down into the gully. Final ball of Tom Taylor's 11th over, 1 for 56. It's a little bit more expensive than he would have liked, I'm sure, going at just over 5 and over, but he has picked up a wicket along with Oliver Hannon-Dolby, whose 11 overs have cost just 37. That's probably where they ought to be aiming at, if they can go 11 overs for 37 rather than 55. But yeah, that's just the way it is. 155 for 2, Derbyshire, 32 to Guest, 52 to Jewell, and they're just 2 away from a half-century partnership in about
under an hour.
10 and a half overs they've been batting together, these two. So that's going a decent lick.
Yeah, I think that's the other worry. I mean, we've said it over and over again, and it's not rocket science. It's not rewriting the coaching manual. If you can't get past the edge, if you can't get wickets, weight bowls, short and wide, cut for 4. Jewell's beginning to expand his game a little bit, having got to 40 in fairly circumspect fashion. That's his 3rd boundary since then. Goes to 56. You know, make it hard for them to score, but they haven't been able to do that. They've still got 3 slips in. I mean, that's what I meant when I said about the mindset change. I think 3 slips at this point is pretty optimistic, really, given that they haven't found the edge very often, haven't gone past the bat very often. But you don't want to recognise that you've got to go on the defensive, really, almost, as weight bowls. And, well, there we are. Who am I? to talk. I don't know what I'm talking about because he's got his man. He's turned Caleb Jewell around. He's got an outside edge, and Ethan Brooks at second slip has taken a pretty straightforward catch. I think it's fair to say, Dave, that we didn't expect that. He was just beginning, wasn't he, to play with a bit of freedom. Maybe that's the problem. He was just a bit like Brooke Guest, who reached 50 and was out. Not Brooke Guest, Harry Kane reached 50 and was out almost straight away. Caleb Jewell reached 50, and he too has gone this time for 56. He played really well, held things together nicely. Worcestershire now need to drive a little bit of drive home the advantage that have been given by that wicket. And what I mean by that is, I'm sure as they gather in that huddle out there that Brett Dolliver will be saying, look, we could get right back into this game now if we can pick up another 1 or 2 in the next half an hour, say. It's quite an important little spell coming up, I think, because if they get to 200 by tea or 220 by tea and they're only 3-4 down, then I think Derbyshire really have laid a platform. If Worcestershire can nick another couple out, then it could suddenly not be not the lost cause, but the fading cause that it was looking until that very delivery. But Matthew Waite probably has deserved a wicket more than anybody else. 7.2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19, and well, in comes Anderson, and there's just a little bit of a chink, perhaps, for Worcestershire to try and force home here.
Well, you said you didn't expect. I was expecting.
I didn't.
It. I was expecting.
Were you really?
No,
Honestly?
No.
I wasn't.
They didn't
I
look
really
like
wasn't.
He
I thought he was beginning to play really well.
Just squared him up a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Brooks, who had dropped him on 23, snared him on double that, more than double that.
His weight into Anderson, whose first movement is to walk down the pitch at the bowler.
Yeah, he does it a lot.
Didn't bother Waite and didn't bother Anderson. In the end, he's just pushed it back up the pitch to the bowler. 159 for 3 then.
Just been reminded about my friend with the umbrella, but he's gone now from the little gap in between the scoreboard and the floodlight. He's probably gone for shelter actually, because it doesn't look. It looks even worse out there now than it did before.
The wind. Look at you can see the players.
Yeah.
And the bales have
Bales
blown
have
off,
dropped
actually.
We might need what are they called? Ammonite?
Yeah. Or what's it?
The heavy wood?
Yeah,
Whatever
the
that
heavy
is, the
one.
heavy
yeah.
wood,
Lignite. isn't it?
Lignite, that's right.
Yeah.
Ammonite's probably something completely different. And
I think
might
it's
even be a rude word.
Edged by, steered, shall we say, by Anderson. Thickish outside edge down to third man. Going to get 4 as it outpaces the chasing Latigan. So he's off the mark. Ammonite's a fossil, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
So that you get Lyme Regis on the beach. Yeah. Everybody's there with their little hammers.
And in the BBC radio cricket commentary teams as well.
A
lot of fossils in that.
Not too far away.
No names, no Pactrell.
163 for 3.
Let's not go there.
163 for 3 with that boundary. Anderson off the mark. Martin Anderson. I know how to say his name because I've got a sheet here telling me how to say it.
It's brilliant, isn't it, the sheet?
Very useful,
yeah.
Especially Ross Whiteley didn't know how to say that one. In comes Waite to Anderson. He pushes this one up to mid-off.
Yes, they make it harder, don't they, really? Rory Hayden is fairly straightforward, but then you say Rory.
Hayden.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, is it?
We shouldn't.
I was going to say, is it something they have to do, but I haven't seen it anywhere else.
It's something Derbyshire have been doing. They did it all last season as well, but they've only done the Derbyshire men and the Derbyshire women's team, so if I don't know how you say any of the Worcestershire players.
They've done the ones you already know.
I've had it.
Waite in, Anderson on the walk again, and this time Waite bangs it in short, and Anderson slaps it down to long leg for a single. Waite collapses at the end of his follow-through, dismayed by Anderson charging at him, no doubt, but he's got a wicket in that over, and takes a little bit of congratulation from his teammates as he takes his sweater and walks away, or sweaters. 164 for 3. Then the men out came for 50, and since lunch Montgomery for 11 and Jewell for 56.
Martin Anderson is a player who likes to get on with it. came here really, to all intents and purposes, we thought he was a bowling all-rounder, and hasn't bowled an awful lot for Derbyshire, but last season picked up 2 centuries, I think, but they were his first 2 in first-class cricket, so he's now classified as a batting all-rounder.
He's on strike now, and well, he's beaten by a really good one from Taylor, which left him off the pitch. 2 S's in his Anderson. Does that speak of some Scandinavian heritage?
Certainly his father's Scandinavian.
Yeah.
They were there at Grace Road when he got his maiden first-class century last season. I had a quick chat with them. They were both very proud, and then Martin came out, and he's a very quiet individual. I said he wasn't giving me an awful lot, and then I just said, well, it's nice that your parents are here. He said, yeah, they've watched me fail an awful lot. Taylor bowls to him, and that one's pushed out into the offside.
Well, he's at the right county, isn't he, with Scandinavian heritage? Because if you ask me about Scandinavian county cricketers, I'm sure there have been a few, but the one that always springs to mind is Ollie. Yeah. Hall Mortensen, who was just brilliant here for a few years. In the 80s.
It's exciting when he comes on commentary, though. He doesn't quite understand the no swearing regulations. Despite being told on numerous occasions.
He was great there. He was a great character, wasn't he?
Oh, strikes the pad this time, Taylor, and Anderson just turns and walks away.
Bit high, I think.
Yeah.
Nipped back. They shouted, but Tom Longley's unimpressed.
Didn't move at all, Tom. I think he's frozen to the spot. Bless him, Tom. Other umpire is Chris Watts. He's at square leg, stretching out the hamstrings. It's a long time to be standing very still in this kind of weather, isn't it, as an umpire? That's not much fun at all, I wouldn't have thought.
No, they'll have the thermals on, I would imagine.
They get paid handsomely, though. As Taylor is in again. Over the wicket to Anderson, who drives very pleasantly indeed. It looks like Hannon Dolby's giving chase. Well, I say he's giving chase. He's running towards the ball as it careers over the boundary. 4 more to Anderson, his second boundary so far. He moves on to 9, and Derbyshire 268.
You mention umpires' pay. It's an area of dispute at the moment. Did you know that?
I did see a story suggesting there might be an umpire's strike. Yeah.
They're not.
We'd hardly notice, though, would we?
They've got cause for complaint, I think.
Have they? Here comes Taylor. This one's been pulled ruthlessly into the leg side for 4 more. Out towards backward square leg. There was a man down at long leg, but he couldn't get round the boundary in time. It goes to the Monarch stand. Away to our right-hand side. He's now got 3 boundaries. He's on 13. He's got all of the runs in this partnership so far. Derbyshire 172 for 3. Well, they're striking for better hotels at a better deal.
There's been some quite serious and quite significant pay cuts. In fact, 3 senior umpires have resigned as a result. 3 very, very well-known umpires have resigned, amongst them Neil Mallender, for one.
The ECB's got no money, of course, as Taylor bowls. No one's defended, but don't look at me like that. Into the onside.
I was looking at you in recognition of your irony.
They only sold a competition for more money than most things are worth.
Anyway, there have been new structure put in place where certain umpires have been moved from sort of A grade to B grade or B grade to C grade, and they're being demoted. Results in a very hefty pay cut, and Steve O'Shaughnessy, who was the sort of the shop steward, is not happy.
I can think of nobody better.
He has a trade union background, I think, a left wing background. Anyway, it's not a happy situation. I don't think at the moment.
He was at Leicester watching Derbyshire, not watching them umpiring.
Matthew Waite in bowls, and this one's pushed out on the offside by Brooke Guest. There's no run. Yeah, he came and spoke to us at the Worcestershire Cricket Society a couple of weeks ago.
He's a good man.
And of course he played a bit at Worcester as well, and so he was kind of coming home, and it was a lovely evening, and he was quite forthright actually in what he had to say. And it was two sides to every story, I suspect, but he certainly made us think that there was cause for some concern for the umpires as Waite bowls again and Guest pushes out on the offside. But it's all to do with restructuring in terms of the sort of categories. Certain umpires, certain are in A grade, B grade, C grade, and so on, and the pay according to which level you are in is quite significantly different. So if you get moved from one level to another, it makes a very big difference. His weight in again, bowls, that's very wide outside. There's some loosest delivery he's bowled, almost as though he lost his shape as he hit the crease there. And Brooke Guest, quite rightly, ignored it. 32 off 38 for Guest, Anderson 13 off 10. They're not hanging around. It was fairly slow early on, measured, I would say, not slow. That would be a bit unfair. But since lunch, they've scored at a fair rate, and you get the impression that Anderson, in particular, likes to keep on top of the bowling. That was a good delivery from Waite, which I think he played and missed at it, but it was one of those where he played at it and he realised fairly early on in the process that he was a long way from it, so he didn't have to worry too much about it. It went quite a long way off the seam, that one.
Jules got 4 for one of those earlier on today. Trying to leave the ball, but smashed it to the boundary.
He did, and it wasn't an edge, was it? It went square of the wicket, didn't it?
It's a remarkable shot.
It was. It was a really strange one. Very late decision. Waite again, he's in and bowls and just pushes out on the offside Brooke Guest. If there's one thing that we've seen the batters do today quite regularly, more often than you usually see it, it's get squared up, isn't it? Like that, where it just tended to get front on and then pushed out on the offside. And that suggests to me a pitch that maybe is just a little bit holding up. The ball just holding in the surface a little bit more than you might expect. It's dry out there, but it's not quick. Wait again. He's in. And that one keeps really low. That's the first one we've seen do that. That's skidded through. Shin height. Brooke Guest going on the back foot, and it skidded through past his shins and almost went through Gareth Roderick. He managed to stop it, but I think he might have taken a blow on the knee in doing so. But that was a shooter, wasn't it? I haven't seen any of those. Anyway,
one kept a little low before lunch, but nothing like that. Nothing like that. No,
172 for 3.
That was terrifying.
You don't want that to be straight. Simple as that.
Mohammed Abbas with his feet up in the pavilion will be looking at the replay of that, going, "Oh, hello, here we go. That's why I signed for Derbyshire." A little bit of an indifferent bounce. Perfect. Here's Tom Taylor, his 13th over, 1 for 64 his figures, and that first delivery is pushed into the offside by Martin Anderson. Brooke Guest stands at the non-striker's end and says, "Well, there's one there if you want one." I don't think there was, and they certainly didn't take it either. The sun is out at the Pirelli Stadium. The sun is always out at the Pirelli Stadium, of course, as we know, and the teams are just about good. Nice to see Dylan Williams playing this afternoon. He adds a lot of energy to that midfield, so Jack Armour's back as well. That's good news. In comes Taylor. And a step forward from Anderson, who then plays it out into the offside by Kashi Valley. The only fielder who isn't wearing a cap. Does the fielder?
He doesn't often wear a cap. No, actually.
He's got his.
If he ever does, he wears a sun hat when it's
got the
really hot.
He's got the sunglasses on at the moment. They sort of reflect, and he looks like a fly's eyes when the brightness reflects in them. I say brightness. There isn't an awful lot of brightness at the moment, and I don't think they're ever going to turn these lights off. They've lost the switch. Taylor bowls. That one is a full-length delivery. It's an inside edge down to backward square leg, and Anderson moves to 14, 173 for 3. But in the middle of my screen is the most important man in Burton Albion's bid to stay up. There he is, Tyrese Shade. What a footballer that boy is. turned down a bid in excess of £1 million from him in January, which for a club like Burton with £8 million losses last season was...
Who's that from?
Well, we don't know,
okay.
but we're led to believe it was true, and he wasn't happy. That was defended by Brooke Guest. Yeah, they rejected 3 bids in January, which was nice, because to accept all 3 would have been throwing in the towel, I think. At that time, they were really struggling. Not that they're not struggling a bit now. Well, I was going to say, I hope Gary Bowie doesn't hear that. If he's listening to us while he's on the sidelines, then something has gone horribly wrong. He loves his cricket.
His dad, I was throwing I heard Clive talking about Ian before. His dad was a very keen cricketer as well. Played a few benefit games.
Taylor bowls to Guest, who pushes this one up to mid-on. Well, not long after I started, no, after Gary started, not I started, we were talking about the fact that I did the cricket, and he said, I just mentioned Mickey Arthur's name. He said, of course, Mickey Arthur's the coach at Derbyshire. Can you put me in touch with him? So Gary Bowyer and Mickey Arthur speak to each other. John Eustace, who's the head coach at Derby County, and Mickey Arthur speak to each other. Mickey loves his football. Taylor is in and bowls past the edge of Brooke Guest.
I've got to go and do an
update.
Not
a problem. He just nods in acknowledgement of a very fine delivery to finish off Tom Taylor's 13th over. 1 for 65, his figures now. Guest has 32. Anderson, with all of his S's, has 14. 173 for 3 is the score. And Frank's doing Clive a real favour, because he's going to stop him from watching Tranmere football.
Not for very long, sadly.
Still 0-0.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I'll take that.
30 seconds in. It's going well so far. Yes. As much as I know you're all a cricket audience, you must feel the pain of the commentators. And believe me, there is some pain. Who's this? It's Matthew Waite.
Yes.
Go on.
He comes into bowl to Anderson. Keeper standing up, must play to backward point. There's no run. By my reckoning, Worcestershire are currently joint top of the second division, with Durham and Kent. They've all got 1 bonus point so far.
I'm going to take a screenshot of that.
Durham are the first team to got a batting point in the second. Oh, they haven't, have they? Because it's 250, isn't it? So
Yeah.
I correct that. They're joint top with Kent. Worcestershire and Kent, joint top on 1 point each.
They'll get the flags out when they get their first batting bonus point.
Next ball was a nudge and a miss there by Anderson. Well taken by Gareth Roderick, standing up, Waiter's head in hands. Oh.
Frank's missed his first update of the season. That's
dear.
a good effort. It's only 3 o'clock on the first day, and he's missed his first update.
I'll hand back to him then. I'll go and cry somewhere.
That's poor.
They've just kicked off, so I've got to do half time now. Never mind.
Poor form from you.
Yeah.
That's the phone call.
I'll be
saying, "How did you
forgiven.
miss
I'll
it?"
be forgiven. I expect.
Wait. In, bowls to Anderson. On the pad, a little high possibly.
Going down, I reckon.
But Matthew Waite loves an appeal. And then loves a reaction when the appeal is...
Yeah, will we see a replay?
well, that's entirely down to Phoebe, really.
He's asking Chris what's Matthew out. He's asking why it was not given. I think it was going down.
Phoebe's not listening to us.
Come on, Phoebe.
Come on, Phoebes. They do have the commentary on in the stream room.
They're not there. They're not there.
Choosing to ignore us at the moment. Let's wait. Bowls to Anderson, who pushes this one up to mid-on. And there is no run. They're expecting a crowd in excess of 2,000. They sold 2,000 tickets at Buxton in the National North. They're taking on Macclesfield today. That's a really good effort. Full-time pros, of course, the Buxton players. Alfred at home as well. They take on Worksop. Plenty to keep up. Mickleover at home as well, I believe. I'll keep an eye on scores. 173 for 3. The score here. as Waite is in bowls to Anderson, who defends that one. Up towards mid-on again. There's no run. You're missing nothing at Burton, incidentally, because there's a man down, and he appears to have been struck in the mouth, because there's blood everywhere. Marvellous. They're also wearing white shirts. If they'd been wearing their normal red shirts, Barnsley, you wouldn't have been able to tell, really.
They wouldn't have stopped.
No, the white shirts are a bit of a giveaway. The old friendly uncontested drop ball. What a lot of old nonsense. Here comes Waite for the final ball of his 10th over. And that is defended by Anderson out into the offside. Oliveira will do the fielding. The over comes to an end. We've had 47 overs. We have 49 remaining. Almost at the halfway point of the day. Of course, tea will come in 17 overs time, so about an hour and 3/4 at the current rate. About an hour and 10, 15 minutes, something like that. 173 for 3 Derbyshire.
Yeah, good from Matthew Waite. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 24. I think the pick of the bowler, certainly in terms of his accuracy and consistency. Tom Taylor, who is continuing from our commentary end, 13 overs, 1 for 65 so far, bowls, and forward comes Brooke Guest walking into the shot, pushes the ball up to mid-on, where Waite does the fielding. And there is no run. Bit of sunshine just makes things look a little bit brighter, even though the lights are on. Quite a bit of blue sky around. But I think given when we looked at the forecast a few days ago, this weekend looked a write-off. We're going to get a proper game of cricket in, so we can't complain. Chilly though it may be. It's Taylor bowls, and on the back foot Guest defends up to Waite at mid-on. And there's no run. So Worcestershire, having won the toss and probably started the morning hopeful of early wickets, and saw the third ball of the game loop back off a leading edge over the bowler's head only to fall safely, probably didn't envisage that 47 and a half overs later they'd have only got 3 wickets as Taylor bowls, and that's steered, certainly not edged, but steered quite deliberately by Guest down to third man, and a very good chase and slide and flick back in by Libby, supported by Latigan, means that they only get 3 and not 4 as it looked like it was going to be.
Seems to me that there's been a lot of runs down to third man, either when there's been a third man or when there hasn't. I might have to check that out.
No, you're right. Definitely they have. 176 for 3. I was talking to Alan Richardson just on Wednesday afternoon, and we were talking about various things, and certainly the shape of games at New Road as they were last year, because as he pointed out to me, as Taylor bowls and Anderson defends, he said, really at New Road last year what we did was we watched the same game again and again and again and again. And one of the things that we both talked about, and I said it drove me round the bend last year, was the number of runs that went through third man. And he said we've had a long think about it. So whether they have or not, it hasn't made anything any different today, really. We haven't seen a third man employed.
32 down to third man, according to the wagon wheel.
Yeah. Well, that's not an insignificant number. That one is driven off the back foot by Anderson, but straight to Kashif Ali in the covers, and there's no run. It seems to me, and I made this point lots of times last year, and people will get bored with me banging on about it, but it seems to me that if you are aiming at the top of off stump and trying to find the outside edge of the bat, it's not going to go to your 3 catchers all the time, and if it doesn't, it's probably going to go to third man.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you've got to take him from somewhere else, but that's my thinking anyway. It always has been as a coach as well. This one is defended back up the pitch past Taylor. Another decent over, but those runs did come down to third man at the end of it. 176 for 3. Guest 35. Anderson 14. And we've had 48 overs.
We're halfway through the first day's play of the County Championship for 2026. Derbyshire will be marginally happier. But the old adage had 2 on 76 for 5, all just looks a little bit better. You've got to get those 2, of course.
Yeah, I think more than marginally happier at the moment, really. Especially having lost the toss. But
I'm just trying to keep a lid on it, Frank.
yeah,
I'm trying desperately not to get overexcited.
I know.
I've been overexcited for 10 years.
Yeah.
So I've decided it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
His weight bowling 2 guess. That's a thick inside edge out towards backward square leg where Hannah Dolby comes down from an enormous height into the long barrier to pick the ball up. 177 for 3. Guessed on to 36. Scoreboard. There we go. It's caught up now. First minor blip. The new scoreboard is excellent. It's got enough information on it.
Is it new, that one? On that?
That's new.
Yeah. This year.
This year.
Yeah, it's good. It's very clear.
First time it's been used. There's a repeater to our left, which we can't see from our vantage point.
I like it. I like the different colours as well. They're pretty clear, aren't they?
And then we have one in the box as well as Anderson pushes this one into the gully region. There's no run.
The idea of highlighting the batter, bowler, and their figures with a different colour
helps
is
enormously,
just
doesn't
really
it?
good, isn't it? And you
Helps
think just
enormously.
instead of just a little asterisk or something.
Yeah.
Really good.
Anderson 14 off 23. Brooke Guest 36 off 49. Going nicely. Another bail has dropped off at the far end this time. Brooke Guest has replaced it. Double checked by Chris Watts, the umpire. They're all wearing little mobile phones on their chests this year
Yeah,
instead of the GoPros.
Yeah.
As this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Anderson. He'll go through for a single. He'll move on to 15, 177 for 3. The last man to depart was Caleb Jewell for 56 off 110. Half century this morning as well for Harry Kame as the stand-in captain. Matthew Montgomery, the other man out. He made 11 off 33 before being well caught in the gully. A ball that he sort of advanced towards it and then played a shot that perhaps he now regrets. In fact, he almost certainly regrets, I would imagine. He will score runs this season. That one is an inside edge onto his pad from Brooke Guest.
Do you know why they're wearing those cameras, the umpires?
And for their assessment, presumably.
Yeah, so
Yes.
and then on that assessment, they can get moved from category A to category
Well,
B.
I
or
know
whatever.
that I meant to
bank
ask you the
manager
day-
might not approve.
I meant to ask you the day, Abel quite. The GoPros, the clubs had access to that footage as well, so you could show a highlight of somebody doing something remarkable. I just wonder if they still have that access now that their mobile phone strapped to their chest. Here comes Waite again, bowls to Guest, who pushes this one up to mid-on. There's no run. Yes, I mean, in one way or another, we're all being assessed all the time, aren't we? But not to that kind of detail. If I say that was Martin Anderson rather than Brooke Guest, I'm not going to get, hopefully...
You're not going to have a 30% reduction in your salary.
And I'm not going to get demoted. There was a couple of wrong LBW decisions, so it strikes me they're more likely to say not out than out. But anyway, and then we'll be using them for DRS at some point, I'm sure. 178 for 3. Here comes Waite. Final ball of his 11th over is driven, but without any real timing by Guest. Up towards a wide mid-off, and the over comes to an end. Guest 36, Anderson 15. Derbyshire 178 for 3 after 49 overs. And very pleased with life, having been put into bat at 10:30 this morning.
Well, we also had Peter Woolley talking to us this winter, and it wouldn't surprise you to hear us, quite sort of scathing in some of his observations about the game generally in these days. But he said, the umpires pretty soon. I jokingly said, do you think we'll ever get to the point where we don't need umpires? And he said, well, we're almost there already. Really, Taylor in and bowls, and that one is steered, well, more than steered, driven behind square on the offside by Anderson. It's not going to go all the way, but he'll pick up 3. Good running again from Brooke Guest. Square of the wicket, just a bit of width from Taylor. 3 more to Anderson. And he said, they count to 6. The front foot is now looked at by the third umpire. LBs are looked at by the third umpire. Catches are looked at by the third umpire. Run-outs, stumpings, etc. Pretty much everything. You might get to the point where you don't even need them. Right there in the middle. Here comes Taylor again and bowls, and that's a good one as he is beaten outside the off stump. There's an appeal. It wasn't a convincing appeal. It was one that almost kind of gathered momentum as various players realised that other players were appealing, if that makes sense. Tom Lungley, totally unimpressed, 181 for 3. But I think, there's something in what Peter Willey says. And if you could stand a dummy out there with a camera strapped to its chest, filming everything, you don't perhaps need somebody out there to make the decision. I don't know.
They also
Heaven forbid.
I'm told that they are used for analysis as well by the clubs, so the clubs do have access to the footage.
Taylor is in again and bowls, and on the back foot, Guest plays defensively out on the offside this time. 181 for 3, the score remains. So yeah, it's a matter of some debate. And I mentioned, can't remember whether I was saying it to Steve O'Shaughnessy or to Peter Willey, how I thought it's very impressive how umpires in the big games, World Cups and IPLs. I was thinking about Richard Illingworth and Richard Kettleborough and those sort of umpires. How calm they stay. Taylor bowls, and this one's played out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I said, it's incredible, all that noise going on around them, and they stay so calm. And we can't remember which one of them said that's because they haven't got anything to worry about, because they just know that whatever decision they make has got to be checked, and therefore, there's no real reason for them to get too stressed about it. So yeah, which is one way of looking at it, I suppose. Certainly changing.
I've lost count now. Is Clive replacing me or you?
I don't know. I've
Me.
no idea.
Thank you, Clive.
Yeah, you. There you go. Taylor in, bowls outside the off, left alone by Guest and taken by Roderick. But yeah, and I also asked, just finally on umpires, whether I thought they thought DRS would come into the county game, and they said almost certainly, and it won't be long. So there we are. We've just been talking about umpires, Clive, and whether we still need them, and whether DRS will come into the county game.
I hope not.
I think a lot of people think it will. Oh, there's going to be a wicket here. He's got a top edge, and he is caught by Jake Libby, running around from gully. That one just, again, I hinted about half an hour ago that I thought quite a few balls were just stopping in the pitch and batters were getting turned around, and that's exactly what's happened again there. Brooke Guest just turned around, looking to turn it on the leg side. It just maybe stopped in the pitch a little bit, lobbed up in the air, and Jake Libby, one of 3 players who could have taken the catch, running from gully, keeping his eye on it and making no mistake. And Tom Taylor picks up his 2nd wicket. Been a little bit expensive by his standards, but nonetheless 2 for 71 from 15 now for him, and it's 181 for 4. Fletch was just saying if you add a couple of wickets on, it looks a bit different, and Worcestershire got one of them. If they can get another one now, then yeah, 190 for 5 or something does look a little bit more of an even sort of situation.
Yeah, they've got
50, 11, 56, 36. 4 men out. 3 of them have got in. Nobody's gone on. So
they've taken the last 2 wickets to 22 runs. So
yeah, Worcestershire just they're hanging in there, aren't they? They're hanging in there.
Yeah.
But they'd have wanted to be more than hanging in there having won the toss. But they are hanging in there now.
You see, I thought since lunch, it seems a few have kept a bit low as well, haven't they? So
yeah, well, 2 in particular. Yeah. So that is a worry. Lewis Rees is the new man. Had a great season last season with bat and ball. And the There's plenty of batting in this Derbyshire lineup. Anuj Dar, Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison still to come. Shoaib Bashir down at 10 on the card. Can't imagine he's been that high very often. It's you, I think.
Weight in, and that's pushed out to the offside by Anderson. There's no run. Elsewhere, Surrey have recovered a little bit. 6 wickets down. There's still 6 wickets down. 146 for 6 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Who's doing the runs there? Tom Laws and Ben Folkes. Well, Ben Folkes always scores a lot of runs against Warwickshire. Scores a lot of runs against lots of teams. Very fine batter. Wonder if he might get back into the England fold now. There's a sort of rethink going on. He'd probably be in my team, but sadly they haven't invited me to be a selector yet. Wait comes in to bowl to Anderson, who pushes out to the offside. There's no run. Sussex are now 233 for 4 against Leicestershire. Here, 181 for 4 at Derbyshire. Still in a decent position, but just got to be careful that they don't let that position slip. First wicket partnership of 82. Since then, what's it been? 25, 52 for the 3rd wicket, and 22 for the 4th. That one's going down the leg side. Roderick doesn't quite take it cleanly, but stops the ball. Standing up to the stumps. And there's no run. 181 for 4. Martin Anderson on 18. 3 slips in place. Wait. With 1 wicket so far. 2 to Taylor, 1 each to Waite and Alan Dolby. And that one's almost got through, but it's turned around to square leg for a single by Anderson, who moves on to 19. That'll bring Rees onto the strike for the first time, because the last wicket fell with the last ball of the over. So, Louis Rees, who finished last season very well. I mentioned earlier, he's one of 7 players in this game who played in Derbyshire's last game of last season. Well, he made 211 and took 5 for 63 in that game. So if you're only as good as your last game, then he's pretty good. Wickkeeper standing back for the left-hander as that one's gone past his outside edge. And over the stumps and taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run. 182 for 4. And sun shining now. I would say it's a wonderful, beautiful spring day at the start of the season, but it's been dry for the most part. And a full day's play and even occasional spells of sunshine. What more could you ask for on the opening day of the season? And that one's left, there's no run.
Yeah, what more? Well, you could ask for a bit less wind and a bit more sunshine, but it's not too bad, is it?
No, we'll take it.
We're here, we're playing. I was just saying before you came on, Clive, I mean, the other day you looked at the forecast, you thought, oh, Derby next weekend. We didn't think we'd play any cricket at all, but prompt start and no interruptions, and the forecast only scheduled to improve as time goes on. So I think we'll have a full game one way or another. Whether it will go 4 days or not, we'll have to wait and see. Tom Taylor to continue bowling to Martin Anderson. He's in now bowls, and Anderson on the walk, as he often is. Just pushes this one up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Alan Dolby. Ollie Hannon Dolby in a Worcestershire cap, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Yeah.
I walked out to him this morning. I went out when he was warming up this morning. I said, cheekily, I said it was only a matter of time.
Well, there is quite a turnover between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, both ways.
There is.
Obviously, there's big connections at the very top now with Ashley Giles, chief exec, and Alan Richardson, coach.
Taylor is in again and bowls, and this Anderson drives again, just given a little bit of room. He'll get 2. Kashif Ali in pursuit.
Warwickshire's new captain is a former Worcestershire player, of course, and Ed Barnard.
Yep. Another one that we had speaking to us in our cricket society this winter, Ed Barnard. Still lives in Worcester. Does the daily commute. He said, somebody said, what's the difference between playing for Worcestershire and Warwickshire? He said, having to drive to work. Yeah. And having to time your journeys to make sure that you miss all the traffic. Taylor again moves away from us. Number 12 on his back. Right arm over the wicket, bowls. Anderson, tall man, leaning forward, playing it right under his nose, pushes it back up the pitch to the bowler.
Well, there's a decent train service from Worcester to Birmingham. The problem is then
getting from
New Street, or he could get off at University, but it's still a fair walk. Or
no, I think
he hop on a bus.
Yeah, I think he prefers to drive. I think anyway, but. Few people have been in touch with me today on X, as they often do. If you have been in touch on X and I haven't got back to you, there's a reason for that. And somebody might be able to help me with this. It's Taylor bowls and Anderson drives off the back foot, doesn't time it, Kashif fields. So I can reply to messages on X on my iPad, but I can't on my phone. If I reply to a message on my phone, it says reply not sent. I have no idea why, but that's the situation I'm facing at the moment. But people can get in touch at Frank Watson 58 on X. And those that have, good to hear from you. Rycroft Community Hub. Johnny Blaine, Mark Crockett, great to hear you listening. Hope you're enjoying it. Taylor bowls. Anderson whips this one off his hip down to long leg. Wants 2, but he's not going to get 2. Takes 1 and then comes back. Doesn't come back for the second as Finch does the fielding. 184 for 4. Anderson goes to 22 off 34 deliveries. Lewis Rees yet to get off the mark. Tom Taylor 1 ball left in his 16th over. 2 for 74. Top wicket taker in Division 1 last season. Helped to some extent by playing half his games at New Road, where the pitches were very seamer friendly. But a great season for him nonetheless. Began his career here, of course, at Derby. Staffordshire boy. Bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Rees, fielded by D'Oliveira, and that is the end of the over. 185 for 4.
The game ticks along. There's been a reasonable crowd here for this opening game of the season. To keep warm. You should see what they get tomorrow, because there's no football really tomorrow, very little football. Bit of rugby. So the fixture's been played today. Derby County playing tonight. Might get a good Saturday crowd tomorrow with a bit of luck.
Yeah, I think league cricket begins tomorrow, doesn't it?
Right.
In a lot of leagues. I always think that might be a factor. Oliver Hannon Dalby coming back into the attack.
A change of ends for him, bowling from the City end this time. There's a couple of practice deliveries. Tall, lean figure. It's the ball to Anderson. With Gareth Roderick standing up to the stumps. There's Hannon Dalby bowls and he leans back. Plays a nice looking shot, Anderson, but it's straight to our cover, so there's no run. Goes on walkabout. Well, here's the number 9. I always think your strike bowler should wear the number 9.
Yeah.
But anyway. Maybe he's a frustrated football striker, Martin Anderson. And then Dolby comes into bowl. It's pushed out to mid-off. There's no run.
Doesn't matter what number they wear if they've got jumpers on, does it?
Well, no, that's right. Yes, that doesn't help. You'd thought they could stick some numbers on the jumpers. There must be a way of doing it. It's me. You see athletes sticking numbers on parts of their body, on their skins. Surely. Anyway, I suppose today they'd probably all blow off all over the place if you stuck numbers in the back of them. In comes Alan Dolby, he leans back and whips that away, Anderson. That's a really nice shot for 4 runs. Lots of wrist in that as he whipped it away into the offside.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery though, isn't it? I think there have been too many. Just when you think that bowlers have built a bit of pressure, there have been too many times where that's happened. We said that about Finch. There's just been quite a few 4 balls, haven't there, throughout the day, really.
Yeah.
Not many maidens. How many maidens in the whole innings? Not a huge number. 9 maidens in the whole innings. It's not exactly building pressure. It's Alan Dolby again.
This one's turned round to mid-wicket. There's no run. And it is 189 for 4. So Derbyshire still feeling with a good chance of posting a significant total here. Talk about 4 balls. That was the 29th boundary of the innings. No, 30th boundary of the innings. That last one. No 6s as of yet. We came close to one, but not quite. That's the hint of a leading edges. That was played up to mid-off for no run by Anderson.
Yeah, that's been, for me, the most significant characteristic of this pitch has been the ball just kind of holding up and batters getting turned around. It's happened that, how many leading edges there have been? It started in the first over and there have been quite a few. If anything, that's the most encouraging aspect about it for the bowling side. Not lateral movement off the seam or swing.
Alan Dolby, right arm over bowls. It's turned round to fine leg for a single for Anderson, who moves on to 27 and takes a Derbyshire total on to 190 for 4. We've had 53 overs.
Mighty Canaries have gone 1 up. West Bromwich Albion have gone 1 up against Wrexham. That's a big game in terms of Wrexham's playoff chances and Albion's survival. Turned the corner a bit since James Morrison became caretaker manager. Ethan Brooks is going to have another little trundle here at our commentary end. Bowled pretty tidily this morning, didn't he? 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Just that 1 loose delivery. Went past the bat a couple of times. Big shout for a caught behind, not given. Very much the 5th seamer, but forced into service, really. I think he knew. I was talking to him the other day and he said, I know if I play I'm going to have to do a little bit of bowling, which he did last year. Very gentle. Keeper standing up. He's in and bowls and driven up to mid-off. Useful bowler in white ball cricket, Ethan Brooks, where he sort of uses a lot of variations, a lot of slower balls, back of the hand job, knuckleball, that kind of thing. Doesn't quite mix it up that much in red ball cricket, but variations are his stock in trade. And he bowls here, and this one on the back foot, pushed by Anderson back up the pitch.
I noticed a lot of the pre-season write-ups and sort of people asking, well, any potential England players. Ethan Brooks seems to get mentioned at Worcestershire a little bit.
White ball,
yeah, you would think
perhaps more than he's been picked up in the 100 by the Phoenix. Comes in again now, bowls, and that one's gone right through, and it's gone through everybody. I think it's going to be the first bye of the innings. No, he's got something on it. No signal from umpire Lungley. Might have been inside edge then. Hit Gareth Roderick on the left hand. Don't think it was a chance, but I suppose technically it might have been.
He was a top 6 hitter last season.
Yeah, he's
a first division with 24. That's the sort of player they like, isn't it? Even allowing for the possible change in the approach.
He's a dynamic cricketer, Ethan Brooks. He really is. He's a fantastic. I mean, 1 or 2 of the innings that he played last year were, both in white and red ball cricket, were quite remarkable. He clears the ropes. He's also, to use a modern phrase, a 360-degree batsman in terms of his ability to score all around the wicket. Pushed out on the onside, this one by the left-handed Rees, who's still not off the mark. But he can clear the ropes, but he can also manufacture things. He's a very modern batter in that respect. And, yeah, exciting cricketer, I think. Great potential.
Brother of Henry, of course, are both together at Warwickshire.
He's round the wicket now again. Bowls to Rees, who's forward, pushes back up the pitch. I think the other thing from a batter's point of view, when someone like Ethan Brooks comes on, you're saying to yourself, oh, for goodness sake, don't get out to this. This clearly the fifth seamer. But he deserves a little bit of respect. But yeah, he's kicked on superbly since moving from Edgbaston. And he's in again now in bowls, and that's pushed back up the pitch to him. And the end of a very tidy over, 191 for 4 at the end of it. Brooks 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. Rees yet to get off the mark. Anderson 28. The men out came for 50. And since lunch, Montgomery for 11, Jewell for 56, and Guest for 36.
10 overs away from tea, so it's going to be late. It's still showing -3 on the over rate, and that's something that they, with Ethan Brooks bowling, it helps because he's a little bit quicker, but that's something they do need to just keep an eye on, Worcestershire.
Yeah, definitely.
At what point stopped in your first game of the season because of slow over rate. Hannon Dolby, he's going to continue, he's just moving the field around.
Well, I reckon there have been at least 6 aborted deliveries, Clive, and then the no
4
balls.
no balls, haven't they?
Yeah, that's a couple of overs, isn't it?
2 slips, and the wicketkeeper standing up as Hannon Dolby comes into Anderson, who just defends that to short mid-wicket for no run. Day of second division season. Still 8 teams in the second division. There was talk of it all changing. Didn't happen. Whether we get that sort of discussion towards the latter part of this season or not, we'll see. It troubles me. For me, I don't mind it. Well, I'd say I don't mind, but if you want to change the format, for me, you have to do it a year in advance so that you know where you stand. Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, and that's played back a square leg for 4 runs over pitch, and Anderson plays it off his toes very nicely. We're not saying it made a difference with Worcestershire last season. I'm sure it didn't. But towards the end of last season, Worcestershire might have been thinking, well, it might not matter if we finish bottom because we might not go down after all, because that was what it was looking like at one point, that they would be part of a 12-team First Division. There's a bit of uncertainty over the promoted teams, although they were reassured they would get some reward, whatever the new format would be. And Anderson's just hit successive 4s here, off the back foot through point for 4, and the runs again. They've come in spells, but they're flowing again here for Derbyshire, who move on to 199 for 4. Anderson on to 36. Rapidly moving towards the 200 mark. And it'll be in slower ball, and it's turned round his pounds down to fine leg by Anderson, which brings up the Derbyshire 200, which has come in 332 balls. So how does that compare? The second 100 has come in 167 balls, which is only 2 balls slower than the first 100. So they kept a similar pace throughout. Have lost 3 wickets for the second 100. But it's been a pretty steady and decent pace by Derbyshire. And Dolby in, that's left by Rees, who has now faced 7 balls without scoring. 200 for 4. Just for the record, the fourth 50 and 82 balls. Again, it's been pretty consistent. First 50 and 77, second 85. 82. I'm missing one. Oh, the first and 82 as well, so they've all been pretty similar It's the second 50 the quickest. And Dolby in. Oh, and that's his had edge. It's dropped. Well, wicketkeeper Roderick dived in front of slip and Mike just to put him off. And that's another chance. There's a couple of chances have gone down now for Worcestershire. And it's 200 for 4.
Yeah. Well, if the keeper goes, he's got to get it, hasn't he? I think. And Dolby pretty disappointed not to have picked up his second wicket there. Dive to his left, Roderick. I think he got a hand to it.
Yeah.
And whoever was at first slip, as Adam Hose, saw the ball drop in front of him. Whether it would have carried or not, I'm not sure. It's a difficult one. Annoying from a Worcestershire point of view, and even more annoying when the next ball is a half volley from Brooks, which is driven through the covers by Anderson for 4. Goes to 41. So Lewis Rees, a life on naught. He's faced 8 deliveries, hasn't really looked confident yet, and gets away with it. I wonder how much that will cost from Worcestershire point of view. Just what they didn't want, and just what we were saying about if they got a couple of wickets, it would get them back into it. Crucial. Brooks in, bowls, Anderson forward, plays out on the onside. Played well, Anderson, hasn't he? 41 off 48, despite a couple of wickets going down at the other end. He's been busy, imposed himself, likes to use his feet, which is why Roderick's standing up. But he's played pretty well, I think, Martin Anderson. Watchfully forward again to this one from Brooks. 204 for 4. Worcestershire have missed 2 chances, and when you think about it, both quite important, because Caleb Jewell was only on 22, I think, when he was put down by Brooks off Matthew Waite, and he went on to get his 56, and that's another 4. Half volley from Brooks, driven beautifully by Anderson through extra cover. Absolutely no messing about whatsoever. Didn't even bother to run. Probably didn't even bother to call. Just got half volley, just leaned into it. Whack, 4 runs. Goes to 45 off 51 deliveries. 208 for 4, Derbyshire. Just beginning to sneak away from Worcestershire, having lost that wicket a few minutes ago. They've added 27 since then, and Rees isn't off the mark. That's the extent to which Anderson is dominating proceedings. Brooks in, bowl, short, 4 more. Slapped away on the onside. Good bit of fielding with his feet by Alan Richardson out on the boundary. But 4 more. Anderson racing away now. He's on 49 off 52. Just the sort of injection of pace that Derbyshire needed, and just the sort of injection of energy which deflates the fielding side. And the Worcestershire body language is quite noticeable, isn't it, at the moment? You look around the fielders, slumped shoulders, hands in pockets, steered away down into the gully. Good bit of fielding by Libby. End of the over from Brooks, an expensive one. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. Anderson 49, Rees yet to get off the mark. We have 8 overs left before tea, 212 for 4.
Yeah, it gives Beck Olivier a problem if Brooks starts going for runs. There's someone popping a pill there.
Yeah, he has got a little niggle. I remember him saying the other day.
So it'll be Alan Dolby.
Right, I'm going to leave you, Clive. Going to go and do a quick update.
Nearly half time between Kidderminster and Hereford. That one is played in mid wicket. There's no run. And here So Derbyshire getting back on top. Worcestershire just fought back a little bit, 3 wickets after lunch. But Derbyshire getting back on it. Oh, it's a thriller in the local derby. It's 1-1 there. Between Kidderminster Harriers and Hereford. Both teams needing the points for different reasons. That's left by Rees, goes over the stumps. No run. And Derbyshire. Well, really be thinking about tea yet, because we've still got nearly 8 overs to go to tea, but if they can get to tea, 4 wickets down, all right, well, they lost 3 wickets in the session, but they would have scored over 100 runs, well over 100 runs, so they'd be reasonably happy, I would think, with that. And then Dalby comes in to bowl to Rees, who drops a bat on that, and there's no run. And it's 212 for 4. Still 3 slips in the cordon. There's Hannon Dolby from the city end. Bowls and Rees drops a bat on that. Still not got a run. Looks slightly fidgety there. He doesn't need to be too concerned because Anderson's scoring so well at the other end. He can afford to take his time, Rees. That's 12 balls now and he hasn't got a run yet. Other scores elsewhere. Surrey continue their recovery. 182 for 6 against Warwickshire. Edgeworth's these in the first division. Fairly slow going at Southampton, has been all day. Essex 118 for 3 on 44 overs. They are going to start, all being well, at 4:15 at Cardiff. The only game where there hasn't been played so far. That one is down at his feet and it's just picked up a pitch away for no run. At Sussex, 257 for 5. 61st over against Leicestershire. Somerset 206 for 3 against Notts, Taunton. Second division, Middlesex 168 for 3 in 58 overs. I mean, it's got a bit brighter, but it's still fairly turgid sounding stuff. Lancashire 213 for 3 against Northants. And they're already at tea at Chester Street, where Durham are 240 for 7. How can they be? It's just because it's 3:40. We should be at tea here, but we're nowhere near it. So play to mid-on. There's no run. We've still got to bowl another 7 overs before we get to tea.
4 minutes stoppage time in the Kidderminster.
Oh, is there 1-1? Hereford scored a couple of minutes ago.
So I'll do a couple of deliveries in this over from Brett D'Oliveira. We're going to see a bit of spin. Well, we're going to see a bit of slow bowling. He doesn't spin it that much these days, Brett D'Oliveira, but. Worth a little dart before tea. Just see what response, if any, you might get from the pitch. We've got to do something to replace Ethan Brooks. I think after that last over, Brooks just losing control and, as you said, suffering a little bit of a niggle, I think, in his shoulder perhaps, and had to pop a pill, as you said. Brooks has gone into extra cover, and D'Oliveira preparing to bowl his first ball of the season. 212 for 4, and he aborts. So even the slow bowlers are not able to complete their run-up. No goals at Burton. D'Oliveira bowls, lands the first one, played defensive for the back foot. Better pass over to you again, Clive, because they're into stoppage time.
I think Dave will be doing a half-time bit in a moment as well. I don't know who's doing is it the Kidderminster commentator or the Hereford commentator? That's the big question. Is who's doing the commentator? Frank can't hear me now, but it's always a bit of a problem for a local. I must concentrate on the cricket. There's a run there.
You're going to stop hearing yourself in a minute,
Anderson,
but don't worry about it.
That's right. Anderson has brought up his half-century. So a third batter to bring together 50. In the innings, now the key here, because the other two, well, they got to the 50 and they were out soon afterwards, but Anderson's got to his 50 in 55 balls. So it's been a good, positive innings from Martin Anderson. 9 fours. Got to his 50 with a single there as D'Oliveira now comes into bowl to Rees, who still hasn't scored. Gives that a bit of air, and that goes past Rees's bats, taken by Roderick. There's no run. Can Martin Anderson do what Harry Kame and Caleb Jewell couldn't quite do and build on his 50 and head towards 3 figures? That one is worked onto the onside by Rees for no run.
Well, this is a bit spooky as well because they both, as you say, they got to 50, but the previous 2 batters got to 50 with 9 fours. And Martin Anderson has hit 9 fours.
And that one's whipped away to mid-wicket for no run by Rees. Continues to be patient, one slip in place. D'Oliveira bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket for a single. 214 for 4. Derbyshire put in by Worcestershire.
What do you think this pitch? They've just been talking next door. They were talking get to 300, and that would be all right. I'm on the side of 350, but we've got to half time yet, Clive.
Yeah.
Good point. That good point. See, Harrogate were winning at Grimsby.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Not by quite as much now, though, as it
No, indeed. Is it me? Hannah Dolby. It's another run for Lewis Rees. In fact, there's 4 of them because he's just edged that down to the vacant 3rd man area. He moves on to 5, 218 for 4 now. Lewis Rees took a fair while to get off the mark. It's almost like the yin and the yang of batting, watching him at one end and Martin Anderson at the other. And it's not like Lewis Rees, that really. Opened the batting for a long time here at Derbyshire, but now he's opening the bowling. He's dropped down into the middle order, become a proper all-rounder. He waits now, 3 slips, crouched down. Hannah Dolby bowls, and they've pushed into the offside backward of square.
He was looking a little bit fidgety for a while, so that 4 will, I'm sure, made him feel a lot better. No need to worry with Anderson scoring well at the other end.
And just listening to the...
Will you be breaking into report mode shortly then?
Well, I'll move out and carry on.
Okay.
Wait for a stab.
It's a real art to all this, you know, dear listener. Doing all these reports and things.
In comes Hannah Dolby again. Bowls to Rees, who just turns that into the leg side again. There's no run. I've got somebody insistent in my ear as well now. I'll see you in a moment.
Okay. It's quite refreshing for me being what we call the 3rd voice. I'm the guest commentator because I don't have to worry about this sort of thing now. Memory reports. I used to forget a few every season. Reports you have to do. So Helen Dolby comes in. Well, Dave's telling his listeners about it now on the wireless. Don't forget tomorrow's play between 2 and 6. The whole lot's on the wireless if you're in the Derby area. You want to listen on the radio. That one's played to back of square leg for a single by Rees. And should it rain tomorrow, and let's hope it won't, but should it, it'll be Dave Fletcher's music 4 hour, whatever it is. Anyway, you can, if you want to listen on the wireless, if you find that easier and you're in the Derby area, the Radio Derby area, you will be able to do that on all frequencies, as I understand it, tomorrow. Hannah Dolby comes into bowl. Oh, that's an inside edge to mid-wicket, but it's going to beat the fielder inside the circle, so it's going to be 2 runs for Martin Anderson, who's on to 52. Just taps his glove against his bat and then hits his pads with his bat as if he wasn't entirely happy with that shot. Looked okay from here, but maybe just slightly mistimed. It might have been slightly aerial onto the leg side. He's not entirely happy at any rate, but he's still there. As is Dave.
We're all back.
We're all back. Helen Dolby bowls, and that's turned round to back of square leg by Anderson. He's sprinting one, thinking there might be a second, but there isn't. And it's the end of the over. And it's 221 for 4. Anderson on 52, Rees on 6. This partnership now worth 40 so far.
It's a very quick half century compared to everybody else's.
Yes.
Really good work from Martinez, who came here really as a bowling all-rounder and now bowls very little. To get a couple of centuries last season, early in his Derbyshire career. His first 2 of his career in first-class cricket, in fact. D'Oliveira then from the racecourse end. Anderson goes back, punches it into the offside. Nice piece of fielding at extra cover by the invisible man. He's got his snood up above his chin. Rather disappointingly for a professional athlete. And this one is driven very pleasantly down the ground. There is a long off. So they'll just go through for a single. Anderson will move on to 54, 223 for 436 overs and 4 balls left in the day, which means that with 4 overs and 4 balls from tee. As D'Oliveira bowls, that's played nicely by Rees. Just turns the wrists on it and clips it out towards mid-wicket. And he moves on to 7, 224 for 4. I was trying to gauge last night when I was sitting in the lounge of played off the back foot this time by Anderson up towards deep mid off for another single. 225 for 4, sitting in the lounge at Andy Twiggs' luxurious floating home. And what time it gets dark, because I was thinking, well, if they lose any player, they can carry on playing. As D'Oliveira bowls, he turns that into a full toss, does Rees, but punches it straight to the man who's at a very straight mid-on to the left-hander. I'm not sure if we had to have an extra hour, I'm still not sure we'd get them in at this time of year.
I think was that Matthew Waite making that stop. Good stop.
I think it was.
That's
Actually,
mid
yes,
on.
now looking at him, yes.
Yeah, good stop. Save potentially 4 runs there.
Just clutching at his right ankle a touch as D'Oliveira bowls. Of course, we can have substitutes these days, so it doesn't matter if you clutch at anything. Turned by Rees into the leg side. They come back for the second. He has to scamper. It was a good throw in the end from Kashif Ali, but they got home comfortably enough. Rees raises his arm and gives Anderson the thumbs up. Moves on to 9 at the end of the over. Anderson has 55, Derbyshire 227 for 4.
Yeah.
Are you in favour of substitutes?
Well, it'd be interesting to see how it works. I mean, yes, in principle, obviously it's difficult in cricket because of the specialist element of the way players play, and there's bound to be rows. There's going to be somebody who'll be unhappy with an opposition's choice of substitute. But it is the only team sport I can think of that doesn't have them at the moment.
Is it Noah Thane? He's the first one. He's replaced Tom Wesley.
Has he? I saw Tom Wesley got an injury.
He's hurt a finger,
Yeah.
which means he can't play for 12 days now because he's been replaced. Even though his finger will probably be fine on Monday.
Dear. Well, interesting. That'll be fun. It'll be lots of fun to have. That one's a full toss and it's whipped away by Anderson. Brooks in the bowling got that all wrong. He's got away with it, really. He's only gone for 1 run. There is a sweeper there on the offside. Can't have been that far from me. No ball for height, that one from Brooks. It's 1 run, 228 for 4.
Your conversation about, or our conversation about no umpires before I was having with Frank, he said if there's no umpires, who holds the bowler's hat and sunglasses?
I'd keep the human element of the game, please.
Absolutely.
And of course, as they're finding in football, so many decisions, even in cricket, are subjective. That
Well, now the IPL, you can appeal against a wide.
I know, that's awful. That's
Dreadful.
awful, isn't it?
Dreadful.
Anyway, what else can we complain about? First day of the season, there's got to be a few things.
Oh, I imagine there'll be more than that.
Brooks comes in round the wicket to bowl to Rees, who just pushes out to mid-on, and to mid-wicket rather, and there is no run. 228 for 4.
Nobody's been bowled out in the second division yet today,
No.
or indeed the first division. So says something about the batters. 7 down, Durham against Kent.
Ooh.
Be a bad one to lose for Durham, that first game of the season, if they lose to Kent.
Kent to storm back to the top of the league then. A second bowling point. Sorry, recovered. They got to 198 for 6. What were they on? They were on about 60 off for 6, I think, at one stage. That's pushed back a point. There's no run. Yeah, 65 for 6 they were, so that's some recovery against Warwickshire. But that's Surrey for you. They do that. And Warwickshire, in the last few seasons, as I'm sure Alan Ollihan Dobby would admit, have struggled at times to finish teams off. They've often had teams in big trouble, but they're not quite managed to finish them off. Been held up somewhere in the innings. Brooks round the wicket, comes in the ball, and that's played to square leg for a single. I wonder if in cricket we'll ever have sort of tactical substitutes. So when a bowler bowls a filthy full toss, you see the coach whip him off and you get somebody else on.
Yes, at the moment, the only thing they can do is start holding their leg or their hamstring desperately to be taken
but the
off.
ECB are relying on them not to fake it, to be honest.
Of course, professional athletes are renowned for their honesty.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think we might get Bloodgate at some point. That's going down the leg side. There's no run. That was a rugby one.
Yes. Harlequins?
I think it was, yes. Yeah.
Just chew on this. Blood everywhere.
Well, no need for substitution so far in this match. 2-2-9 for 4. Anderson leans forward, plays that to backward point. There's no run. And after a pretty horrible first delivery, Brooks recovered reasonably well on that over. Anderson on 56, Rees on 10, Derbyshire 229 for 4.
3 till tea, which will be in the batters' minds. I've no idea why. But it will. Then they'll have to come out and start again. Martin Anderson doesn't take a long time to start in any case, but I'm sure he'd like to be there after tea. People, well, batters desperate to become the first centurion of the season. For Derbyshire, that is. It's Lewis Rees on strike now. Brett D'Oliveira is in, and that one's turned, just tapped into the leg side, slightly backward of square, and they walk through for a single. Rees moves to 11, 230 for 4. And so far, every single batter has reached double figures. Significant for precious little reason other than as that one is pushed out into the offside. Derbyshire have only managed all 11 batters in a completed innings in double figures once in their history.
Right.
It's one of David Griffin's favourites. We always keep an eye on it. This one is played by Anderson off the back foot, out into the covers again. I ought to know when it was and who it was against, really, but I talk about it that much. I wonder if I've logged it somewhere. Next delivery swept by Anderson. Half-hearted appeals from D'Oliveira and Roderick.
Because that would be an alternative, talking about substitutions, an alternative way of doing it would be just allow both teams to have 12 players. Only 11 come back, only 11 on the field at the same time.
That one's clipped into the leg side by Anderson for a single. It's what classes as first class in the end, though, isn't it? Because, you know, the years and years ago, the 15 of the 15 smokers against the 15 non-smokers was a first class game. It was easier when you were a smoker in the 19th century to get a first class game under your belt than it is for a university student in a pre-season game now. D'Oliveira bowls, and that's clipped, and he dives to his left, doesn't quite stop it. He's angry with himself there, he shouldn't be. And Lewis Rees picks up a single and pinches the strike. He's on 12, Anderson has 57, the partnership now 51, so then another 50 partnership for Derbyshire, 232 for 4.
And again, the test now is whether they can take that on. I mean, the first wicket partnership went for 82. They haven't had a century partnership yet. He just feel they're one century partnership away from really being in a dominant position here. Derbyshire. Can these two get them to that? 232 for 4. They've just got 2 more overs to see off till tea. So far, it's been 132 for 3 this session. As Brooks comes round the wicket, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. How many overs will we've had? 64. We had 28, so we'd have had 36 overs this session.
132, yeah. It's all right. Happy with that.
Yep. Brooks round the wicket, comes into bowl, and that's played back to him. There's no run. So there's 2 slips in place. They've never taken out the slip cordon. I don't think it's ever been less than 2. But they have, unfortunately, spilled a couple of chances there. One, Ethan Brooks in the morning session, and one where the wicketkeeper Roderick dived in front of slip and couldn't take it. That is played out to Kashi Valley in the deep for a single by Rees, moves on to 13.
Much excitement at the Pirelli Stadium as Charlie Webster comes on for the second half, but Burton's best player by a country mile. But he hasn't started a game since November due to injury.
Oh.
In fact, this is only his second substitute appearance since then.
That one's short, it's Paul, it's in the air. Is it going to be safe? Yes, it is. And in fact, has it gone all the way for the first 6 of the season? It has. Well, it was a risky shot because the fielder out there in the deep on the leg side, not all the way back, but most of it. But he picked that up well, Anderson. And that is the first 6 of the season. If Kashi Valley had been actually standing close to the ropes, he might have had a chance there, but he was about 3/4 of the way in. He's dropped back a little bit further back now as Anderson defends that. There's no run, and Brooks kicks the ball in frustration.
It was an element of the wind catching him out there as well, because it looked like he was he looked like he was in the game, didn't he? And then the next minute he wasn't in the game at all, as the ball just kept sailing away. Makes him the top scorer, of course.
Yes, and he's looking ominous from a Worcestershire point of view, and that's played straight back to Brooks, who can't hide his frustration. Again, he looks to kick the ball. 1 more over till tea, 239 for 4.
The goal at North Street, Alfred and Town have equalised against Worksop Town at the bottom of the National North. Jake Buxton's side have been in the bottom 4 for pretty much the entirety of this season.
I think I've covered them 3 times this season. I think I've done both the games that Kidderminster Harriers played against them, and I've also did their upper game against.
It's very handy because they have an ISDN point there.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, Radio Derby's ISDN point, which rarely gets used by Radio Derby, but it's because they were in the National League for a short while. So Dolly Vera to bowl the final over of the afternoon session. Bowls to Rees, who clips that into the leg side. Takes a single. Of course, if a wicket falls, we all go off for another pointless regulation. 240 for 4. They're all flooding back. All these things that irritate you about cricket, they're just flooding back.
We haven't gone off a bad light yet. So.
No, gosh. A matter of time. Anderson defends the next D'Oliveira delivery. Back to the bowler. And again, there's no run. 4 balls to go till everybody can jump up and down and keep warm out there, as that one is stroked up towards long off by Anderson. He'll move on to 64. 241 for 4. And Rees defends the next one. So I think it probably is Derbyshire who remain the happier of the 2 sides.
Definitely, I'd say.
Having been put into bat, certainly.
It's a really good innings from Martin Anderson.
Rees defends that one. Back to the bowler. 2 to go. How's it going? How's it going? We're still 0-0.
Yeah.
I'll take a 0-0 now.
I'm concentrating on the cricket.
Sorry, yes, of course we are.
I am.
Yeah, we'll have 20 minutes of purgatory and then back to the cricket again.
Should be a mighty relief, yeah.
4:10, we're half an hour late. but that's pretty much standard as that one is defended into the onside, and umpire Lungley removes a bail and at tee with Martin Anderson on 64 and Lewis Rees on 14. Derbyshire are 241 for 4. They lost 3 wickets in that session. Matthew Montgomery caught by Jake Libby in the gully off Oliver Hannon Dolby for 11. Caleb Jewell by Ethan Brooks off the bowling of Matthew Waite for 56. And Brooke Guest caught by Libby off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 36. Lewis Rees was dropped. Difficult chance on naught. As I say, he has 14. Martin Anderson has been absolutely superb. 64 off 72. A 60-run partnership so far for the 5th wicket. 241 for 4 Derbyshire at tee, and we'll be back inside 20 minutes.
Central County Ground is a venue for everyone. To find out more about our inclusive and accessible facilities, please contact info@derbyshirecccc.com or visit the main reception. These are the ground officials and players for the final session of the day.
Welcome back to the Central Co-op County, that's what it's called, the Central Co-op County Ground here in Derby, where we're about to witness the final 32 overs of the day, the evening session with Derbyshire about to resume on 241 for 4, Martin Anderson, 64 not out, Lewis Rees on 14, the men out so far today. Harry Kane for 50, Matthew Montgomery for 11, Caleb Jewell for 56, and Brooke Guest for 36. These two so far have put on 60. Yep, you're right, you heard that correctly. They've put on 60. Martin Anderson 64, Lewis Rees 14. So that sort of tells you how dominant Martin Anderson has been in this particular partnership so far. 241 for 4 having been put into bat. At 11 o'clock this morning is a very good return for Derbyshire. The wind continues to howl. Flag on the left-hand side of the pavilion. And indeed the Jamaica flag and the Union flag over on the flats are billowing in the wind. I mean, billowing. And here is Finch to bowl the first over after tea. First ball's left alone outside the off stump to go through to Roderick. Frank Watson is alongside, well, a very nervous Clive Eakin watches our team at the back of the box, so he's under strict instructions to cheer when they score. I don't expect him to cheer, but you never know. I'm now getting messages to tell me that Charlie Webster has scored, as this one is turned into the leg side by Anderson. They go off for a quick single. It was always there. And they move on to 242 for 4. There's another Barnsley player in a white shirt with blood everywhere.
Well, they're a rough lot, those Burton boys, aren't they?
Do you know what? They're about the least physical side I've ever seen, because there aren't any really big blokes, and Terry Shade's about the biggest. And I watched Tom Cleverley in a pre-match video earlier this season in which he said, yeah, well, we're prepared because they're one of the most physical sides in the division, and you're thinking he has never watched Burton Albion in his life. Rees on strike, turned into the leg side. Finch in his 12th over now, 0 for 42. Two wickets for Tom Taylor, one for Oliver Hannon-Dolby and one for Matthew Waite. They're the wicket takers. Brett Oliver has only bowled the 4 overs and Ethan Brooks 6. So Finch is the only one of the main bowlers yet to take a wicket. The sliding you can hear in the effects microphone is the black screen, which is like a curtain, as this next one is just glanced very fine down to fine leg by Lewis Rees for 4 runs. Finch erring in his line, and Rees wasn't about to miss out on that. He moves up to 18. Derbyshire 246 for 4. Yeah, it's one of the biggest sight screens in British cricket, I would suggest, because we're on the second floor and everything below us, right the way across this this magnificent facility that we have here for media. Everything below us is basically a white sight screen. Rees waits, and this one is left alone outside the off stump in a very Lewis Rees kind of a way. Goes through to the keeper. There is the prospect of a chat with Martin Anderson at the close of play. That's certainly what it's looking like, although if he's not out and hasn't got to 3 figures, that diminishes slightly. It would be good to chat to Martin. Spoke to him after his maiden first class. Already got 3 in total last season. Finch is in to complete his 12th over from the city end, and Rees pushes it up towards mid-off. And the over comes to an end at 246 for fourth, 18 to Rees, 65 to Anderson. And the current partnership's worth 65.
The more I watch this, the more I am of the opinion that this pitch is pretty slow and fairly flat as well, isn't it? It's not really offering anything, is it? We've seen a couple keep low, one maybe take off, but I reckon once the ball's 15, 20 overs old, it's pretty tricky to get much response.
What we haven't seen yet is a left-arm bowler like Lewis Rees or Mohamed Abbas.
Well, absolutely.
And that could be.
But you can only comment on what we see.
Absolutely.
Yeah. D'Oliveira bowls that short, cut away for 4. Easy runs, too many easy runs really. That's just a short, wide delivery, and Anderson helped himself really. Cut it away, past the man at backward point. A diving attempt, but never really in with a chance of stopping it. Taylor. Oliveira bowls again a little bit short. Anderson off the back foot drives. This time he doesn't get a run because it's fielded at extra cover by Brooks, moving to his right. 250 is up. First batting point on the board. Oliveira bowls again, and this one defended off the back foot by Anderson. Rees has 18 off 41. He's been fairly circumspect, dropped on naught, or at least we think he was dropped on naught.
Tough chance, wasn't
Went along to the press box. They weren't too sure in there whether it had carried or not. I thought it did.
I think Nigel would say it probably didn't, so he didn't have to amend the paragraph that he's already written in all probability. I think that's how these things work in the written media.
Dave Fletcher, a cynic.
Only
no.
too well.
Oliveira bowls a bit quicker, a bit flatter, driven off the back foot by Brooks, tumbling stop at extra cover. No run. But it's been a tough day for Worcestershire, and probably not what they were expecting when they won the toss. Oliveira bowls again, a little bit flat this time. Anderson goes onto the back foot, looks to pull it, but can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, who is Jake Libby. And that is the end of the over, delivered fairly quickly as D'Oliveira attempts to get that -4 over rate back under control. 250 for 4 at the end of the 66th over.
Gary Hickenbottom's been on. He's in the old pavilion, he says here. Derbyshire looking decent. 58 now, one more season left in him. Eyes are good, body not so much. His side's moved, Derbyshire's team has moved into the Premiership of Disability Cricket. Good to hear. As that one's left alone. First ball of a new Finch over outside the off stump by left outside the off stump by Lewis Rees. Life in the old dog yet, he says. Play as long as you can.
Yeah.
That would be the advice of everybody, whether you're a professional, an amateur, recreational or otherwise. Just play as much as you can till the day comes when you can no longer even get your boots on because you can't bend down. Here's Finch left alone outside. There was a replay of the first delivery, left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees. To go through to Roderick. I'll be happy when these football matches have now finished for obvious reasons. Especially if this one I'm watching here, or have on the screen here, I'm not watching it, I'm watching the cricket, honestly, stays as it is. Huge result. Buxton 2, Macclesfield 3 now, our latest scorers. Finch is in and bowls to Rees, who pushes this into the onside. And there is no run. Alfred, and they've also equalised against Worksop Town. I thought they'd already equalised against them, but there we go. I'm just being told again. Who knew? Come on, the Reds. Buxton on a terrific run of form. Charging towards the ludicrous ludicrously large playoffs in non-league football. So they're getting in the Championship next season.
Yeah.
Here's Finch. Bowls a bouncer. That's a wide, isn't it? One for the over. Says the umpire. It looked wide-ish. He certainly couldn't have hit it.
No. No. Waste of time, really. Waste of everybody's time.
Come on, Frank. It's day one of the season.
No, really, though, isn't it? Complete waste of everybody's time.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, banged in that short. He knew he wasn't going to be able to hit it. Batsman didn't even bother.
You're wasting your own time. You must have said that a few times over the years. This next delivery is played into the leg side square. He'll get one. Oliveira picks up. And one is all they do get. Reese moves on to 19. 251 for 4 now. You boy, you're only wasting your own time. I can hear you saying it. Yes, you. You know who you are.
Somebody said something. What was it the other day? I was doing some booking or something, and I had to jump through about 19 hoops, and I was doing it by texting somebody, and I thought, what a lot of shenanigans.
The next delivery is carved down to backward point by Martin Anderson, who moves on to 72-52 for 4.
And he replied, I've just said exactly those words. And I replied, I can hear you saying it. But yeah, what a lot of shenanigans. Anyway, end of the over. Oliveira will bowl again. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16, his figures. Finch now has figures of 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 47. And none for 48, in fact. And Oliveira is short again and is cut again by Anderson, but only for a single this time, because he's hit it a bit squarer, and Kashif is out on the cover boundary.
Bucks have just gone 4-2 down at home to Macclesfield. That's disappointing. Looks like a defeat there for John McGrath's side.
Oliveira bowls quicker, flatter, skids on this one. Reese just watches it off the pitch and plays it defensively down behind square on the offside. Hose wanders across from slip to do the fielding. Oliveira bowls again. Push back to him. Bet Hose is cold, you know. He's been at slip. He's been at slip all day, and he doesn't have the activity of the wicketkeeper even. Just must be chilly. That one kept low, but Lewis Reese watched it and drove it off the back foot up to long on for a single. Definitely kept low though. First one from this end that we've seen do that. 253 for 4. Again bowls. Anderson is forward, pushes out on the offside. 254 for 4. The scoreboard let me down then. It's a bit slow. Lewis Reese has gone to 20. Oliveira in, bowls. Fuller, bit of a leading edge, just squirts back to him along the ground. End of the over. 254 for 4. Reese 20, Anderson 71. The partnership is 73. If you're just joining us, the men out came for 50, the only men out this morning, and then in the afternoon session, Montgomery 11, Jewell 56, Guest 36. So really, Montgomery the only player to miss out.
Disappointing lack of cheering from the back of the box so far. Inside the final 10 minutes.
Get ready for my last update for when Kidderminster Hereford local derby reaches its conclusion.
Finch around the wicket too. Reese left alone outside the off stump. Are they still winning Kidderminster? They were winning 1-0 when I last looked. 1-1. A result that does neither side any favours, I would suggest.
Well, it would end Hereford's run of 6 consecutive defeats.
Oh, well,
I think,
yeah,
so,
perhaps.
yeah.
Right.
But,
Are we at Agborough or Edgar Street?
we're at Agborough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Halifax Town clinched the National League title at Agborough. One of the goal scorers burst into tears when he scored. Under the great George Mulhall. Finch is in again around the wicket to bowl to Rees. That one beats him. Just held its line.
George Mulhall, ex-Sunderland.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Yes, bit of,
he was.
I think I remember him in one of my soccer annuals when I was a boy.
A very blunt Scotsman who was in his second spell at Halifax and took them back up. Tore a strip off me once. Never forget it. He was right to do so, I think, probably. But you might be surprised to know. I'd written a piece about something. 254 for 4. Finch in, bowls to Rees, who just turns on that and pulls it round the corner for 4, out to the square leg boundary. Beautiful shot. He's catching up, well, he's not quite catching up Martin Anderson, but he moves on to 24 now, 258 for 4. It's looked relatively tame since tea, certainly. And in the few overs before tea as well, as you were commenting, Frank, on that, you get a couple of wickets right, everybody up, but they never really got to that up bit, did they?
No, they didn't. And I know they're cold, but the body language at the moment is not great.
Finch is in again, and this one is driven straight back to him by Rees, who never leaves his crease. Finch threatens to throw the stumps down, but thinks better of it, because if you hit the batter, then you're in all sorts of trouble.
And that's not a criticism saying the body language, it's just the way it is, isn't it? If
yeah.
you're out there, you're not saying I'm trying to give out a message, you're just affected by the mood and the cold.
Well, I asked David Griffin how cold it was, and he's sort of standing relatively stationary taking photographs. He says it's bitter out there.
Yeah.
It's just not pleasant.
Yeah, no, it's not. No.
Beautiful in here, though. Really warm in the press box and the commentary box. Finch bowls to Rees, who just flicks this one away down a fine leg for 4 runs this time. So he's gone either side of the man down at long leg and picked up a couple of boundaries. Moved to 28 to 62 for 4. They've always got to try and do something a little bit different here. Worcestershire, it seems to me. I'm not sure.
Not sure
what that is, but I'm not a coach or a captain.
Got to get through to the new ball, haven't you? And hope that
11 overs to go for that.
Yeah.
As Finch is in again, and Rees this time drives, but mistimes it straight back to the bowler. There's no run. Completes the over. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 56 now. Finch. Rees has 28. Anderson has 71. 262 for 4. And for the first time this season, I shall mention that the scoreboard rather pointlessly tells us that Derbyshire lead by 262. It's just the programme.
39 fours there have been.
Right.
In 69 overs. So that's more than a 4 every other over. That's probably, from a Worcestershire point of view,
Too many.
Too many, yeah, probably.
48 runs scored down to the third man.
Yeah. There's D'Oliveira anyway. Starting new over. Off the back foot, straight to Brooks at extra cover. Anderson played really well, actually. Anderson 71 off 84. He's the one player, I think. It's probably fair to say. You could probably say Harry Kane, as he steers this one behind square, who's maintained a rate of scoring throughout his innings.
Yeah.
And I think he's been the main reason when Worcestershire did sort of think they might just get back into it, that they haven't done so, as he plays this one back up the pitch to D'Oliveira. He's played really well.
The next man in is the man who enjoys playing against Worcestershire more than anybody else, Anuj Dal.
Yeah.
Mainly at New Road, he's got good bowling and good batting for numbers.
D'Oliveira bowls, this one's much slower, and Anderson just watches it off the pitch, punches it through the covers for a single. Yeah, they have their favourite teams, don't they, certain players. And
weird. Yeah.
Anuj Dal has been a thorn in Worcestershire's side on many occasions. D'Oliveira bowls, and Lewis Rees just prods this one out on the offside. 263 for 4 in the 70th over. Short and whacked away. Help yourself, really. Sunday league stuff, or Sunday afternoon stuff. A short slow long hop from D'Oliveira, and Reese says, thank you very much. Whacks it away behind square for 4. End of the over. D'Oliveira 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 23. Reese 32. Anderson 72. Derbyshire 267 for 4. Let's see if I can find out how long's left at Akbar.
Indeed. And, very good work from the camera operator who followed that ball all the way to the boundary. Excellent work. You know your team's in trouble when they say Omari Patrick plays a pass, but it's too far in front of somebody, and that's one of the highlights as Barnsley have just equalised. David McGoldrick against Burton Albion. Here comes the first delivery of a new Finch over that's turned off a pad down towards fine leg. They've run the first one, they'll come back for a second leg by. And I think that's all they'll get now. They'll come back for a third one as well. A third leg by is taken. The score moves to 270 for 4. From a free kick, straight down the middle. Unbelievable. McGoldrick's there to slide in inside the 6-yard box.
Meanwhile, here, Derbyshire are getting well on top now, aren't they?
Yes, I think so. Finch 0 for 56 from 14.1 overs. Is in around the wicket again to Reese this time. Bouncer, ducks underneath it. Goes through to the keeper. Last week they conceded in the 91st minute. Today they've conceded in the 90th minute. You can already hear the posts being written.
Yes, that is modern sport. Happens in cricket as well.
Horrible.
The anger that people have when a team doesn't do well on their social media posts. You sometimes think, oh, I'm not one. I'm one to talk, but it is only a game, folks.
Next delivery is played off the back foot by Reese. A slight fumble at backward point by Libby, but he recovers in time to prevent a single from being taken. 270 for 4. With Reese on 32 and Anderson on 72. The partnership now worth 89, which is the best of the innings so far. So with Anuj Dahal, Zach Chappell, the next 2 in. As Finch runs towards us, and it's dabbed into the offside by Lewis Reese, who takes off for a single that Martin Anderson was not interested in at all, and probably absolutely correctly.
Don't need to do anything silly now. These two, Anderson particular batting well, but Reese is contributing.
Well, he's picked up, hasn't he? Because it took him forever to get off the mark, it seemed, but
Yeah.
he's going at about 50, 51 runs per 100 balls. Anderson 72 off 89. 270 for 4. Finch runs towards us again, and this time Reese drives, but straight to the man at extra cover, Kashif Ali. Again, there's no run.
Well, you talked at the start of the day about the expectations being high at Derby. Well, it's day one of the season. It's a long way to go, but it's a decent start on day one.
I think it was important they made a good start with the expectations being so high. You can just imagine them all, it all draining away in 2 sessions. Well, that certainly hasn't been the case. Very much on top, as Clive says, in this game. 270 for 4, 25 left in the day's play as Finch is in, and it's a short delivery that's pulled around the corner by Lewis Reese. Will be fielded by the man at deep backward square leg. Single is taken. Reese pinches the striker, moves on to 33. Anderson has 72. The partnership now 90, and Derbyshire 271 for 4 in their first innings. Really good start to the 2026 campaign so far.
And those expectations based on A, what they did last season, and B, the players have added this season.
Absolutely. When they announced that Mohammed Abbas was coming, even though he'd signed a contract at Notts for next season, or this season as it is now, there was a bit of byplay between the two media teams.
D'Oliveira in, that's played out to the onside, there's no run.
Notts put a tweet out saying not going anywhere or train cancelled.
Yes. admins are a funny lot, aren't they? That one is played down to his feet. There's no run. Batterbean Reese. D'Oliveira the bowler. Worcestershire captain. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Loops that one up and it's played out to the onside for a comfortable single.
What problem oppositions have when they play Derbyshire is that Lewis Reese comes in at 6 or 7 and he's an opening bat by trade. Just happens to be an exceptional cricketer.
And that one is played out to the offside for no run. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's part of the modern game, isn't it? It's harder to bowl teams out these days because they do bat so much. Batting lineups are so much stronger in the lower to middle order than they used to be. That one's played back to the bowler for no run.
Well, they do have 2 number 11s, it would seem.
Right.
In Shoaib Bashir and Mohammed Abbas, averaging 8 and 6 in first-class cricket between them.
That one's got a bit of air, and it's whipped down the ground. That's a lovely shot for 4 runs by Anderson. Over-pitched by D'Oliveira, but beautifully played by Anderson, who moves on to 76.
He did whip it, didn't he? Plenty of intent behind that one from Martin Anderson, down towards the hover cover, below us, which I'm delighted to say has not been used, not been switched on since 10:30 when it was removed from the middle.
They usually get switched on just as you're about to do your interview, hover covers, I find. Edgewortham were notorious for that.
Very, very loud. Very loud indeed. It's at the end of a... Oh dear, there's no cheering there, Clive. What's going on?
It's all over.
New over, Jake Libby from the City end bowls to Lewis Reese, who punches it down the ground for a single. They've got 8 overs to go until the second new ball becomes available. I think that's why Jake Libby's bowling. So perhaps an opportunity for Anderson and Reese to fill their boots.
There's still -4 as well on the over rate.
Yeah, that is true. There comes Libby again, and that one is chipped rather down the ground by Anderson for another single. 77 of 93 now. Martin Anderson, 3 centuries in his first-class career. Last season, he got them all. Libby's in again and bowls, and Reese just plays that out into the offside towards Kashi Valley for a single. Reese has 35. Last chance at Burn. Come on, Charlie, son, you can do it. 278 for 4. Clearly he can't. As Libby is in, and that one is just played nicely, just wide to the left of the man in at the catching mid-wicket. Martin Anderson moves on to 78. Game over. They're now 4 points clear of the bottom 4. Libby bowls. That was quite a flat delivery. It's turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese. And the 100 partnership comes up. Century stand between Martin Anderson, who's got 78, Lewis Reese, who has 36. 280 for 4.
Came together, what, in the 50, can't remember writing, I think it was the 51st over.
Ooh, that one beats Anderson outside the off stump.
So that would make it 122 overs, so
that's good, isn't it?
pretty good going.
Yeah, that is good. If your maths is correct. I'm going to try and check when it was when Brooke Guest was out, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, let's find that. End of the over. 281 for 4. Spin at both ends, so they'll rattle through a few here.
Yeah, so D'Oliveira coming to bowl to Reese. Still got a slip in play, still hoping, but that one is guided out to the offside for a single by Reese, and moves on to 38.
It was the end of the 50th over. Last ball of the 50th over. So you're right.
So one more over, yeah.
23 overs.
You're going. This next one is defended for no run.
I don't know why I bothered to check. I knew you'd be right.
Oliveira with his collar up. Gives that one some air. It ends up being Yorker length, and Anderson plays out to the onside for a single. He moves on to 79. 283 for 4, Derbyshire. Now well in control here. Quicker ball from D'Oliveira. It's just turned neatly down to fine leg by Rees. I think he got bat on that. We'll soon find out. It's going to be 3 runs if he's quick. He has to be quick. Gets there. 3 runs off the bat for Rees. Anderson running to the danger end. Had to get a bit of a spurt on there. But he made it. And it's 286 for 4.
It's difficult to tell whether he throws with the wind. With the wind, they get there quickly.
One's played to point. There's no run.
Frank's prowling behind us.
Yes.
Suddenly remembered he needed his glasses.
There's a big goal in his local derby, which is terrible news for Hereford.
Oh, really?
That one is played to long off for a single by Anderson.
Imagine the inquest will go long into the night.
Well, I'm doing them on Wednesday night, so I'm not sure how cheerful they're going to be when they...
Where did you say that one was?
Marine.
Oh, of course you said Marine. Behind the goal. Cool.
Yes. 286 for 4. We've got still 22 overs left in the day.
What's it called these days? Is it the Merseyrail Arena
They're all,
or
they're all
something?
called some sponsor's name, aren't they?
Southport,
I can never remember until I get there and I see it signposted somewhere.
It's a strange old ground, right on the high street.
Yeah, and with one side it's right up to the fence, so there's no
Yeah.
spectators on that side.
Libby, who conceded 5 runs from his first over, is going to bowl his second now. And he bowls 2. Martin Anderson, who pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. I might be in this bit.
Okay. So Derbyshire 287 for 4. Libby comes in to bowl, and that's just placed neatly to long on for a single by Anderson, who is looking in total command now. He's on 81. New ball is still a good 6 overs away, so she's slightly running out of ideas at the moment. As Libby goes in the bowl, and that's carved away to backward point. Race around for Cashy Valley, but I'll get a couple. 290 for 4. Jake Libby in again, wasting no time. And that's a little attempted tip at run from Rees, but again, second time Rees has sort of started off on a run and been sent back by his batting partner. And that one is played just past Libby, who can't quite reach it as he dives for it, and it goes away through for the single. So this is all Derbyshire at the moment. But maybe this pitch has got a little bit easier as the day has gone on. That's whipped away to Wildish long off for 2 runs. There's a misfield, which is probably a good job from a Derbyshire point of view, because Anderson hesitated in going for the second. In the end, he gets there comfortably. Seems to be a great deal on the pitch, but not a great deal of pace. We see some variable bounce, particularly after lunch, but I'm not sure how much of that is there now. And Derbyshire are prospering. D'Oliveira comes into bowl. That's whipped around to square leg, and there will be... Oh, has it gone through for 4? There's a misfield down there, and it's gone through for 4. Should have been stopped, wasn't. Which won't improve the Worcestershire mood.
Completely ignored.
That one beats the bat, and wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick whips the bails off, but Reese's back foot was firmly in the crease. This one's given a bit of airplay to long on for a comfortable single. And it's 297 for 4. Comes in again to bowl. And that's whipped away into the offside for a single. They're picking off these runs with ease at the moment, these two.
Well, 4.5 overs until the second new ball becomes available, so as soon as they rattle through these, you can imagine Tom Taylor will be back.
And that one is turned away to point for a single, brings up the 300 for Derbyshire. 300 for 4. And what have they done that in? Let's have a look. So it's
200 was 54.4, so 21 overs and 1 ball for that 100, I think.
I can be even more precise than that. I forgot to note the 250, I must admit, as that one is a dot ball. There's no run, so it was.
I didn't do the 250.
75.
Yes, I did. 250 was 30.3. Well, it can't be, can it? That's nonsense, what we're talking
The
about.
300 is off 458 balls, I make it, which means that the third 100 took 126 balls, and they lost no wickets in that time. So that sums up how dominant they have been.
Yeah, absolutely. Libby in bowls to Rees on the leg stump, or even outside the leg stump, and it's turned away off a pad for a leg by, 301 for 4. Just received an apology for their complete blanking of the cricket. Too worried about, but moving 4 points clear at the. It's played nicely down the ground by Martin Anderson. This next delivery from Libby picks up a single. He moves to 85, 302 for 4. These two have batted really well. As Rees just plays the ball out into the offside. He knows there's a single there. And he takes it to move to 51. So it's 4 batters who've got to 50. As Anderson pushes this one down the ground. Picks up another single. You just take it as read that they've got a single off pretty much every ball, because that's the way it's going at the moment. Apart from then, when the ball is played out into the offside, the curtain moves again, and there's no run. Rees is 50, 77 balls. You probably already said that when I was away. That one is played up towards long on. What did he hit? 6 fours. So he's down on 4s, because every other half centurion has hit 9 fours. Rory Hayden, first sight of him this season. He's come out with his big coat on to give Martin Anderson a drink. Signed last season after a very impressive showing in the One Day Cup, given a 3-year contract. Former Staffordshire man. He may well have started at Warwickshire, I think, Rory, from memory. I don't think he ever broke into as a youngster.
And so, sorry, it's me.
No. I was just about to drop off and. Well, no, you're more than welcome to.
Here comes Dollarigans, a bit of air that's whipped away into the offside for a run. So 4 batters then, you say, getting to 50 and above. That's a pretty good effort from Derbyshire. None are yet got to a century, but Anderson is only 14 away now. And D'Oliveira comes in, quicker ball. It's carved out into the covers. Going for the quick run. It's a good pick-up, but the run was well judged, and they'll even get an overthrow. A little unlucky that, because it was a good pick-up and throw, but it just missed the stumps, and no one was there to back up, so they're through for the extra run. 306 for 4. Who was it out there? See if I can work out who it was. I got the throw in. That is pushed out to square leg for no run. Who's that, Frank? You'll know better. Maybe that's at point. That one is
Tom Taylor.
Yes, I thought it was. I should have said so. That's a single. It was a good piece of field. Well, I say it's a good piece of fielding for him. He gave away an overthrow, but it was a good pick up and throw. And worth a go, I would suggest. Here's D'Oliveira around the wicket, and that's swept. Swept for 4. Very good shot from Rees, who's growing in confidence. He's on to 57. And the runs keep coming from Derbyshire, having a very dominant first day of the season. Of course, we'll get a better idea when Worcestershire get to bat. Right now, Derbyshire will be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they've absolutely sailed along, haven't they, since these two came together. Well, not initially, I suppose, with Rees was a little bit circumspect early on, but very, very straightforward in the last hour or so, as Anderson drives up to long on, as Libby bowls the first ball of his 4th over. Over rate still shows -4, but I don't think the adjustments are made as the session goes along, so I think it might be that Worcestershire have pulled it back. I'm sure they will have done with these overs from the spinners. Rees drives this next one to extra cover, but that said, I'm sure we'll see the new ball taken in a couple of overs. Libby again is in and bowls, and Rees pushes out on the offside. A part-time off-spinner, Libby, but it's been pretty tidy so far. D'Oliveira, 11 overs for 49. They've all been quite expensive, really, with the exception of Waite. Single for Rees here, pushed out on the offside. Waite, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. Easily the most economical of the Worcestershire bowlers. But my overwhelming takeaway from this first day, just break off as this one's driven to mid-wicket, no run, is of a fairly docile pitch, Clive.
Yeah, I think it's got more so as the day has gone on, isn't it? Just to know that Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, has made a half-century for Essex.
Yeah, good player. As Libby bowls again, this one's turned away on the onside for a single by Anderson, who keeps the strike at the end of the over. He's moved on to 91 off 112 deliveries, and Libby, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. Yeah, good player, Charlie Allison, much smaller than his brother physically, much more diminutive figure, but a very, very tidy and well-organised batsman. He played a couple of times against Worcestershire last year and made some runs at Chelmsford. Very, very capable. Has opened. I think he's batting the middle order today.
D'Oliveira bowls, pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I'll get through the overs fairly quickly. Getting caught on the hop as D'Oliveira with still a slip in place bowls. And that's defended. There's no run. Elsewhere, Surrey 242 for 7. So they've finally broken up the partnership of 165 for the 7th wicket.
Always find a way, don't they?
They do. They do. 698 for 3 against Hampshire. This one, a bit of air, and that's played to long on for a single. We'd be saying that's slow going. To be fair, they did lose a few overs there this morning at Southampton. And now finally underway at Cardiff in Glamorgan, 26 for 3 against Yorkshire. Sussex, 325 for 7 against Leicestershire. As in comes D'Oliveira. Throws in a quicker ball outside off stump. It's left. There's no run. Somerset 255 for 5 against Notts. Second division. Middlesex 225 for 5 against Gloucestershire at Lords. Lancashire 276 for 4 against Northampton at Northampton. That one is hit into the ground. Back to D'Oliveira's hands. He pretends it's a catch, but no one is fooled. Durham 308 for 9 against Kent. So it could be the first team to be bowled out. first round of matches, Durham. This one is played to mid-wicket for no run by Rees.
End of another over delivered pretty quickly by Brett D'Oliveira, and that is the 80th over, and that is the sign for Tom Taylor to peel off his sweater and get ready to come in and take the new ball. Just wait to see the actual signal from the umpires to the scorers. Binoculars are out. Sue Drinkwater, the Worcester scorer, got the binoculars out, having a look. And I think we're going to have an announcement, actually.
Well, I mean,
Tom Taylor is marking his runabout at one end. Oh, he's gone back to the other end, marking his runabout at both ends. You can only bowl one end, Tom, and it'll have to be that City end. I think he was just checking the number of paces that he takes before he makes his first mark. So a new ball is being taken. 3 slips are in place. And you really think, Clive, that, you know, if Worcestershire are going to go back to their hotel in another 16 overs' time, thinking that they've had anything like a satisfactory day, then I would imagine that they're going to want another 2 or 3 wickets in this little session now, which is a lot to ask for, but it's not impossible. Tom Taylor, 2 for 74 so far.
glad they're taking the new ball, the first ball of the over. I can't stand this nonsense of bowling a couple of balls or
No,
a ball and
yeah.
then taking the new ball.
Yeah, it's always a bit odd, isn't it? It really. It's also. I'll tell you another thing along those lines that strikes me is I'll just break off as he comes in to bowl this first ball to Anderson, who's on 92, and he's edging it in the air past the diving fielder Latigan at third slip, diving away to his right. Didn't get a hand on it. It's gone down to the boundary for 4. Goes to 96. I was going to say is when they go out before the game and bowl for half an hour into the mitt or into the gloves and get their run-ups marked out and everything else, and then before they come on, they bowl 3 or 4 into mid-off's hands, and then they bowl an absolute loosener, long up wide.
Well, 3 slips in
Why
place,
did
a
they bother?
fourth slip would have snaffled that up. But
Taylor in,
Outside.
bowls again. Anderson drives. That could be his 100. It is. That'll be his 100. Martin Anderson driving down the ground, takes his helmet off, waves his bat in violent celebration. A ripple of applause, standing ovation from the Derbyshire supporters at the far end. The first 100 of the season for Derbyshire, and I think the third 100 Martin Anderson made for Derbyshire, but I'm not sure. We'll need to check that with Fletch. But a very good innings, 117 deliveries, and of all the players that have got in, he's the one who's gone on to something big. He's on the walk again here to Taylor, driving to mid-wicket Kashif Ali Fields, and there's no run. So 100 off 117 deliveries for Martin Anderson, and this partnership now. So Worcestershire picked up that 4th wicket and thought, here we go, we've got a chance of getting back in the game. Well, have a look at this, 144 these two have added since then. And I think that probably will be the most disappointing thing from a Worcestershire point of view, that just at the point where they thought they might get back into it, it's gone completely the other way. Taylor again is in and bowls, and Anderson leaves this one outside the off stump. Unfortunate for Taylor, first ball of this spell, found the edge, just he would have been hoping. Bit of bounce, just didn't go to hand.
13 fours and a
Excuse me.
13 fours and a 6 for Anderson. It's his 4th first-class century, but it may well be that only 2 of them have been for Derbyshire previously, as they Dave, I'm sure will.
No, you might. No, I think probably is 4 for Derbyshire.
Okay.
I wasn't sure. There's another boundary, another bit of width from Taylor off slightly slower that one, and Anderson is really, well, he's in the zone now and he's enjoying it. He's got away with it, that little edge, but then 2 more boundaries. He's got 100, he's seeing it big, and he's probably thinking, as we all know, the new ball goes off the bat better than the old one as well, so it can work both ways, and he could be in with a chance of really filling his boots here. Partnership's 148 now. And Anderson is going along very, very nicely indeed. Having said that, slightly turned round by that next ball from Taylor, and it runs off a leading edge out into the covers. But he started positively, didn't he? Walked down the pitch to the first ball he received with real intent, and he has played very, very well indeed.
Well, Harry Kane and Caleb Jewell both batted very well for half centuries, but both got out to rather loose shots. Anderson has played positively without playing those sort of loose shots. He's kept the scoreboard ticking over very nicely. Ollie Hallen-Dolby will take the new ball again. From the racecourse end, 1 wicket for him so far. And Worcestershire desperately needs some more, otherwise it could be facing a very big total. The old scoreboard pressure could be on them first game of the season. Of course, out of the habit of winning, they only won one match last season. That was against Essex in May at New Road. The last away win, as Ollie Hallen-Dolby comes into bowl, and that's
Last away, when was it Essex?
Was Essex at Chelmsford
The year before.
in 2024. So that cue a chorus of "Can we play you every week?" So the last home and away wins the West against Essex.
That was a brilliant performance.
August 2024. Yeah.
And they came very close, actually, to winning at Chelmsford again last season when there was that controversial ending when Sam Cook took a return catch that didn't look as though it had carried. Ethan Brooks was adjudged to be out.
Hallen-Dolby trying to break up this partnership. Bowls to Rees, lets that one go outside off stump. No run. So what are we looking at? We've got 15 overs, including this one, left in the day. Still the potential to get the score up towards 375, 380 before the close.
Yeah, that's a good day, isn't it? When you lost the toss, that's a really good day. Statement of intent from Derbyshire, who've made no secret of the fact that this is a big year for them.
Hallen-Dolby bowls, and that's played to point. There's no run. Well, I mentioned earlier, the one thing they lacked, the one thing they didn't do perhaps as often as they would have liked last season was actually win games. I think they only got 3 wins last season. They only lost 2 as well. But if they're going to actually get into that top 2 or even win the second division title, they need a few more wins than that. Glamorgan in second won 5, and Leicestershire at the top won 7. Hallen-Dolby is into bowl, and that's wrapped on one of the 5. Has a big LBW shot. Looked a bit high from here. And Dolby liked it, but no positive response from the umpire. Yeah, so I mean, just the 3 wins, say 2 defeats. I want to. One more win last season, they would have been up.
Yeah, wins are just so important, aren't they? And they're hard to get. They're hard to get, especially in Division 1.
And Dolby pitches that one up. It's driven down the ground. It beats the stumps. It beats the umpire, and it's gone for 4. Nicely struck by Rees. I'm not sure whether it got a glancing blow off the boot of the umpire. I don't think it did. It's gone through for 4 at any rate. And he's on to 62. 333 for 4.
Yeah, I was just going back to that point, Clive. The teams that finish near the top are the ones that get the most wins, aren't they? It's as simple as that, really. You can draw lots of games, but if you're going to get proper points on the board, you need at least 3 or 4 wins.
That one is played to mid-on. There's no run. I mean, the 8 points for the draw has changed it a bit, which I'm not.
I'm not a fan of it.
Fan of it at all. No. I think it's completely wrong, personally. But there we are. But even so, even with that, still, you need wins. It's 333 for 4. Derbyshire haven't lost a wicket since tea. And they've added 92 runs in that time.
Yeah. In 18 overs, which is pretty much the fastest scoring period of the game, I would have thought. Although, as you pointed out earlier, they've been pretty consistent throughout. Here's Taylor again, into ball to Anderson, wide, driven, away for 4 on the offside behind square. No, not for 4, because it's a really, really good piece of work by Latigan, running round from third man, diving to his right, flicking it back in. It was travelling as well. Really good bit of work, actually. On a cold day, the young man did well and saved 2 runs. So Anderson goes on to 106 from 122 deliveries. And Derbyshire, 335 for 4. Just the 2 slips in. 3 men in a ring on the offside, saving 1. 2 saving 1 on the leg side. Long leg and third man. Taylor is in. Bowls. Pushed into the covers by Anderson. Oliveira Fields. The lights have been on all day here, and they've probably made a difference. I always think you can't really tell until the natural light falls to a certain level, but I suppose they wouldn't leave them on otherwise. Umpires certainly haven't had any cause to reach for the light meters at any point. Anderson down the pitch to Taylor, whips him away on the leg side. Going to pick up another couple as Anand Dolby comes round from long leg to do the fielding. Runs are coming very, very easily, aren't they? That's my sort of most lasting impression of this session, I think. New ball or not, batsmen have been untroubled. They haven't really, to be fair, Clive, don't they? Batsmen, you wouldn't say there's been a troubled period at all, would you? All day, really. Even the first hour. Taylor is in, bowls, Anderson drives on the up. Absolutely glorious shot through the covers for 4. Playing like he's on the beach. Carefree. Absolutely carefree from Martin Anderson. And he strode out there, didn't he, today at number 5, and gave the impression from ball 1 as he walked down the pitch to the bowler that he was in the mood for it, and he's gone from strength to strength. And since he's reached 100, he's now 112 with that boundary. He's just batted with carefree abandon.
Yes, he has a demeanour of a batter who means business.
Waits again now as Taylor is into him. He bowls and actually watchfully in defence to a good delivery from Taylor. He's not abandoned all caution, but he's playing with freedom and confidence. And he's in that zone that batters get into when they reach 3 figures or maybe even higher, where suddenly it looks a very simple game indeed.
Yeah, he's got 13 overs left today. Probably feels he might as well try and score the runs.
Yeah, could be 150 not out at the end of the day. That'd be a nice feeling, I'm sure. A pair of batting gloves coming out from a 12th man in a minute, I think, as Anderson pushes this one up to mid-on. Wants a single desperately because he wants to keep the strike, but he can't get it. He thought long and hard about it, but decided against it as the ball was fielded by Finch at mid-on. Here comes the sub in his overcoat. Looks like he's got a dressing gown on, doesn't he? He's actually bringing out, I think he's bringing out a drink and maybe a painkiller or a pill of some kind for Lewis Rees.
Just looking at 341 for 4, so 9 runs away from the third batting point. They need another 109 runs in 27 overs to get maximum batting points.
Yeah.
That's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Not by any means. Not by any means.
Derbyshire only got maximum bonus points once last season.
Right, I've got to do an update, I think. So
Okay.
I'll nip away. Actually, a couple
Say
of
my
minutes,
commiserations to
couple
any
of
of the
minutes.
Hereford fans that you speak to. And the Dolby bowls, that's left. There's no run.
I think the general feeling was that they were very unfortunate to concede a deflected winner in injury time. So yeah, Trevor Owen certainly felt that they.
Well, I need to guide them to
deserved a
victory at
point.
Marine. I think they've got a game before then on Monday, but I need to guide them to victory at Marine on Wednesday. I'll do my best.
Played there, Marine.
Oh yeah, it's strange. I did a
time
match there
ago.
earlier this season. Your commentary position's behind the goal.
Not ideal.
This next one is left. There's no run. And it's, I was just saying to Dave earlier, I mean, I've been doing some non-league football this season. It's fascinating, some of the grounds you go to. And the Marine one, it's like, it's right up to the edge on one side, so there's no spectators on one side.
Crosby, isn't it?
Yeah, that sort of area. You remember the FA Cup game they had there, and people sort of falling out of their house windows to watch, overlooking the ground. Here, the sun now out, perfect. We could play for another couple of hours here if we wanted to. Ollie and Dolby comes into Boulder Reese, who turns that round a square leg. It will be chased down, as well chased down. Cashy Valley out there, because it could well have been two, probably should have been two, really. But it was well keenly fielded, and he kept them down to 1. 341 for 4. 342 for 4, beg your pardon. So, Dolby sends his mid-wicket out deeper towards the boundary up mid-wicket. He's got a long leg as well. He's going to pitch one short, see if Anderson fancies hooking. Comes into bowl, pitches him that up, in fact, and it's defended. There's no run. Bit of a bluff there from
Might do it next ball.
Dolby. He might.
Right, I better go.
342 for 4. Frank about to report on today's action on BBC Hereford and Worcester. And Hannon Dolby. That's the nicest weather conditions. It's still windy, but now sunshine, hazy cloud at worst up ahead, some blue sky. That's played to mid-on. There's no run. The clouds did get a bit grey, and we even had the odd drop of rain on the windows, but never really have we seemed in any danger of losing any play. And because the sun's out now, even though we're getting an extended day because there's still 12 overs to go, I think we've got a sporting chance of getting them all in. Which would be a nice way to start the season. The official end of playtime is 6 o'clock, but you have to have a minimum of 96 overs, as that's played a square leg for a single, and we still have 12 to go now, as that over's completed. 342 for 4. Dave is back.
Look at that pencil case. That is an absolute doozy, isn't it?
Well, that's frank. I think I nicked one of his highlighter pens. I just had it in my hand and I took it into the next room. I must put it back for him.
I reckon he had that pencil case when he was at school.
Probably.
You can't hear a word we're saying, unfortunately.
Oh, I thought it was slates anyway when he was at school, wasn't it?
Looking for chalk dust. Well, this is all going very well.
It is for Derbyshire, yes.
Here's Taylor from the city end. Bowls to Anderson, who gets a full-length delivery, digs it out and pushes it up to mid-on. I can't believe Andy Cannon's been at Burton since January.
Yeah, not getting any
I've never spoken to him, and he's just done post-match today. I've never spoken to the lad. He's been terrific. On loan from Wrexham. 113 from 131 balls now, Martin Anderson. I've just seen a close-up of his face as well when he got his century. I heard oh, that's the first loose shot I think he's played. He had a waft at one outside the off stump and then immediately punched the bat. But he's not one for high emotion, Martin Anderson, but I heard the description.
Well, he swung the bat, he sort of swung that downwards in...
And a huge smile on his face, and that's good news because we're speaking to him later. He's fairly quiet as a human being, Martin. 343 for 4 as Taylor is in, and Anderson takes a couple of steps towards him, then whips this one away down to deep backward square leg. They're going to come back for a second run, and they're going to get back comfortably for the second. Anderson moves to 115, 345. for 4. That over rate went from -3 to +1 when the spinners were on.
They bowled too quickly.
And yet we're not going to finish at 6
No,
o'clock.
nowhere near.
If it's +1, we should finish at 5 to 6, surely.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to work out like that.
No. In comes Taylor again, and there's a play and a miss this time from Anderson. He's in all sorts of trouble out there at 115 not out. Partnership up to 164 now for the 5th wicket. Rees has contributed 63 of those, having come in after Anderson. And as the scoreboard tells us, Derbyshire lead by 345. They'll be looking to bat until lunch and possibly slightly beyond tomorrow if they can, as this one is defended by Anderson out into the offside, which is good news for listeners on FM and DAB from 2 o'clock, because that might be when Mohammed Abbas gets to work in a Derbyshire shirt.
Well, Derbyshire got to be thinking now about trying to bat once in this match,
Yes.
get a big score and try and put scoreboard pressure on Worcestershire and bowl them out twice.
I might have gone early on that, speaking of Sparky, at 1:45 or whatever it was today, when he said, "What do you think the plan is?" I said, "Well, to bat once." They'd only lost 1 wicket at that point. But that is clearly the plan. As Taylor bowls and he's beaten Anderson again. Not taken cleanly by Roderick, but it was another good delivery from Tom Taylor, who's got 2 of the 4 wickets to fall, 19 overs, 2 for 96. Doesn't really seem to reflect how well he's bowled. 1 for Hannon Dolby, 1 for Waite.
Shall I do a couple more overs and then allow you and Frank to sprint to the finish
Absolutely.
for the day?
He never stops, Frank. He's the
They're
hardest,
asking for a lot of updates, aren't they?
the hardest work,
Do you charge by update?
the hardest working man
I
in
think you
cricket.
used to when I was in charge. I think you used to when I was in charge. I'm sure I had to pay you a £5 an update or something. Anyway, Helen Dolby comes into Boulder Rees. And that's pushed out in the offside. There's no run. I remember we said we won't take one at 2. We'll save ourselves a £5 because it's just after lunch. It's 3:45 for 4. Sure we did that. Frank's club call days. What was the number? Can you remember the number? 08. What was it?
12, 14, 55.
In comes Hannon Dolby, right arm over to bowl. Again, we saw that quite a lot earlier in the day, less so lately, but a bit of a leading edge as you try to work it on the leg side. Rees, the ball goes out to the offside. I remember Frank telling me this story of one match he did on club call when the club call line went down. So he managed to give out the normal phone number he had. You could ring up and tell the score, but as he comes into bowl, and that's in the air, and he got a hand to it at second slip, but couldn't hold on to it. Ethan Brooks, it would have been a spectacular catch, but he couldn't take it. And that's something Worcestershire have not been brilliant at today, is catching. And that one goes down as a chance, albeit a sharp one. Which interrupted the story, but when they did ring, and Frank and I think it was probably Mark Norton was with them at the time, would pretend to be in mid-commentary when they rang. He said,
Oh, excellent.
ring up this ordinary number and Frank would pretend to be in mid-sentence. Those were the days, eh?
Well, just.
And as in comes Alan Dolby, that's the edge, and just not a chance this time, but it's just wide of second slip. It's fielded down at third for a single. Alan Dolby can't quite believe it. And it's 3:46 for 4. But you get the commentaries for free now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not a pound
us,
a
yeah,
minute anymore, isn't it?
Alan Dolby. 2 slips in place. Comes into bowl. And that's driven, little over pitch, it's driven through the offside. 3 fielders chase it, but I don't think any of them are going to get it. The ball takes gold, and it's the 350 up. 351 for 4.
In the, where are we? There we are, 85.4 overs. Maximum batting points, for what it's worth, are definitely...
Yes, I discussed that earlier.
Definitely within range, aren't
Definitely, they are. You did it once last season on my reckoning. You might correct me on that.
It's about right. I'm not a fan of bonus points.
You're not?
I'm not a fan of 8 points for a draw either, which is what you were talking about earlier.
I agree with you on that one. That one goes past the outside edge, straight to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. And there's the other commentator who moans about bonus points. It might be Scott Reed. Can't remember. Someone does.
Never heard Scott moan about anything.
Well, no, yeah, we've done it with a smile on his face, but we didn't.
I didn't.
Maybe it wasn't him. Somebody doesn't like bonus points on the commentary circuit.
No, but I do away with them.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't. If you give 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, the table doesn't change. It's remarkable. You can do it for year after year after year. The table remains the same. Let's just keep it nice and simple.
all right, interesting.
It's me. Tom Taylor begins a new over from the city end. First ball turned into the leg side by Anderson for a single. 117 now to Martin Anderson. Not weighed down by the excessive S's in his surname. 352 for 4.
The fifth 50 came in, I make it 106 balls, so still keeping up a pretty decent rate.
Their overall run rate is 4 and over, which is decent in first-class cricket. Here's Taylor in and bowls to Rees, who clips this away down to deep backward square leg for a single. Rees moves on to 69, which makes him the second highest scorer. He always was the second highest scorer, but after a slowish start, he's going along at a decent clip now at 69 off 105. Nowhere near the Martin Anderson 117 off 138, which has really forced home Derbyshire's ascendancy, if you can force home an ascendancy. There's Taylor over the wicket to Anderson, clips this nicely into the leg side. He runs the first one quickly. There is 2 there, but Lewis Rees turns the second down and then holds his hand up almost in apology as Anderson moves to 118, 354 for 4.
Derbyshire have overtaken Sussex in being the highest scorers of the day at the moment.
Wow.
Sussex 350 for 8.
They've done it with the financial burden weighing heavy on their shoulders, though, haven't they? Whereas Derbyshire are a profitable cricket club and have lived within their means for many years, possibly to the detriment of finishes in the league table, but that's another subject for another day, possibly. Taylor around the wicket to Rees, who leaves this one alone to go through to the keeper. '69 of 105. Lewis Rees. Yeah, 354 runs in a day with still 9 overs to go. So the possibility of inching towards that 400 mark in a day is a good effort. A really good effort. That's Taylor runs towards us, 2 slips in place, bowls to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump. They always leave it alone when you give it the big build-up. This one will look good on the highlights reel.
Yes.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. 7 bowlers used by Worcestershire. Jake Libby's only bowled 4 overs and Ethan Brooks has bowled 6. D'Oliveira 12, Waite 12. Finch has bowled 15, gone for 57, mind. Adam Dolby 18 overs. He'll need a nice bath later on, I would imagine. 1 for 71, and now Tom Taylor coming to the end of his 20th over. 2 for 99. Bowls to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And we now have 9 overs left in the day's play. So we should finish around about 6:20, I would have thought, something like that.
Does bowl a lot of overs in a day, Ollie Ann Dolby, when he's playing. And again. Well, this will be my last over before I say goodbye. It's been lovely. I'm so sorry I'm only here for the first day of the match.
You are.
But
Poor me and Frank.
I'm sorry about that. You can read my words of wisdom on the live county cricket page on days 3 and 4 of this game,
okay.
always assuming I can work out how to use the systems that we have to use, because it's my debut on that particular duty.
We could be at home on Monday.
And then Dolby comes into bowl. Well, that would be the Derbyshire win, presumably. That's turned around to square leg for a single, and Gareth Roderick, the wicketkeeper, races to get the ball and throws it to the bowler's end. Gets up a little gingerly, but he's okay. He missed. Wouldn't have been a run out anyway. And it's 3:55 for 4, Derbyshire. And, well, look at the weather now. Goodness me, it's the cricket season. Even the wind's gone down a little bit, I think. Dolby bowls, that's short and it's pulled, but there is a fielder out there in the back of square leg boundary, so it'll just be a single to Lewis Rees, who moves on to 70.
A record 5th wicket stand this for Derbyshire against Worcestershire. On 149, the previous record by Marcus North and Ant Boter at Chesterfield in 2006.
There's a name, Ant Boter. Really good T20 player for Warwickshire. And he joined them, yeah. In comes Helen Dolby. And that's pushed out to mid-on. There's no run.
My thanks to David Griffin, of course, for the statistic. Most of my stats, well, no, that's not true. All of my stats come from David Griffin. I have no records of my own at all. I came across last season's notebook and thought, yeah, which bin should I put that in?
In comes Helen Dolby. The ball to Anderson, who stands back and pushes into the offside for no run. Well, he's worked hard, Ollie Dolby, without much joy today. 73 runs off his 18 and a half overs. Are you about to do an update? No, you're not about to.
I heard my name and then they said 6 or 7 minutes.
Oh, okay. Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, and that's Raps Anderson on the pads. No, I've said my goodbyes, but I realise I might have to be back just very briefly at some point when you two have got updates.
Ed Steele. That'd be Eric.
So, Hannon Dolby polishes the ball. Due to play a couple of games for Worcestershire, including this one. Comes into bowl. Right arm over. And that's going down the leg side. Well taken by Gareth Roderick standing up, but it was fairly well down the leg side. End of the over. I'll leave for the time being at least 3:56 for 4 Derbyshire. After 88 overs with Martin Anderson on 119 and Lewis Rees on 70. As they say, after a word from Dave Fletcher, it'll be Frank Watson.
Thank you very much, Clive Eakin. 3:56 for 4. Untold riches for Derbyshire, who were put into bat this morning by Brett D'Oliveira when he won the toss. I'm 100% certain that Derbyshire would have bowled first themselves. So you can't really level any criticism at all at the Worcestershire skipper. But he's just, I was going to say, struggling to marshal his troops. He just needs to find a bit of inspiration from one of them somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a magical catch that just lifts everybody for these final 8 overs. Matt Waite's back from the city end, and it's down the leg side, and Rees tries to flick it away, but it's he misses it, and it's taken by Roderick on the tumble away to his right-hand side. Entirely sure what's happened to my computer. It still says Martin Anderson's on 96. He's on 119. And then comes Waite again. Bowls, that's clipped into the leg side by Rees. Just to the edge of the 20-yard circle. You can imagine them taking 2 in a T20 match there. They didn't. They settled for a single. It's not often that Cricinfo's up to date and the other one isn't, but that is the case at the moment. 15 falls and a 6 for Martin Anderson. The 6 out towards the car park. And a lot of people have stuck it out to the bitter end despite the cold, which is good to see. They've enjoyed, the majority will have enjoyed what they've seen. There will be Worcestershire supporters in and amongst, I'm certain.
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah. 3:57 for 4. They haven't done an awful lot to cheer about so far today. As Anderson waits and guides this next delivery from Waite down towards third man. There is a third man in place now, so we're going to get to single. Anderson moves to 120. 3:57 for 4. I got an email that I read when I was in the room next door, which is never a good idea because they can disappear, but I've got it here. It's from Michigan Mark Mason from Merry Motown.
Oh, yeah.
In yet another only in America scenario, he says he had to withstand a thankfully brief address by the US Commander-in-Chief. Well, the YouTube channel uploaded as this next delivery from Waite is driven down the ground by Lewis Rees for 4 runs.
That's a beautiful shot.
Onside of straight. Beautiful from Rees, who moves on to 75 now. Partnership up to 181. Says that's the latest example of going through pain to get to paradise. Good to have you on board again, Mark, over there in Merry Motown, which I believe is Detroit.
Yeah.
And comes Waite again, and that one is dabbed into the offside by Rees. They've asked me at 10-2, so I'll be on in a minute. If,
and I'm on at 5-2, so yeah.
Just grab that no good, lazy, good for nothing. Get him back on here. Get him back on here.
Accused me of charging by the update.
Well,
I've never done that in my life. I've never even heard of such a practice.
However, it's a very good idea. Here comes Waite bowls. That one is driven into the onside by Rees. And there is no run under the over. 3:62 for 4. Do you want to step out for a moment?
Well, I can do an over or two.
I know, but I'd have to get another pair
Oh, I
of
see what you mean. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, you can do some by yourself if you want.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll do this over because
carry
I'm not
on.
until 5:55, so I've got a full 5 minutes as Adam Finch comes into the attack. I was just reflecting on the fact that Lewis Rees was dropped on 0, and he's on 75, and the partnership is 180. Things might have been different, but it's been a struggle for the Worcestershire bowlers. My overall takeaway, I was just saying to Clive, is that the pitch has played a big part today. From a Worcestershire point of view, they haven't really got any assistance from the pitch. It's been slow. It hasn't offered a lot of sideways movement. And although the odd ones stopped in the surface, my impression is that the batters have had plenty of time.
I just want to address a couple of things before we go into the score.
There's Finch bowls,
some statistics out
and this one is pushed out on the offside by Lewis.
There won't be any more when I get back to the football.
By Martin Anderson, who's on 120 not out, off 146 deliveries.
Out in the middle, Martin Anderson 120 knocked out, Lewis Rees 75.
And the sun probably shining more brightly than it has at any stage during the day at the moment.
Previously stood at 149. Marcus North, the Australian umpire to the South African at Chester.
Here comes Finch bowls, and that's driven into the offside by
Absolutely beautifully. They came together at
Anderson.
For 4 when Brooke Guest was dismissed for 36. Lewis Rees was dropped on 0 by the wicketkeeper.
And
a really difficult chance slow down.
There's no run as D'Oliveira fields. Finch just pauses, struggling a little bit perhaps with his hamstring.
A chance. He's been out there for 147 deliveries. He's hit 15 fours and one enormous 6 out to the car park. It's his 4th first-class century. All of them scored for Derbyshire from the start of last season. He got 3 last year. He's already up and running this year with 120 not out. A magnificent effort from the former
Finch has recovered, turns, moves away from us, and
earlier on today, Harry Kane made 50, Matthew Montgomery made 11, Caleb Jewell made 56. He was capped at lunchtime, received his Derbyshire County cap.
aborts his run-up.
But there's no doubt that the star of today has been across all sport in this.
And
it's Martin Anderson.
turns to try again now. Moves away from us, number 61 on his back, bowls, and on the back foot, punched away by Anderson into the covers, Cashie Valley Fields. Been a long day out there in the field for those Worcestershire players that don't bowl, particularly, I would imagine. Adam Hose has been at slip all day, pretty cold. Hope he's got his thermals on. Ethan Brooks alongside him. But, you know, the likes of Hose and Cashie Valley, those that don't bowl, Dan Latigan, a long old day in the field at the best of times, but on a day like today, really hard work as Finch is in and bowls, and on the back foot Anderson has plenty of time to get in behind it and push it out on the offside. D'Oliveira just goes across to mid-on from extra cover so that he can have a chat. In fact, sends up Hannah Dorby to mid-on so he can have a chat with Finch. And the score remains 362 for 4. Fletcher's going to be back in a sec, which will allow me to dash off and do my final update. There's 4 more as this is over pitched on leg stump and driven down the ground.
Beautiful shot down the ground.
Lovely shot.
Beautiful shot. Martin Anderson has played absolutely sublime cricket today. Just a straight drive down the ground, hits the rope and bangs into the hopper cover. Moves on to 124 off 150 deliveries. It's his highest score in first-class cricket, of course. His 2 centuries. Oh, no, he's got a 3rd one as well, hasn't he?
3, yeah.
It might not be. No, it is. It is his highest score in first-class cricket. And this doesn't look good, does it? Finch is taking his sweater and he's hobbling off. And he's got 1 ball left in his over, so Finch has gone in the fetlock by the look of it, and on comes a sub fielder. Will it be a substitute?
Well, that's the
we will
thing.
wait and find out. I think they'll probably assess him overnight, will they?
Yes. I think
That would be the most sensible thing to do with Adam Finch, but he's bowled 5 balls of his 16th over, and he's limped from the field.
I think Derbyshire might get a bit upset if they bring a Brian Lara or somebody in for him, or a top batter, but...
Where was it? He's down to bat at 10, so
yeah,
they'll have to find a number
if
10.
They need to, obviously try and avoid that if they can.
Ethan Brooks completes the over with a delivery that is smacked by Martin Anderson up to mid-off. That's the end of Ethan Brooks, who would have bowled 6.1 overs.
Yes, it always makes a mess of the bowling figures,
I hate
doesn't it,
it
when
now,
someone
yeah.
does
You
that.
can't tell when the over's going to finish or anything, can you? Hopefully Ethan Brooks won't bowl too much, and it didn't look like Adam Finch was going to bowl too much the way he limped from the field. But
No,
there we
not to
go.
worry. That's right. You don't want that right at the start of the season. Woody Ben Allison out, and of course they haven't been able to bring their all-rounder from South Africa in.
If they brought him in tomorrow, that would be interesting.
Yeah, that's a thought.
I think Mickey Arthur might be arguing long and hard against that.
Might a little bit, yeah. I thought of that, yeah. Good idea. Wait comes into bowl, and that's played back to him. There's no run. 366 for 4. I'm just going to do a couple of balls. Then Frank hopefully will be back. He's just doing one final update. Must be near the end of the programme now.
Did he spot Adam Finch walking off? Adam Finch, you spotted him walking off before the end of his
Hobbling
over.
off,
Yeah.
yeah.
I wasn't sure. He's at the back of the box, and it's a bit tricky to see where he is.
Yeah, so wait, 1 for 33 so far. So he's actually been relatively economic. Comes into bowl. Right arm over, and that's driven straight to mid-off. So no runs. I think Trevor's just asked Frank, has it got any better?
Yes, yeah. No. Come on. What do you think?
366 for 4. It's a bit like you asking me whether anything had happened earlier in the day. Well, what do you think?
I had to address a couple of things before my last update because I was accused of being a stato by my football summariser, and there was a lot of glee in the voice when they read the Tranmere score out. So
Yeah.
I put them right on both.
In comes Blake with that distinctive run-up of his, goes sort of sideways one way and then the other, then runs in, and that's left outside off stump. I think Frank's earned his latest £4.75, and we'll come in.
Plus VAT.
We'll place me.
Plus VAT. You are VAT registered.
My
Frank, aren't
memory
you?
was it was us that decided to do it that way, not you.
Wow. I'll let those two bicker over 25 pence. Could be important, you never know.
My lawyer will be in touch.
I think it's your accountant you need to be
Eakin,
informing.
slander, libel.
Here is Waite in and bowls to Rees, who drives but straight to mid-on. Yes, so I wasn't turning around with any glee, but I hope there was no glee in my voice. But I just saw him walk off,
Yeah,
and then
he
I'm
started.
thinking, oh, no.
He was holding his hamstring, and then he stopped after a couple of deliveries. Just what you don't need.
But you can have a substitute tomorrow.
Yeah, but we haven't got anybody. I think I could get that South African.
We just suggested that, yeah. Apparently
no, I think-
he's useful. Yeah,
Obviously, Ben Allison's somewhere away. Jack Home would be the likely substitute.
Can you
I
not
think.
sign somebody on loan overnight like you did before this game and put him straight in?
Needs
Or do you
must.
have to sign them on loan before the game actually starts?
You should know.
Well,
Not today, but in previous years, been plenty of loanees here, haven't there?
oh, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Round the wicket, Waite bowls, and Rees drives into the covers, fielded by D'Oliveira. Yeah, it's a bit early in the season to have an injury crisis, isn't it? But with Allison already out and Finch now out, I think it would be a Jack Home that would probably come in as the backup substitute. Raw but pacey, Jack Home. High hopes for him. But yeah, a difficult first day for Worcestershire. I think we could put it that way. As Waite comes round the wicket and bowls, and Rees turns this on the leg side.
Although we could only hear
Fielded
one,
by Latigan they take a single, 367 for 4.
one side of your last update, your side of it. Clearly the question was, has it got any better?
Yes, yes it was. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
well-
But when you do sort of 3 or 4 quite quickly, one after the other, they can almost kind of pick up on the previous
Yeah.
one, can't they?
Yeah.
And that's what Trevor was doing. Yeah. Has it got any better? No, I'm afraid it hasn't. Yeah. Well, it's when you're doing an update, I suppose, like that, you're taking the one club angle, aren't you, the Worcestershire angle? But when you observe the day as a whole, I would sit here and say how beautifully these two have played, and I've been really impressed by Anderson. He walked out like a man with purpose, didn't he? He went down the pitch to his first ball, not in a stupid way, like we've occasionally seen people doing, mention no names, but he just wanted to impose himself on the bowler right from the start, and I think he's done that. And since he got to 100, he's played with carefree abandon.
The biggest compliment I can pay him is that Griff walked back up to the box after he got his 100 and said, he reminds me of I'll come back in a minute.
Brooks replacing Finch, having finished that previous over, round the wicket, bowls, and Rees off the back foot plays up to mid-off.
Completely forgotten who he said he reminded him of. It'll come back to me though, Frank.
Graham Hick.
No, Matt Critchley it was.
Oh, right.
But
Yeah.
Matt Critchley used to wear short sleeves when he was batting, came in the middle, didn't bother about the nervous 90s, just cracked on with it.
Brooks bowls, Rees whips him through mid-wicket, lovely shot, over pitched on leg stump, all the time in the world. And to be fair, it's a gentle medium pace half volley on leg stump, and he's just, well, it was effortless from Lewis Rees, absolutely effortless. And I was just saying earlier, Fletcher, you weren't on, and Clive was with me, and I said, you know, when Worcestershire nipped that 4th wicket out, and I think I said at the time, just push the door ajar a little bit and thought, you know, another couple now, and we're back in the game, salvage the day. Look, 190 runs later, these two still together. And it hasn't been the best opening day for Worcestershire by any means. Brooks bowls, left alone, taken by Roderick, who's been tidy throughout the day. Give him credit where it's due, Gareth Roderick.
What I forgot to say at the start was we're playing on a hybrid.
Ah, okay.
I should have mentioned that earlier,
yeah, I
rather
didn't
than
know
with
that.
4
That was
overs and
worth
3
knowing.
balls to go. But
Yeah.
yeah, we were told this morning it was a hybrid. If you look at the bowler's footmarks, there aren't any. This next delivery is crashed through the offside.
That's interesting, and it's quite early in the season
By
to be
Rees,
playing on a
yes,
hybrid,
it
isn't
is.
it? 2 more for Rees.
But if you walk on the square, even the square's a little bit spongy. I
Yeah.
think there've been,
Yeah.
there's been a fair amount of rain over the winter.
Yeah,
hasn't
well, it's
there?
been a wet winter. And I mean, one thing's for sure, you won't find Worcestershire complaining about pitches anywhere, because obviously they are well aware that
Well, yeah.
it's not easy these days for ground stuff to produce the pitches they really want to. Brooks bowls, and Rees swivels round in an attempt to pull it away on the leg side, but mistimes it. Mistimes the swing, that is, and misses the ball, taken on the pad. Might have got a nick on it.
Optimistic shout.
Yeah. Well, you can't blame them for that, I don't think. 373 for 4. Brooks again, round the wicket, coming in to Rees. Little floaty one up outside the off stump. Rees just jabs the bat down on it, and it's the end of the over. So 4 left in the day. I dare say these Worcestershire boys will be very, very glad to get back in the dressing room, to get warm, and to get out of the firing line a little bit if they're the bowlers.
They've got some way to go before they're. It's a record partnership against Worcestershire for the 5th wicket, but they've got some way to go to break the Derbyshire 5th wicket stand. John Morris and Dominic Cork in 1993 put on an unbeaten 302 at Cheltenham College. As Wake begins a new over from the City end, its first ball is pushed up
not
towards
that
mid.
far away.
It's not that far away, but it is still a fair way
Yeah.
away. Of course, the record 6th wicket stand was set against Worcestershire at New Road. Leas Deploy and Anuj Dal in 2023.
Remember that?
Yeah. Leas was batting well, but Anuj Dal almost eclipsed him on that day from memory.
Matthew Waite's probably the one bowler that's
Yeah.
escaped the punishment today, isn't he?
1 for 34. He bowls something. It's a little uppish off Anderson's bat, but he's going to get 2 runs for it out towards a wide-ish mid-off. Quite a deep mid-off as well at that. 3/4 of the way back to the boundary by the time the ball was picked up there in the distance. 370. Has that gone on? No. 375 for 4. Anderson moves to 126. Partnership to 194 for the 5th wicket. As Anderson waits. High score in first-class cricket. Defends this one back to the bowler. His 4th first-class century. I think he'd be slightly more talkative than after his first. I'm hoping so. I haven't got his parents to lean back on this time. Quiet man. The quiet man of Derbyshire. Certainly enjoyed his cricket last season, and is starting 2026 in similar fashion as he waits for weight and defends up towards mid-on. With just under 3.5 overs left, I think these two are more than happy to come back tomorrow. Because the weather's been so good today, I haven't even checked the forecast for tomorrow. 16 degrees, little or no chance of rain until 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, according to the Met Office. So
Could be 600.
It could be.
As you said, only bat once. It's got to be the plan.
I think so. Waits in, bowls to Anderson, who's sort of got into defensive mode here. I mean, Waite, as you said, Frank, has been the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 36 from just under 15 overs.
Yeah.
Economical and a wicket. He's bowled 4 maidens,
Yeah.
which is more than anybody else. In fact, the team's only bowled 10 maidens in total.
Yeah. And that'll be a disappointment to the coaching staff, I think. Because on a pitch like this, what you've got to do is just keep nagging away, isn't it?
Bottle it up.
Yeah. Stack
it
up. Yeah, absolutely.
They haven't managed to do that today. As Waite is in again, and Anderson goes on the back foot, cuts out towards the cover boundary. They'll come back for a second. Oliveira will pick up, but won't throw. Only rolls it back, saves the arm.
He's had a bent shoulder for a long time.
He's been rolling it for a couple of years, hasn't he? Which is fair enough. I mean, I'm not.
I think he's recovered well, but he doesn't want to do it again.
No,
really.
no.
Yeah.
Well, there was never going to be a third run, so just get it back into the middle. Anderson moved on to 128 with those 2. 196 the partnership, Rees on 82. Derbyshire 377 for 4 with 3 overs left in the day.
Yeah, the first of which will be bowled by Ethan Brooks. Just been having a little bit of a conversation via text as this one's played off the back foot with one of the Worcestershire social media team arranging our interview for post-match, and he just reminded me that, I said it's not a great start, and he just reminded me that in the first game last year at Taunton, which Worcestershire eventually drew, Brooks bowls. This is edged down to third man, and it's going to go all the way, I reckon. Hot pursuit. Oh, well done. Jake Libby pulls it back inside the rope. That's good effort at this time of the day. 3 runs taken, so 3 off the edge, genuine edge that time for Rees. It'll take him on to 85, and it'll be 380 for 4. Yes, he just pointed out to me that in the first game at Taunton last year, of course, Tom Banton got 300 against Worcestershire, so they've had probably worse starts.
You don't know what a pitch is like until both sides have, etc.
No, you don't. No.
No.
You don't. But I mean, that was a day where Worcestershire batted the entire last day to save the game, that was a really good effort. But Tom Banton, a triple 100. Brooks bowl short, swivelling, pulled away by Anderson. 4 runs down to third man. Tired look about Worcestershire at the moment. The whole thing is a bit of a mess. The partnership is 200, which is an outstanding effort from these two. And it's been scored. I mean, let's just put this into perspective. That 200 has been scored in 30 overs, just under 30 overs. Mm-hmm. Wow. Brooks in again, bowls. Anderson just pushes effortlessly out on the offside. He's batting like a man who is just, you watch him and you just think, well, you would have to get yourself out here. I think you're not going to be got out. Certainly not this evening anyway. By the bowling at the moment, it's a hybrid pitch. It's not got a great deal of pace in it. It's offered little in the way of sideways movement, although, as Fletch just quite rightly said, until we've seen both sides bowl on it, and in particular Mohammed Abbas, maybe we should be reserve judgment, as this one is played defensively by Anderson. But it hasn't offered help to this attack anyway, or any significant help. The odd one has kept low, and a couple have bounced, but there hasn't been much in the way of plays and misses. There haven't been many edges that have gone to slip. Certainly not where they've been pushing at the ball. Been a couple where they've played extravagant drives. Left alone this one by Anderson, and Roderick takes end of the over. 2 left in the day, 384 for 4. But generally speaking, it's sort of like a decent pitch. A pitch you'd rather bat on than bowl on, let's put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They're off a bad light at Lords, presumably too. We need to put the floodlights up. 279 for 5, Middlesex against Gloucestershire in the 85th over of the day. So they haven't lost too much there, but they haven't been rattling along like Derbyshire have. Lancashire 334 for 7 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. And the game at Chester Street is moving on apace. Kent 22 for 1 in their first innings. They still trailed Durham by 313 after they were bowled out for 335. Matthew Waite from the City end bowling to Rees. Pushes that one out into the offside. And there is no run. So that's the latest in Division 2. We're not until next season interested in Division 1, but I'll give you the scores. Stumps, thank you. Stumps at Southampton, Essex 219 for 3 against Hampshire. They only managed 66 overs and 4 balls on the south coast.
Pride comes before a fall.
Oh mate, I've been beaten up by by predictions over the years. I did actually give up this season. As Waite is on his way in, bowls to Rees, it turns it into the leg side, but there's no run. Sussex were bowled out for 361 by Leicestershire, who were 10 without loss in the third over. So still 351 behind. They did finally get underway at Cardiff. Frustration for Yorkshire, oh dear, never mind. It's 74 for 4, Glamorgan, in the 27th over. Surrey 314 for 7, having been 60 odd for 6 against Warwickshire. They're approaching the close there. Somerset are 292 for 6 against Notts. As Waite bowls too. Rees turns that one into the leg side. Ball picked up by Oliveira, single taken. Rees to 86, 385 for 4. 3 bonus points so far for Derbyshire. The maximum bowling points is definitely on the cards.
Definitely.
It's very much in the
over rates +1 now.
Yes, it went from those few overs of spin. They rattled along. They conceded a few runs, mind, in the process, but Waite, halfway through his 16th over, bowls to Anderson, who thickish inside edge out towards square leg, picks up another single, moves to 133. There's the 1 ball to go. There's 2 balls to go. The bowling figures are an absolute mess following the departure of Adam Finch through injury. We've got 3 bowlers who've got bits of overs left to bowl. I don't like that. it just, I find it offensive. So I think the ground staff might be advised, with the winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour tomorrow, to secure the curtain that is below us. As Waite is in, bowls to Rees, who pushes this out into the offside. And there is no run. Kashifali picks up. So 1 more ball for the day from Matthew Waite. He'll have bowled 16 overs, 1 for 40 his figures at the moment, 4 maidens. But it is very loud, that side screen cover. Sort of black curtain for T20 cricket. Here is Waite then, to the left-handed Rees. Still 2 slips in place, to their eternal credit. And he gets a short one that he pulls around the corner. It bounces in front of the fielder down here below us.
Ben Gibbons, sub.
Thank you very much. Well, if he's a sub, I wouldn't have got him if he'd have been on the pitch from 11 o'clock this morning. And they pick up a single. Rees moves on to 87. Anderson has 133. And Derbyshire, with 6 deliveries left in the day's play, are 387 for 4.
And Ethan Brooks will bowl the last over. So it's Brooks to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. And he pushes the first ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Still trying to arrange my post-match interview.
I think I'd be fairly sure we'll be speaking to Martin Anderson.
Yeah.
I don't normally speak to bowlers who are not out, but
Brooks bowls, pushed up to mid-off. no run. Yeah, I'd normally speak to one of the coaches after a day like today, but it has been suggested that we might get Ollie Hannon-Dolby to do his first interview as a Worcestershire player, which might be fun. And it's been approved, so it looks like we'll do that. This one turned on the leg side for a single. And
suddenly gone very,
Reece,
very dark.
yeah, dark and cold. Reece goes to 88 and probably hopes that his work for the day is done as he leans on his bat at the non-striker's end and reflects on a partnership of 207 with Martin Anderson as Brooks comes over the wicket to the right-hander and bowls short, and Anderson says, well, I'll have another one here, and Reece, you can face another one yourself, and pulls it round for a single. So Worcestershire won the toss. Derbyshire put into bat, untroubled really. Third ball of the game looped back over the bowler's head. Might have been a chance, but Harry Kame got away with it, skippering Derbyshire for the first time, and he was the only man out in the morning session, caught by Roderick off Taylor for exactly 50. At lunch it was 100 for 1, and Worcestershire picked up a wicket soon after lunch. Just break off as Brooks bowls, and another single here clipped away on the leg side by Reece. Montgomery the man out, the only man who's missed out really. He went for 11, caught in the gully by Jake Libby off Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Hannon-Dolby's first wicket in Worcestershire colours. And the other men out in the afternoon, Caleb Jewell, after a watchful 56, was caught by Brooks at slip off Matthew Waite, and then Brooke Guest caught by Libby off Taylor of a leading edge for 36. At tea it was 241 for 4. Brooks bowls, and this will be a leg bye just coming off the hip of Anderson going down on the leg side, and that is a leg bye. One more onto the total, 391 for 4, because no wickets have fallen since that fourth one went down. As I say, at tea 241 for 4, and 150 exactly added in the evening session by this excellent pair. Lewis Reece is 89 not out, Martin Anderson is 134 not out, and Derbyshire at the end of day one are 391 for 4. The bowling figures for Worcestershire: Taylor 20 overs, no maidens, 2 for 99. Hannon-Dolby 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 73. Finch, who left the field injured, 15.5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 61. Matthew Waite 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 41. Ethan Brooks 9.1 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 42. Brett D'Oliveira 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 50. And Jake Libby 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. Derbyshire's day.
As comprehensive, Frank, as you would expect from somebody who works by the gets paid by the minute. Derbyshire 391 for 4. They'll resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning in a very strong position here at the Central Co-op County Ground, and we will be back just before play gets underway on the second day of the County Championship season. Thank you very much for your company over the course of today.